The golden bone circulated with a glossy shine, and the writing on it burned brightly. They were not small, densely packed characters, but one symbol. They dazzled the eyes as multicolored light shone. The little guy's heart trembled. This was a primitive precious bone. Its originals were unknown, but the symbols on it had not really disappeared or faded. They were still there, waiting for people to understand them. Under normal circumstances, if a precious bone left the body, its symbols would disappear after a while as they fade into the bone itself. They could still turn into precious artifacts, but they would eventually become incomprehensible. This golden bone was passed down from the ancient era. Why did those complicated and mysterious secrets not disappear and still remain there? This was certainly a rare scene. The little guy was extremely excited. His large eyes were squinted into half-moons as he wanted to throw himself into studying. This bone's importance towards him was too great. It would inevitably transform his precious technique, advancing it by leaps and bounds. Don't try to run before you can walk. Even though you have a rare gift, your cultivation is too fast. It's better if you just refine your cultivation more. The vine did not actually give him the golden bone. The little guy immediately became anxious. A secret precious technique was in front of his eyes. He could obviously get it since it had not been lost. This kind of feeling was difficult to bear. Strengthen everything first, then you can cultivate the methods on this precious bone. The guardian spirit warned, and did not allow him to be impetuous. What's there left to strengthen? The little guy impatiently stared with great longing. Cultivating a precious technique demands mastery of all the subjects. They must completely comprehend all aspects, including why they have these kinds of powers. Only then will you understand its fundamental nature. You have already done very well in combining two precious techniques, however, there is still some luck involved. You have not completely understood all of it. The guardian spirit offered its guidance. It wanted him to not stick to just the textbook, but to genuinely understand the actual meaning of symbols. This would allow him to evolve the precious technique, making it undergo all kinds of permutations. Only then would they be completely understood. In reality, although many people had grasped powerful precious techniques, they did not understand their underlying secrets. They would only display an imitated power. The guardian spirit stated that this was absolutely not enough. If one wanted to become a supreme expert, one must start from the very beginning and understand every minute detail about the precious technique in order to fully understand each possible variation. This involved trying to figure out how the precious technique was made and understand all of its secrets. Only then could it be considered a genuine comprehension, and only then could it become even more powerful. Ancestor, I understand. The little guy always did this, but he did not reach the pinnacle yet. He needed to start his comprehension all over again in order to fully understand everything. Just like this, he started his new studies as he wholeheartedly delved inside. He spent an entire half a month fully immersing himself within the Peng tribe's symbols in order to understand their mysterious secrets. During this time, he was either within the sacred storage pavilion or sitting in the Pure Land where the guardian spirit was. It was difficult to find traces of him anywhere else because he was completely immersed. For the sake of understand the Peng's methods, the little guy borrowed many bones books from the sacred storage pavilion. He neglected food and sleep and put all his energy into it. The ancestral elder guardian at the door nodded. This time, he did not say anything, but picked up and carried a large pile of bone books that were all related to the Pengs. In the blink of an eye, another half a month flew by. Apart from understanding the Peng symbols, the little guy also skimmed through the techniques of other fierce birds in order to understand their relations. Therefore, his understanding became even more thorough. Finally, he felt that he had comprehended everything. At the very least, he fully understood the details of all the symbols he mastered to the point where he could even create and transform similar symbols. After reaching this result, the ancestral elder guarding the door was dumbstruck. He stared in disbelief, since this was truly a little monster that was rarely seen in this world. After reading through all the bone books regarding the Pengs, the little guy felt that he became a divine Peng himself. He extended both his arms, and golden light circulated. Divine wings materialized as if he was about to soar into the sky. Clearly, after threading everything together, this precious technique became absolutely more powerful and terrifying. It far surpassed what it had been originally, because he combined the symbols from too many different bone books. Now, bit by bit, the endless transformations was being instilled within his heart. The little guy had consumed everything that these bone books had to offer. With a wang sound, he created a strange scene within the sacred storage pavilion while studying. While comprehending the Tao, he placed the golden divine moon into a heavenly passage, and within it rested a devil bird. That volcano spouted magma, and the divine golden moon transformed into an egg. Green symbols covered its surface, making it appear terrifying yet powerful. It was bobbling within the volcano entrance, and could be summoned with a single word. This was the embodiment of when one completely mastered the precious technique to its limit. A precious technique being nourished by a heavenly passage was considered astonishing. One heavenly passage could nourish one symbol containing a supremely powerful precious technique. When it was needed, its powerful and might could make others tremble as it swept across every foe. Following the movement of the little guy's eyes, a divine pung charged out of the heavenly passage and stood by its side. It was incredibly mystical and terrifying. If the day comes when I have 10 heavenly passages open, and have a supreme symbol for each of the 10 most powerful divine bird and vicious beast in them, just how powerful would that be? The little guy gently sat beneath that gourd vine, and was full of yearning. If you can obtain even one of the 10 most powerful primitive precious techniques and truly understand it thoroughly, then you will be able to rule the entire wastes, making even the gods tremble. You would have no rivals in the heavens or the earth. According to the guardian spirit, it was enough to obtain one of the supreme techniques, because that would already be enough for one to live a life of comfort. Even if you could open 10 heavenly passage, there wouldn't be enough opportunities to accommodate 10 supreme ancient precious techniques. No one was that heaven-defying. AI! The little guy sighed. The top 10 ancient species were practically all extinct. Not to mention 10, even seeing one would be very difficult. What he needed to do now was try his best to understand the origins of the Kuan-Peng's precious technique. This was one of the 10, and who knew when he would be able to approach a solution. Ancestor, I have already truly mastered this, and I already feel like I'm a Peng. I have understood every permutation of the symbol thoroughly. The little guy asked for that golden bone. To this date, a month had already passed by. With his astonishing heavenly gifts, he truly understood everything thoroughly. His entirety practically became a humanly divine Peng. You can now. The guardian spirit nodded. Then, it warned him that when he was comprehending this precious bone, it would be best if he could read some more books daily. It would be very beneficial for him. I know. The little guy nodded. For the past few days, he had seen too many scriptures and symbols. His body was very comfortable and warm as he did not deliberately pursue a breakthrough. However, his flesh was still strengthening when he studied. His knowledge of symbols became even more profound. He held the golden precious bone in his hand. He was extremely happy as he turned and flipped it about. He then immediately started to study and comprehend it. Soon after, he was shocked. He revealed an unimaginable expression, and said in an alarmed voice, "This isn't a Peng bone?" He truly understood why the old vine wanted him to thoroughly understand the Peng's technique before trying to comprehend this bone. They were completely different, because this was a Kuan Peng bone. As soon as he started to look into it, he felt a terrifying aura, as if he saw a 10,000 li long fish leap out of the ocean surface before transforming into a large Peng. It's skyrocketing up 90,000 li into the air, and was shockingly large. This is why I said that this bone's origins aren't weak. It is comparable to one of the heaven-mending pavilion's supreme suppressing techniques, said the guardian spirit. It's a Kuan Peng bone? The little guy was excited. He used all of his power to grab the golden bone because it was truly too astonishing. It was precisely the target that he was trying to strive towards. No, this is only its descendant. The guardian spirit shook its head. The little guy felt relieved. How could one of the 10 most powerful ancient species just leave behind a precious bone that ended up in Heaven-Mending Pavilion's treasury? If it really was here, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion would have been destroyed a long time ago, and even the old vine wouldn't have been able to defend against it. All the deities and creatures from ancient divine mountains would have personally came down to take it away. Even so, it was still a priceless precious bone. The little guy was delighted. His reward today was too great. This was the bone of a supremely powerful descendant that could greatly benefit the precious techniques he comprehended. I must understand this to fully recreate the Kuan Peng's technique, he muttered to himself. The little guy had already spent 3 months in the Heaven-Mending Pavilion after he came back. He passed the time by cultivating, and the old vine had also revived for a month. During this time, many events took place outside. First of all, the great wastes began to tremble. The ancient country boiled, since Heaven-Mending Pavilion's guardian spirit resurrected, shocking many people. No one could have arrived at such a conclusion. Secondly, great waves began to surge from all over the place, and no one could stay calm any longer. It was as if something was going to start. Some people even saw the figures of deities flying across the sky while emitting their endless radiance. During this time, many of the disciples from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion began to prepare themselves. They were completely confident that their school was going to become more and more powerful, and that they were going to rule an entire region. However, deep down inside, the pavilion master and some other upper-level individuals were endlessly worrying. They naturally obtained the guardian spirit's warning, so they were aware of the true circumstances. It was simply a huge disaster. Therefore, the pavilion master and the other high-leveled elders began to secretly take actions. They needed to make plans as soon as possible. Otherwise, a huge disaster might truly befall them when the time comes. Half a month ago, Shi returned with the desire of meeting the little guy. However, at that time, the devilish brat was wholeheartedly dedicating himself to researching the Kuan Peng's precious technique. As a result, he was not aware. Ultimately, they had a brief encounter, but did not truly meet each other. This was because Shi had actually successfully stepped into the ancient holy courtyard several days ago, instilling a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. No one knew how much time had passed before another person had entered. As soon as a person entered, if he or she did not die an untimely death, then there was a possibility that the person would become a saint in the future. This was especially true for people like Shi who was naturally born with dual pupils, a feature that was rarely seen. He would eventually surpass his predecessors and successfully become a revered divine king of the world one day. During dawn, the morning clouds glittered splendidly. The little guy stood up from underneath the vine. He was radiating with vigor while in high spirits. He had only researched for 1 night, but his benefits were already enormous. During the past few days, he was either in the sacred storage pavilion or here. He would rarely return to his own room, because he spent his days within the world of symbols. I haven't seen Qingfeng for a while. I'll go and check on how he's doing. He faced the morning clouds and began to tread of the brilliant path. He was in a happy and carefree mood as he walked out from this restricted region and headed towards his own room. The sunshine illuminated everything, even seeping in between the verdant bamboo forest. Along the way, he met many people. Many of them were ordinary Heaven-Mending Pavilion disciples, and they were currently discussing something. How come there are so many people this early in the morning? The little guy was astonished. He had not returned in a while, so he did not know what happened. Thus, he asked some people to get to find out what was going on. You truly disappear and appear unpredictably. You disappeared for so long yet again. This new disciple clearly recognized him, so he quietly said, Zhulu Academy's people are here to compare notes and exchange pointers with us. Sigh. Why are you sighing? Isn't this a good thing? The little guy did not understand. How is this good? You don't understand. Yesterday, only one person came forward and beat all of us up. This is simply just a miserable lesson. He was full of dismay. That's strong. The little guy was astonished. Zhulu Academy's female war god led over 10 disciples here. Only the youngest one came forward and defeated our entire group. His moves were very tough and many people had their bones broken. The little guy was shocked. Zhulu Academy was this powerful? No one from Heaven Mending Pavilion was actually worthy of being his opponent. Soon after, he saw Elder Xiongfei and Zhuiyun and heard sounds of them discussing. His heart could not help but jump because Zhulu Academy did not simply come to compare notes. They also wanted to pay respects to the guardian spirit. Are they here to investigate? The little guy's heart began to shiver. Moreover, even though there was a competition between the Heaven Mending Pavilion and Zhulu Academy, they were not considered enemies. If they were to investigate like this, could it be that they already forecasted that a major event was going to arrive? The little guy left and headed towards the genius camp. As soon as he arrived, he raised his eyebrows. Many bloodstains fell by the lakeshore, and some painful groans would occasionally transmitted outwards from the wooden houses along the shoreline. Clearly, a fierce battle happened here, and many people suffered heavy injuries. Patches of blood sprayed all over the place. It was clearly visible just how desperate that battle was. Qing Feng, the little guy shouted, afraid that something might have happened to him. Jia, many rooms opened up, and many geniuses showed their faces. After seeing that it was him, they all revealed their strange expressions. This was clearly a very strong person. The savage child had arrived. Little bro. Qing Feng appeared, and was clearly in good health. However, many people around him were wrapped in bandages with bodies full of injuries. Zhou Yuhao in particular was wrapped up like a rice ball. He was grimacing in pain, and would occasionally cry out a few times. The little guy immediately began to laugh. This guy was truly unfortunate. Why did he always have this wretched appearance whenever he appeared? The little guy himself had beaten him up a few times, and as soon as his injuries healed, he was once again beaten up to this state. The little guy walked past these people, and his smile was immediately retracted. It was due to the fact that their injuries were very serious. Many people had broken bones and muscles. This kind of comparing notes and moves were too excessive. Before, the little guy would often come here, and he had befriended many already. Now, looking at their pale complexions and bodies full of injuries, his little face immediately darkened. Is this still a friendly exchange of pointers? If their moves had been just a little more serious, these people would have been crippled. The little guy said, "Let's go ask for help. Let Senior Yufeng, Junior Xiao Tian, and a few others return from training under those old freaks." A few people said, "That person is truly terrifying. He was only 14 or 15, but his cultivation is already extremely powerful. His precious technique was even more astonishing. He was using the Peng bird's techniques to suppress everyone." After the little guy heard them talk, he immediately began to move. He was also practicing the Peng species' precious techniques. Now he was transforming towards the Kuan Peng's techniques. Naturally, he wanted to meet that person. Too hateful. The words that he left with were that the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's geniuses weren't anything special, and couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone was extremely furious. The genius camp would naturally have powerful individuals as well, but they had recently been selected by a few old freaks. As a result, there weren't many people remaining. Of course, those youngsters from Zhulu Academy were also very terrifying. Just one person was able to sweep this place and astonish everyone. He laughed coldly as he left. This kind of contempt and disdain was thoroughly stabbing everyone's single genius here. Junior Xiao Tian returned. Senior Wu Feng also came back. Everyone was overjoyed as they prepared for battle again. Let's still wait for Yu Feng and the others to return. After all, one person's moves were already this powerful. The other 9 have not even displayed their power yet. Some of them were very cautious, and were ready to wait for the most powerful people from the genius camp to return before re-engaging in battle. Why wait? Let's go right now. I really can't wait anymore, the little guy said. Some hesitated, but the majority of the people nodded right away. At this point, over half of the people here knew his secret identity. With this savage child here leading the way, they figured that all of their problems could be solved. The devilish brat shouted, and the group of people followed along. Their rally was strong, and the people from the genius camp all followed behind him as he charged towards Zhulu Academy's residence. More than half of the group already knew the little guy's identity, and they knew how savage he was. As a result, even though they went to battle when those senior brothers and sisters did not return yet, they were fearless. Regardless of whether it was the Void God realm or the 100 Shattering Mountains, his name was infamous and widespread. He was always being cursed at by powerful opponents, but in the end, he was still living happily and healthily. They are residing within the 5th spiritual cliff. It's a precious land rich in spiritual essence. Our heaven-mending pavilion treat them so courteously, yet they actually acted so insensibly. Someone led the way, and they proceeded towards the spiritual area that had purple energy rising in spirals from it. There was a small clear lake, an ancient stone cliff, and all types of auspicious birds perching. Even fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through this area. A group of silver-colored spiritual deer traveled past them. Their bodies carried multicolored light, and their horns in particular flickered with an incomparably brilliant silver splendor. The little guy immediately halted his steps and wiped away a mouthful of saliva. Young deer, what great medicine! This is a group of rarely seen spiritual deer. They are so plump. The group of people also stopped, and all of them began to develop creases on their foreheads. Didn't they come here to vent their anger? Why did they end up staring at a group of silver-colored spiritual beasts? Junior brother, these are not things you can touch. They are used by the elders to refine medicine. One of them reminded in a small voice. Who said I was going to eat them? Am I that kind of person? Would I do something like that? The little guy spoke seriously. His face was full of righteousness, but his motion of wiping his saliva ruined the mood. The group of people began to giggle, and all of them laughed until they couldn't speak. Go! We are going to collect our debts from them. The little guy covered up his embarrassment before once again rushing forward. Naturally, these were sacred grounds, so normal people were not allowed to live here. Heaven-Mending Pavilion had shown so much courtesy for Zhulu Academy that they even arranged for disciples to live here. The group of people were dissatisfied as they charged in their shouting and roaring. People from Zhulu Academy, come out! There were halls ahead, a bridge with a running river underneath it, and also a patch of refined garden. The lake emitted spiritual energy that appeared quite extraordinary. So noisy, it's just a bunch of trash. How do they have the face to show anger after losing so badly? A youth's voice echoed past. He was quite relentless and unsensible. Everyone from the genius camp felt his voice was extremely early piercing, and they all clenched their fists while gritting their teeth. Did you guys call your senior brothers and sisters? Let them all come together. The youth's expression was icily arrogant as he appeared while seated on top of a vicious beast. The ground lightly trembled. This vicious beast was quite ferocious with a length of 4 to 5 meters. Its form was sturdy with an appearance of a lion. Its entire body was covered with dense scales, and its wide mouth was filled with extremely sinister-looking sharp teeth. There were also a pair of antlers on its hair that glittered with green and golden light as it circulated with symbols. This was an archaic descendant, and it was not even mature yet. However, there was already a terrifying fluctuating wave that emitted from its entire body. It was extremely powerful. Everyone breathed in a breath of cold air. This was a descendant that actually became his mount. This youth from Zhulu Academy clearly had an extremely powerful background. This is a golden-eyed dragon horn lion. Someone recognized it. This mount wasn't something an ordinary person could take on. It could even be said that the majority of the people here couldn't even be its opponent, and wouldn't be able to defend against the attacks of this fierce beast. The golden-eyed dragon horn lion's 2 eyes shone splendidly like 2 golden lanterns, as symbols and ominous lights interweaved around it. It was very terrifying, making people unwilling to meet it face to face. All of you come together. I won't make a move. My mount alone is enough to trample all over you guys. The youth's words were indifferent as he disdainfully looked towards everyone. Everyone immediately flared up. This person was truly holding them in contempt. He appeared only 14 to 15 years old and wore a purple gown with a height of 2 meters. At that age, he was already considered very tall. He was sturdy and strong with a pair of expressive eyes. He was quite a heroic talent. His gaze swept past those who were bandaged and broken-boned and immediately sneered and shook his head. After yesterday's battle, the genius camp's lakeshore was dyed in blood. Many people were afflicted with heavy injuries, so he was incredibly confident in himself. "You are too aggressive. I'll battle you." Wu Feng came forward. He was a person who returned from training under those old freaks in order to give his juniors a boost. "I already said that you guys can come together. Beating my lion is already an achievement." The youth patted the lion's back with his hands as he nonchalantly said, "Trample them flat." The golden-eyed dragon horn lion roared and charged forth. The ground immediately began to shake. This enormous creature's entire body shone as its green scales glittered. Its eyes even shot out two rays of golden light that appeared extremely malevolent. Everyone was apprehensive. If they had to face this descendant, then they'd rather confront that youth directly, since this vicious beast was even more terrifying. Only the little guy was taking things lightly. He took large strides forward with rays of light flickering in his. He smiled and said, "It looks so delicious." "What did you say?" The youth who charged forth and raised an eyebrow after hearing those words. He immediately displayed his killing intent and urged the vicious beast to trample in the little guy's direction. The golden-eyed dragon horned lion roared loudly. Sand flew, rocks tumbled, and leaves drifted immediately. This lion's roar was truly powerful. It was very violent and vicious to the max. However, facing this violent and enormous beast, the little guy's display was stupefying as he also began to roar. Sound waves surged and rubble rolled. Huge trees broke apart, and he completely muffled that lion roar. Everyone was dumbstruck. Were they seeing things? Who was the archaic descend here? How come his roar suppressed that lion's roar? The golden-eyed dragon horned lion was infuriated and began to roar even louder. Next, it madly rushed over with the intent breaking that youth in front of it into pieces. The little guy was happy and fearless. He took the initiative to charge straight forward. He quickly galloped as he stamped on the great earth. Many people from the genius camp knew his identity, but they had not seen his true power. Now, they were all holding onto their sweat because that was a genuine archaic descendant. Although it was not mature yet, its flesh was still extremely powerful. This kind of confrontation of force made some people unable to bear watching the scene. Hong! A huge collision noise sounded. A large and small body knocked against each other, and a scene that toppled everyone's expectations occurred. The little guy continued charging forward, and that huge beast was knocked away, flying as blood spouted out of its mouth. As for the mounted youth, he was in a wretched situation. He immediately somersaulted and fell out. I could tell immediately that it was going to be delicious. The little guy made a big fuss out of nothing, and ran forward as if nothing had happened. He was simply unhindered from the start as he started chasing that huge beast that had been knocked away flying. Honk! His fist landed on top of that golden-eyed dragon horn lion's body. That place instantly cracked as the bones inside its body exploded, and fresh blood violently surged. Oh! The descended was alarmed and angry. At the same time, it was also incredibly terrified. Its two eyes shot out two golden rays of light toward that youth. Simultaneously, the horns on its head began to shine with dense symbols that seemed like a blazing divine flame as it suppressed forward. Chong, even with all its power, everything was useless. The little guy stroked his fingers, and the golden rays of light immediately broke down. Then, with a roar, he even shattered all the symbols in the air. His behavior was quite savage, like an archaic dragon. His fists were heavy, destroying thousands of things as his terror overflowed into the heavens. The little guy jumped up onto its head, and he prepared to steal its primitive symbol bone. The golden-eyed dragon horn lion was alarmed. Its entire body burned as it activated its precious technique, submerging the little guy within. A bird cry sounded, and a divine pung spread its wings. Golden light surged as it struck downwards, tearing apart all other precious techniques. With a hack of its divine wings, that powerful descendant was chopped in half. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. How savage was this child? This was a magnificent and extremely powerful archaic descendant, but he was able to slaughter it in 2 to 3 moves. This kind of battle strength, this kind of method sent a chill down everyone's spines. There was a huge gap here that was difficult to exceed. His opponent was already not at our level, some people lightly exclaimed. With a gotcha sound, the golden-eyed dragon horn lion's precious bone cracked. The horn on top of its head fell down as blood essence spilt out. Qingfeng, come and eat some deer horn blood. The little guy stood in front of the vicious beast while calling Qingfeng to come over. Qingfeng was at his wit's end. His brother was too strong. How did he kill that powerful descendant in only a few moves? It seemed almost like a dream. He was very obedient, and ran forward according to the little guy's commands. He collected all the blood in the horn with a jade jar. This blood was much more powerful than that of those silver deers they saw earlier. Drink it while it's warm, and see how effective it is. The little guy did not drink any as he gave it all to Qingfeng. He was cared a lot about Qingfeng. Everyone, come and help. I'll treat everyone to lion meat. The flesh and blood of descendants are precious medicine. Don't miss this. The little guy called out to everyone. The purple-gowned youth, Tuoba Chuan, roared loudly. His round eyes glared, and he was truly angered to the extreme. He was already quite tyrannical, and did not believe that there was another person who was more emphatic, able to eat his mount right in front of his face. I'm going to die from anger, Tuoba Chuan roared loudly. He got up and threw himself forward. Golden symbols enveloped his body as a golden pung materialized and attacked ahead. The little guy turned around. After he saw the pung species technique, he carefully reacted, and did not make a move until they almost made contact. His fist curled up in bone symbols as splendid as a little sun, and smashed that peng's body. Hong! Golden storms violently whistled as that pung wailed upon being instantly destroyed. It transformed into a golden shower of light that scattered between the heaven and earth. Tuoba Chuan was astonished. How much strength was necessary to firmly defend against his precious technique? This power far surpassed his. His eyes showed his fear and his pupils quickly shrunk as he startledly said, "You're that savage devilish brat. Your eyes are dull." The little guy said. Then he loudly reprimanded, "You're the devilish brat. Your entire family is a bunch of devilish brats." He charged forth as he attacked. Tuoba Chuan was astonished. 18 barriers of light appeared ahead of him. He used all his strength in order to activate and defend with his precious artifact. Against that legendary savage child, he was only able to defend. However, the disparity was too great. Those who opened up 9 heavenly passages, as far as humans went, only existed in ancient texts. However, the little guy was alive and kicking. Those who met him could only lower their head before retreating. Rumbling noises never stopped. The 18 barriers of light were all shattered. The little guy charged close, and hoisted him up with one hand in order to shake him with all his strength. Precious artifacts, decorated medicinal powder jars, and bone books all fell onto the floor. Comma? Qingfeng, come. I'm going to gift you good things. A gotcha sound echoed out. The little guy finally shook him until his bones broke, and threw him in front of the faces of the genius camp. Pung everyone was blunt, and immediately took action. Some people kicked him into the air, then smashed down with their fists and knocked him out. No one took his life, but they weren't sincere about it either because he was too indifferent yesterday as he broke many people's bones. He had already surpassed the level of exchanging and comparing notes and broke into the realms of cruelty. On the other side, the little guy brought Qingfeng and the silver-gowned Xiao Tian to clean up that descendant. After peeling back its skin, they immediately lit a fire to start a barbecue. His moves were too swift. While everyone vented out their anger, the sweet aroma already assailed their nostrils. The golden-eyed dragon horn had been barbecued into an oily golden yellow. Everyone was stupefied. This was a descendant, yet it was barbecued like this. Was it really going to get eaten? Junior brother, are we really going to eat it here? Everyone salivated while being a little fearful and apprehensive as well. Why does this matter? When I was in the 100 Shattering Mountains, I was having several of these per meal. Don't worry about. Everyone can come and eat together. The little guy cried out to everyone. In the distance, Tuoba Chuan was badly injured to the point that his bones were broken. After seeing this, he immediately became angered to the point of passing out. He did not look at it again to avoid being more irritated. The group of people all surrounded over. Soon after, they started to have a feast here. The sweet fragrance of meat assailed their nostrils. To these ordinary boys and girls who obeyed and listened to lectures and lessons, this gave them a feeling that they did something wrong. This felt too carefree. What are you people doing here? A very pleasant voice echoed outwards from a white-dressed girl. Her pure white dress fluttered in the breeze. She had black hair and eyes, and possessed a beauty that was out of this world. She seemed as if she appeared out of a lotus flower with her snow-white exquisite skin, and eyes glittered like constellations. An astonished expression hung on her face. Ah, it's Sister Yoyu. A group of geniuses quickly bowed their heads as they hurriedly swallowed that final bite of golden barbecue meat. The little guy recognized this white-dressed girl. While he was crashing through the great wastes alone, he once encountered her at the western border of Stone Country. She had even gifted him a talisman, which he gave to Qingfeng in the end. Besides Xia Yuyu was another girl. Her body shined with a golden glow as she wore a golden battle armor. Her physique was tall, and her bosom was ample. Although she wore armor, it was still difficult to conceal her impressive charm. This was Zhulu Academy's female war god who stood together with Xia Yoyu. She was just as beautiful in her shining golden armor. There was an avant-garde elegance about her. One was lucid, elegant and out of this world with a fluttering white dress that made her seem like a fairy that descended from the moon palace. The other, in shining golden armor, had a tall and slender physique that made her look like a goddess. Both of them were equally matched and very beautiful, making men have difficulties averting their gazes. Behind them were a few young boys and girls. Looking at the group of heaven-mending pavilion disciples munching with their jaws, they were similarly stupefied. Why do I feel like that barbecued golden ferocious beast is Junior Tuoba Chuan's mount? I also feel like it looks similar. These people were completely dumbstruck and were in disbelief. Were they seeing things? The group of people's mouths were stifled. Barbecuing a guest's mount and just eating it out in plain open. This was simply too savage. The group of people from Zhulu Academy stared blankly. What had happened here? They were all stupefied. Junior brother! A female disciple cried out in alarm as she ran forward. She helped up the bloody Tuoba Chuan, and everyone from Zhulu Academy surrounded him soon after. It hurts to death. Tuoba Chuan woke up. He felt that more than 10 bones in his body that had broke as pain stabbed his heart. When he saw the devilish brat with an oily mouth again with blinking eyes, he almost passed out again from anger. You? He stared towards this side. You want to eat too? Xiao Tian. Give him a piece. The little guy said. This was simply too much. The silver-gowned male gave a stare with one eye before turning his body around. He then silently at the golden meat in hands without a care for anything else. We need an explanation. Why did this happen? The heaven-mending pavilion's bullying is intolerable. Zhulu Academy's disciples were unreconciled as one fiery-tempered senior disciple angrily rebuked. The reasoning is simple. He arrogantly and bossily crashed into the genius camp and broke some of my senior's bones and muscles. So, I beat him up. The little guy pulled on Xiao Tian's silver gown to wipe his mouth. Go away, the silver-gowned youth responded. He stared emptily for a long time, but did not make a move. No one from Zhulu Academy looked well. This was de-emphasizing the situation too much. You defeated him, so why didn't you mention anything about his 10 or so broken bones? Furthermore, how do you explain the descendant that's being barbecued on the bonfire? Why did you eat the golden-eyed dragon horn lion? Zhulu Academy's people asked loudly. Because it wanted to eat me. Therefore, I ate it in the end instead. The devilish brat's response was simple and straightforward. You. The group of people were unsatisfied. They wanted to come forward and fight him. Who's scared of who? Let's keep fighting. The little guy stood up. Xiaoyu, your heaven-mending pavilion's food every day must be really bad. Why do these youths who block our way look like reincarnated ghosts who have been starved to death as they this descendant? The female war god opened her mouth. Her entire body shone, and even her hair had been dyed in a dim golden splendor by the golden armor. Xiaoyu was speechless towards this group of junior disciples who were too courageous. Her eyes swiveled as she said, "You guys are still young. It's fine if you just settle these despotic matters with a laugh." Could this matter be settled by a laugh? This was being too protective. In the distance, Tuoba Chuan and his group's eyes were blazing. That was a magnificent archaic descendant whose value surpassed entire cities. Yet it was eaten just like that. Devilish brat, I truly did not make a mistake. You truly know how to torment people. The female war god said this as she looked at the youth ahead of her. She was angry, but also wanted to smile. This guy truly knew how to make trouble out of nothing. From the void god realm, he troubled his way to the heaven-mending pavilion. Then he also made trouble in the 100 Shattering Mountains before setting off a series of disturbances. He made people want to beat him up so badly. Upon seeing how she was acting, Xiaoyu knew the female war god was a forgiving individual who was not actually angry and blaming. Xiaoyu immediately relaxed and said with a smile, "You guys acted too excessively. No matter what, this is a guest's house. If you really wanted to eat that mount, can't you have eaten it somewhere else? Who told you guys to eat it here?" Hee hee. Everyone from the genius camp began to laugh. The female war god's entire body shined with hold light. She looked towards Tuoba Chuan and said, "I know you came from the Tuoba family who has had grievances with the heaven-mending pavilion, but you cannot act aggressively here. If you were going to compare notes here, how can you break someone else's bones?" Many people's hearts trembled. Out of all the Tuoba families, his was the most famous. It was an ancient family with incredibly immense power that could tremble the great wastes. During the ancient era, they even wanted to start an entire country. However, a huge event struck their foundations. Their guardian spirit perished after being beheaded by a divine vine. The Tuoba clan stumbled and could not establish a country in the end. After endless years of self-cultivation, they became powerful again. Today, they were a pinnacle power. Everyone made a sudden realization. No one knew that this Tuoba Chuan fellow harbored so much hostility. This clan was formerly mortal enemies with the heaven-mending pavilion. "Senior sisters, I'll treat you to some barbecue meat. This is a very sweet type of medicine." The little guy came forward and greeted Xiaoyu and the female war god. The two were both speechless. This devilish brat truly knew how to take advantage of things. Before he was lectured, he even invited them to eat meat while acting with great familiarity. The little guy's actions were skillful as he used a silver knife to cut off a chunk of fine golden meat before presented it personally on a plate. "This flavor is excellent." Xiaoyu gently smiled. Her entire head of black hair shone. Her oval face had quick-witted eyes, and the rosy lips that contained sparkling white teeth bit into the precious meat. She could not help but compliment it. The female war god heard him, and also nipped a piece of golden meat off. She then put it in between her red lips to sample it before saying, "Pretty good. There is very strong divine essence in there, and it tastes quite good." Apu. Tuoba Chuan heard everything, and immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. "If both sisters really enjoy this, then I'll give you some more," the little guy said. "Don't be stingy. Give me half of it," the female war god said with no restraint. The little guy immediately opened with his large round eyes and said, "I'm still not full yet." "What? You don't want to?" The female war god's golden armor on her body shined. Her beauty was astonishing, and even her figure were very refined with undulating curves. Moreover, her golden battle clothes matched her, giving her a very remote beauty. "I've met my match. How come you want half right away? That's almost as much as me." The little guy quietly mumbled, "What did you say?" The female war god stared at him. Nothing. I only feel that senior sister should lose some weight, so you should not eat that much, he quietly said. Everyone was dumbstruck. With such a good figure, what was there to lose? She had an absolutely devilish body with plump chests and tender waistline, and her legs were also long and slender. Could simply be called perfect proportions. The female war god stared at him. There had not been anyone who talked to her this way. Xiaoyu lightly smiled while her white dress that floated above the earth. She stood there, seeming like she would float with the wind. Her beauty couldn't be imitated, as if she was a fairy looking over the world. Senior sister, in fact, you should lose some weight as well, the little guy said. Xiaoyu's smile immediately froze. This naughty kid truly needed a spanking. Okay, how would you make us lose weight? Are we really fat? These two carried an outstanding elegance, and were abnormally beautiful. Their figures stood delicate, refined, and lithe, able to move every man. The more stunning a female was, the more she couldn't bear being slandered like this. You're already fat like that, yet you have the nerves to ask me where you are fat. The little guy muttered with a weak voice that sounded self-evident. His large eyes glanced at their plump bosoms and their firm, round buttocks. At this moment, the entire scene was quiet. No one talked, and no one even dared to display any anger as they all stared at him with their strange expressions. Everyone felt that this devilish brat had truly angered the gods and deserved a beating. Xia Youyu and the female war god had an otherworldly beauty that could bring down nations. This kind of beauty was extremely rare, perhaps seen once in a lifetime. Now they were driven mad. This was devilish brat who should die. Where were his shifty eyes looking at? His so-called losing weight was unexpectedly like that. Both of their eyebrows immediately straightened up as their beautiful eyes stared at each other before making their moves together. The little guy then held his head and ran like a rat. They were truly unreasonable to the point that they did not even let others speak. Furthermore, he did not even say the entire thing. Senior sisters, you two are being unreasonable. Sincere advice that's tough to bear is beneficial for you. It's wrong to not let other people speak. Xia Youyu was normally sweet and gentle like a fairy, and the female war god's temper was also outstanding like a goddess. Now, they both violently chased him to beat him up. Is it like this? Hunyu's figure is much better than both of yours. You two are fat, yet you don't let anyone talk about it. The little guy complained. Xia Youyu and the female war god were driven mad. They felt provocative stare after provocative stare upon their plump bosoms as well as their firm yet round buttocks. This kid was truly lacking in moral sense. You truly do anger the gods. You deserve a beating. Devilish brat, you're lacking in philosophy. The two almost activated their precious artifacts as they chased after him together. They were already so infuriated that their pure white faces had been flushed red a long time ago. This child truly knew how to invoke others' hate. I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe it, ask Xiao Tian. The little guy ran while loudly shouting, Senior brother Xiao, do you think these two are fat? The silver-gowned youth immediately became motionless. He slowly turned around with his back towards the little guy. Otherwise, he would have been beaten as well. He silently cursed because he did not want to be dragged into the water. The little guy shouted, Do you see? He can't even bear to look at you two without making a comment. He turned his back towards you two because he did not want to take another look. The silver-gowned youth immediately became angry after hearing that. He turned around and looked at Xiao Youyu and the female war god. The result was two dong-dong sounds echoing through the air as he was struck in the head twice. What are you looking at? How could he be so unlucky? Xiao Tian's painful tears almost flowed out. He was struck twice by those two girls with enormous strength. Qingfeng, do you think they are fat? The little guy was unconvinced as he shouted again. Qingfeng's little face was flushed in red. He immediately covered his face with his hands in order to not answer nor look as he learned from the mistakes of the one before him. Stand still for me. The female war god was normally very cool, but now she was humiliated and angry. As she chased, her golden armor shined and resounded. Xia Youyu was similar. She had never lost control like this before, but now she was so angry that her entire body was itchy as her charming face became flushed with red. The little guy was going to get beaten, so he had no choice but to activate his precious technique. His body shined, and a pair of golden wings appeared. It allowed his speed to improve by an entire level as he quickly distanced himself from them. Everyone was staring blankly. Someone as powerful as the female war god was unable to catch him, and Xiaoyu, who was as quick and agile as a fairy, was also unable to catch him. This genuinely amazed everyone. His speed was too fast. What kind of precious technique was that? Remarkable. He most likely comprehended the supremely powerful golden-winged Peng's divine abilities. Xiaoyu displayed her amazed expression. Of course, she had heard of the recent news that a little kid was running around in the sacred pavilion every day. She even heard legends of that golden bone, but she did not imagine that he actually obtained it. It was actually the golden-winged Peng's precious technique. Don't run anymore. Come and study with the disciples of Zhulu Academy. The female war god said because their academy also had these divine techniques. I don't believe it. The little guy shook his head. Afterwards, he urged, Senior sisters, losing weight right now is still not too late. Otherwise, you'll be as fat as Sister Hualinger, shockingly fat. In the distance, a slim and graceful figure arrived. It was actually Hualinger, wearing a scarlet dress. Although she was only 14 or 15 years old, she was tall and slender with curves undulating over her body. She was close to perfection. Little thief, what are you randomly talking about? I'm gonna fight you to the death. Hualinger was extremely humiliated and angry. Some people informed her that Heaven Mending Pavilion's disciples were being bullied by Zhulu Academy. She came back from those old freaks to lend her assistance. In the end, she happened to encounter this exact scene. 3 fatties that I can't provoke are gathered here. Why wouldn't I hide? The little guy fled. Who was provoking who in the end? All 3 of them were resentful. The little guy took to his heels and ran. However, as long as he was within the Heaven Mending Pavilion, where could he run off to? Xiaoyu was the regional underground boss here, and so in the end she still caught him. Senior sisters, I'm wrong. You all are actually very beautiful and not fat at all. Your jade-like forms are long and slender. Spare me. While he was saying this, he stared at those 2's legs. They were indeed very slender and bewitching. They were vaguely visible through their dresses like suet jade. Then, he looked at those small waistlines which were indeed very full and unable to be grasped. They were soft and pure white like tender water snakes. This kind of apology lacked sincerity. In the end, the 2 fatties still pounded and beat him. Then, they forced him to exchange and compare notes with people from Zhulu Academy. On the other side, Hualinger also wanted to give him a beating really badly. She was not very old yet, but she was actually labeled as a fatty. This almost made her crumble and suddenly leave. What benefit do I get from fighting you? If I win, will you guys pass on your Peng techniques to me? The little guy asked. He was being realistic because the battles he had with the White Tigers and other descendants and within the 100 Shattering Mountains still had some residual effects on him. Dong Xiaoyu struck him and said, Stop saying random things. This is called exchanging pointers. Understand? What's the point of that then? If I defeat them, there's nothing to eat, and there aren't any benefits either. The little guy couldn't raise his excitement and lacked energy. Are you certain that you can beat us? Across from him, a girl was full of smiles. However, in between her appearance was a killing intent. I'm very confident. The little guy answered at will. He felt this was natural and expected. Then he added, If I win, will there be any precious techniques for me? For Zhulu Academy, apart from the immobile Tuoba Chuan, everyone else also came forward. This devilish brat was too hateful. They really wanted to come up and give him a beating together. Since we're comparing notes, we naturally have to make an exchange. You are all proficient in Peng's techniques. We can investigate into what each other has learned later. For Xiaoyu, no matter how much she wanted to beat him up, she was still a bit partial. After all, they were all disciples from the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Then, She looked at the female war god to see her opinion on the matter. Don't cry if you lose. The female war god nodded in consent with a hint of smile on her face. Immature kid. Let's go. The female across charged over at an extremely fast speed as golden scales appeared over her body. Although this was one of the Peng's techniques, it seemed a bit different. Pungs that grew scales? The little guy carefully watched. This girl was very strong. She was 16 to 17 years old, and was one of Zhulu's academy's extraordinarily famous geniuses. Her Peng techniques have almost reached perfection. At this moment, she had practically transformed into a human-shaped pengas. She shone in golden light. She opened her mouth and quietly hissed. Countless golden scales transformed into sharp knife edges as they whizzed across the air with the intention of penetrating the enemy. Scaled Pengs, it was indeed a bit different. The little guy was happy since this was a good reference. Ong! He smashed forward with his fist. His fist curled up with bone symbols, and with his full force immersed within, it was full of robust energy as it directly erupted with dazzling light. It collided into the dense golden scales. With a bow sound, a soft bubbling sound echoed through the air, and all the golden scales were destroyed in the explosion as they turned into an endless shower of light. It was difficult for them to resist the might of the little guy's fist. Everyone breathed in a breath of cold air, especially those people from Zhulu Academy. Apart from Tuoba Chuan, this was the first time they saw him make a move, blocking a precious technique barehanded. How unyielding and dauntless was that? Junior brother, were you defeated by him like this? Someone asked. Tuoba Chuan's entire face flushed red. It was indeed like so. His opponent did not even use any precious techniques as he struck this magnificent genius flying into the air, leaving him unable to even show his face. After a Wang-long sound was emitted, the battlefield had some new changes. That girl spread out her arms, and an enormous pair of wings appeared behind her back. Then she furiously fanned out, creating a violent gale that sent the sand and rubble flying. Divine Peng Astral Wind. Many people were shocked as a golden whirlpool appeared. It advanced at a breakneck speed, slicing everything in its path. Huge boulders, old trees, and many other things were quickly transformed into fine powder. The little guy was amazed. Then he joyously said, "This can be combined with the golden jade ripple technique, and then turn into my Kuan Peng's precious technique." He shifted positions, and then opened his mouth to spurt out a patch of golden symbols, attacking at that whirlpool. With a hong long that sounded like two hurricanes encountering one another, all the space between the heaven and earth was going to be twisted into pieces. The ground cracked as boulders and dust soared into the sky. A large amount of power was displayed here. The little guy was too strong. He spouted out a mouthful of divine energy, and they turned into symbols containing this amount of power. This changed the expressions of everyone from Zhulu Academy. With a chi sound, the little guy flew across the air as he threw himself towards that girl to capture her. However, what shocked him was that he actually charged into nothing. There was only a broken silhouette where she originally stood, with no signs of the actual body. At this moment, golden feathers danced in the breeze from every direction, and there were even sharp scales hidden amongst them. Like raindrops, they landed and mystified the entire area. The girl's body turned into over 10 clones as she hid amongst these scaled feathers that attacked him together. Strangely, it was indiscernible which of these were the real body. Fantasy Peng technique. Everyone from Zhulu Academy revealed their joy. That child was too savage and could not be matched in strength. The only way to gain the upper hand was to bewilder him with divine techniques. This little guy showed a strange expression. This was truly a strange occurrence. His opponent could actually split herself up into many images, giving people a tough time tracking down her real body. This was tough to deal with. He quickly struck out and attacked ahead. He then destroyed 7 or 8 images in succession only to discover in the end that none of those were the real body. Devilish brat, do you still want to suppress us? This is not enough yet. The girl lightly scolded as golden feathers fluttered in the breeze from every direction. Her clones were everywhere, and they all attacked him together. The dense golden scales that were able to pierce through all kinds of boulders and old trees shot toward their opponent. The little guy tried to evade, but he was trapped. His enemy was everywhere, so he did not know which one to attack. Amongst the kong-chong noises, he smashed apart patches of golden scales. Then, his entire body shined to finally activate his own precious technique. A pair of wings appeared, and they fanned out with hong-long sounds. This place immediately became chaotic as the golden clouds that filled the sky were smashed apart. Everyone was shocked at this powerful display of might. After that, a golden whirlpool emerged from the little guy's body. This was very strange, as if it covered him in a layer of armor in order to protect him completely. From every direction, the golden feathers fluttered in the breeze. There were countless clones in the air as the girl launched her attack yet again in order to inflict some serious damages to that powerful youth. However, the little guy was fearless this time. The golden whirlpools that swirled on top of his body actually swallowed those symbols and the essence of the technique in order to make them his own. What kind of precious technique is this? Everyone was completely astonished. Golden Jade Ripple Technique. Xiaoyu was amazed. Then she frowned again. That protection technique was not like this because it was only capable of defense. However, now she was seeing that this technique able to refine the power of symbols from the opponent in order to make them his own. This practically seems out of the boundaries of the golden winged pengs techniques. This almost seems like a technique from legends. The Kuan-Peng was able to spread its wings and refine the heaven and earth. The female war god muttered as she was not certain either. Golden whirlpools swiveled all over his body. Not only did it defend against his opponent's precious techniques, he was also able to find out which direction the attack was the most intense during the refining process. This was because as the golden whirlpools swallowing everything, its senses were very keen. It was only due to this fact that he was able to capture that girl's true body. The corner of his mouth held a hint of smile, and he spread the Kuan-Peng wings. Powerful astral winds swept and destroyed everything as he galloped past all of it like a streak of lightning. He possessed a terrifying power and a speed that was fast to the degree of shocking everyone. With a pong sound, he captured the girl and lifted her up with one hand. After being suppressed by those powerful golden symbols, she could not even budge an inch. Defeated like that? Everyone sighed. They knew that the devilish brat was strong, but they did not think he was terrifying to this degree. Pass your Peng precious technique to me. The little guy thirsted for it. Humph! The girl coldly groaned before turning her head around. You have to do what you promised. The little guy was a little bit worried. He wanted this really badly because he wished for the divine Peng techniques of Zhulu Academy. It could allow him to advance another step toward the perfection of his own Kuan-Peng's precious technique. Don't worry, we'll do as we promised. Although we gathered together the Peng's divine abilities at our Zhulu Academy, it's not our secret divine techniques. It's exchangeable. The female war god smiled because she knew that Heaven Mending Pavilion also had this kind of precious technique, except there were some differences. Even if they let him comprehend it, it was unlikely for him to develop an even greater technique with it. Of course, she did not realize that the little guy could actually comprehend their best features because his goal was to recreate the Kuan-Peng's precious technique. Therefore, these were very valuable to him. After this secret talk echoed over and landed upon his ears, the little guy's eyes immediately brightened. These were great rewards. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? He was incomparably thirsty. In the end, 4 youths came up together. They were all bathed in blazing divine splendor like devils who came out from magma. They were all exceptionally strong, and around 17 to 18-year-old. They were all elite talents who were fostered with all of Zhulu Academy's attention. We know you're very strong. Us 4 will take you on together. Are you up to the challenge? They had a humble posture because this devilish brat was too savage. If the rumors of him daring to chase down the pure-blooded Zhu Jian and hornless dragon were true, then even thinking about it was scary. No problem, if I lose, I'll teach you my precious technique. The little guy happily responded. These are the 4 most powerful youth from Zhulu Academy, the female war god said. Although she did not believe they could win, she felt that there was going to be quite a battle. Since it was an exchange, and it was clearly stated that the Great Peng's precious techniques were going to be used, divine clouds naturally surged and the entire sky fluttered with divine golden feathers. The four experts acted together as they activated their precious artifacts. They each used a damaged golden bone that they were compatible with as they charged ahead. One of them had their arm transform into an incredibly sharp pung claw. Golden light blazed splendidly, and with a hong-long sound, it reached forward. The little guy was shocked because after dodging it, a huge boulder beside him weighing 100,000 jin was immediately smashed into smithereens. So strong! Everyone was startled. After another person had his body combined with the precious bone, and a wong noise sounded as a streak of golden lightning streaked across the air. His arm transformed into a divine wing that swept across like a heavenly knife, creating ear-splitting kang-chang noises. All the symbols that the little guy activated had been shattered into pieces by the divine wing. He couldn't hold back from using his precious techniques any longer. The third person made his move. After combining with his precious bone, an incredibly sharp divine sword that seemed to be able to cut through anything in its path appeared. Boundless golden sword energy drowned this entire area like a sea. Such a strong, precious artifact. The fourth person held his damaged bone and fused with it. Pung feathers emerged, and then transformed into countless golden feathers that shot forth like divine arrows. The fourth had a huge battle with the little guy. The four of them assembled together, and seemed like the reincarnation of a Pung. With their four damaged bones, they created a killing formation that was incomparably terrifying. Zhulu Academy has come prepared, and actually brought a formation over to deal with the devilish brat, Xiaoyu said. The four precious bones were only brought for the sake of practicing the formation. No one expected him to have also cultivated the Peng's precious techniques, and was powerful to this extent. The female war god explained. These were the bones of a supremely powerful descendant. It was absolutely terrifying. Dense symbols packed close together in order to obstruct the little guy's techniques. Therefore, this battle was very intense, and he was not able to break and pull them apart like old roots from the ground. This battle involved forcefully suppressing four powerful individuals. Wang the winds and thunder sounded, and divine wings appeared behind the little guy. With a fierce shake, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were going to collapse. He was pressured to using his most powerful precious technique, and the shock sent one of those people flying. Everyone was shocked. How could his Pung precious techniques be this firm yet ferocious? It was simply unmatched. Not even a formation could hold him. Kill! The fourth individual shouted loudly. The four pieces of precious bones released their secret power. Dense symbols that increased in power filled the air. They resonated with other, uniting their precious techniques. The little guy was fearless. The Kuan Pung wings behind him shook, and the divine golden light split the earth around him. He seemed like a revered god as he bathed in a golden divine sea and swept across each direction. With a hong sound, he successfully made the four surrounding people spit out fresh blood and fly straight through the air. Their expressions all changed. This was simply an enemy they could not defeat. The little guy's body was covered with the golden jade ripple technique, and he quickly absorbed their symbols in order to refine its essence to supplement his own. Thus, he seemed even stronger now. The female god was emotionally moved. She was finally aware that although the little guy utilized the Peng's technique, there was a huge endless ocean behind him, as if a fish was soaring into the skies. Kuan Pang! At this moment, she was finally convinced. Her heart could not help but tremble. This kid actually stepped onto this path, and despite being far from perfect, it was already this powerful. If he was actually able to fully recreate the Kuan Peng's precious technique, how powerful would that be? In the end, Zhulu Academy's four youths suffered a huge defeat. They were not his opponent. The little guy was in high spirits because he obtained Zhulu Academy's Pung species precious techniques. He immediately sat cross-legged onto the ground to start his comprehension, and his body began to shine. Everyone was stirred up. Behind him, a divine golden egg ebbed and flowed. A divine bird vaguely emerged before everyone's eyes, and its cry terrified everyone's souls. Woo, so nice. If I completely understand Zhulu Academy's precious technique before going back to comprehending that Kuan Peng bone, I will obtain a world-shocking divine technique. The little guy was extremely happy. Up until now, he did not fully delve into that bone. He had just obtained it last night, so he only started comprehending it recently. Before that, he was constantly researching the Peng species methods. Could be seen that after learning Zhulu Academy's precious technique, his benefits from researching that bone would be even greater. With a kacha noise, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. A huge earthquake seemed to have occurred beneath the heaven-mending pavilion, making everyone jump up in fright. After a hong sound rang out, a spiritual mountain toppled and collapsed over into a dark abyss. This was not the only one, as 7 to 8 others also resulted in the same fate. This scene overwhelmed everyone. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Some strange had happened in the heaven-mending pavilion. The great earth actually split open, revealing streaks of huge and incredibly terrifying dark crevices that extended into every direction. The collapse of those spiritual mountains were related to this. It was truly a bit scary, since it happened all too suddenly. No one knew what to do. What happened? Heaven-mending pavilion's ancestral elders were shocked, so they all stood on their feet. Even those few elders in seclusion were frightened, and they all walked out from their cave dwellings. The little guy jumped up and looked towards the source of those huge crevices. He felt that something far from reassuring had happened since it originated from the old vine's resting place. What happened? Is the guardian spirit going to die? The little guy had an ominous premonition. The old vine just gave him the secret precious technique of the Kuan Peng's descendant last night. Yet such a thing was happening now. Kacha! The huge crevices extended as if the earth collapsed. The entire heaven-mending pavilion cracked into many pieces. This sight overwhelmed everyone. Looking down from high up in the sky, one could see that the ground was filled with black crevices. It reached out like an intersecting spider web, and a huge black hole appeared in that area. The little guy clenched his fists tightly. He quickly jumped up, and a pair of divine golden wings appeared behind his back. Although he did not soar high into the sky, both his legs were practically levitating off the ground as he quickly charged into the guardian spirit's resting grounds. The heaven-mending pavilion was very chaotic, and 8 or 9 spiritual mountains sank into the abyss. Huge black crevices extended everywhere, causing ancient buildings to collapse and many spiritual mountains to crack apart. At this moment, everyone's hearts were alarmed. They all vaguely had the feeling that this originated from where the old vine was resting. They were not aware of the strange changes that were happening there. The little guy's speed was extremely fast. Every time that the tip of his foot landed on the ground, he would fly far away. The Peng wings created the sounds of thunder and gales. It was extremely astonishing as it even wrapped his entire body in a golden light. Along the way, he saw a few collapsed ancient halls. Their walls were destroyed, and the buildings were in ruins. Debris was scattered everywhere, and under the swaying of the great earth, they were completely leveled and ruined. This was sight that couldn't help but draw gasps of surprise. Not even the formations were able to protect those enormous palaces, and under this indescribable heavenly might, even the heaven-mending pavilion was turned into a scorched earth, becoming a thing of the past. Fortunately, this was only a single region. There were many other palaces on other spiritual mountains that were still in a good state. They were still shining as a testament to the glory of this school. Great guardian spirit. Very quickly, the little guy crashed into this forbidden area. As he looked at that ancient courtyard, not only was he dumbstruck, he simply did not believe the sight in front of his eyes. There was not an old vine there, but an enormous tree instead. It hid the skies and covered the earth as it emitted the energy of primal chaos. This sight was truly shocking. He rubbed his eyes and then carefully watched. The ancient tree covered in dark green leaves reached into the sky, they flickering multicolored light that condensed into a mist, making it seem like the world before it was created. It's still the same creature, the guardian spirit. He was a little dumbstruck. The gourd vine became thick, and its roots became a tree. It rose into the sky along with its enormous leaves. Crashing noises echoed through as light flowed brilliantly. Clouds and mists from primal chaos surged forth, appearing incredibly mystical. What is that? The little guy was a bit apprehensive. Multicolored light circulated around the gourd vine, and the vine had divided. Among them, one was like a shining green battle spear as it penetrated a hole through a huge creature. Fresh blood constantly dripped and trickled downwards. That blood was very special. It emitted a divine splendor while flickering with rainbow rays of light as dense vapors evaporated from it. It was unspeakably mysterious and powerful. Even though there was quite a distance, it was still intimidating to the point of making people tremble and worship it. It was unimaginably strong and incomparably terrifying. If the rainbow blood drops were already this terrifying, it was very difficult to guess how strong this creature was. The little guy quickly moved to get a different point of view. He wanted to see the true body of that enormous beast, and couldn't do so right now from all the green leaves blocking his vision. Enormous pure white wings covered the sky as they emitted a precious splendor. It was dyed in a rainbow-colored blood that appeared extremely terrifying. At first, the little guy thought that this was a devil bird, but underneath those wings, he discovered that he had been wrong. Beneath the cover of those wings were a pair of strong and powerful legs. Human-shaped creature. He rapidly changed directions and continued watching. Finally, he could clearly see its true body. This creature was over 10 zhang tall, and its entire body was covered in a pure and holy splendor. He had a man's body with an enormous pair of completely white wings on his back. His face was quite heroic, and a vertical eye rested between his brows. As it opened and closed, deafening thunderous light flickered. He did not die yet. He was still struggling as the vertical eye between his brows emitted the sounds of clapping thunder. His full head of golden hair draped over. They seemed as if they were casted in gold as splendid rays of light shone with blazing radiance. Furthermore, there was even a pair of dragon horns between his hair. They were fully purple and covered in symbols as dense purple mists evaporated from it. What kind of creature was this? It was truly too strong. Its stomach was pierced, and rainbow-color blood was dripping from it. Yet it had not died. Its vertical eye emitted a thunderous light that seemed like a rumbling and surging ocean as it struck towards the divine vine. However, a green-skinned gourd gently swayed on top of the vine while emitting divine sounds. The air was filled with the energy of primal chaos as it absorbed all of the thunderous light. The little guy was shocked. What realm was this expert at? He went so far as to offend the guardian spirit. This battle was already near its end. Although that enormous human figure was enveloped in a splendid divine light while emitting waves of trembling vibrations, it was still no match and would eventually die. The green-skinned gourd gently swayed, and echoes spread out like a ripple. It struck against the thunderous light and cracked his vertical eye, causing blood to spurt from it. So strong! The little guy was alarmed. They seemed like gentle-looking ripples, but they had the ability to instantly destroy that man-shaped creature's eyes. Furthermore, the ripples continued to spread out towards his dragon horns. The man-shaped creature violently struggled. His dragon horn was splendid as purple light evaporated from it, making it seem like it was burning. It emitted a dragon cry, and a large purple dragon materialized with the goal of twisting the vine apart. The green-skinned gourd's swaying became more intense. A light of primal chaos shot straight towards the dragon horn. Glittering rays of light busted out with kacha noises, and the pair of dragon horns exploded into dust. At the same time, the dark green vine shook as it took out the tip that pierced his stomach. Then, it charged straight up towards that man-shaped creature's head, concluding this battle. The sky was filled with dense symbols as if all the deities were chanting. They had only disappeared after this battle had ended. The little guy was stunned. He did not see all of the intense battle, and was only able to catch its conclusion. He thought that the start must have been very intense. Otherwise, how could it split Heaven-Mending Pavilion apart? The sky was brilliant with multicolored light. The man-shaped creature burned into the most basic essence until its body gradually disappeared. Even its head had been refined as strands of divine light entered the gourd vine. Those dripping rainbow-colored blood was also similar absorbed by the stem of the guardian spirit in order to become its nourishment. Its dark green leaves swayed as it gradually shrunk into just a vine again. Dust drifted from the sky as that Tenjong man-shaped creature became dust and completely disappeared into nothingness. The old vine's roots shined as it extended into every direction. At the same time, the cracked earth started to seal, and those 8 or 9 collapsed spiritual mountains began to rise once again. Even those collapsed palaces stood up again as they were restored into their original states. This scene was simply a miracle that tongue-tied and silenced everyone. The little guy was petrified as his little mouth was completely agape. He stared with his large eyes toward the guardian spirit. Was this truly a sickly old vine that was at death's door? He always believed that the gourd vine was peaceful and auspicious. He did not imagine that it had such a ruthless side to it as it instantly killed an unimaginable existence. Moreover, how did the gourd vine just become that enormous, able to connect the heaven and earth? Could that have been its original form? I am going to die. Suddenly, the opened vine spoke. Its words had an unspeakable exhaustion to it. Senior, I feel that you can live for at least another 1,000 years. The devilish brat quietly said because it had just seen how incomparably powerful this old vine was. It was absolutely shocking. I appear strong, but my insides are deteriorating. It won't be long before I die. The old vine gently spoke to him and those high-leveled individuals from the heaven-mending pavilion. The pavilion master and several ancestral elders had all arrived. All of them silently stood by its side. They were pained yet helpless. If the guardian spirit was dead, would heaven-mending pavilion still be able to survive for long? Are you guys evacuating? The guardian spirit asked. It is still being carried out. The pavilion master responded respectfully with sadness. Hurry up. I don't have much time. Then it became silent. No matter what happens, I ask that Master Guardian Spirit to leave behind a divine seed in order to be reborn one day. There will be a day when my heaven-mending pavilion will appear in this world, and its eternal glory will not be forgotten as you will rise again. An ancestral elder spoke with sorrow. Are you talking about that? The Guardian Spirit gently moved. On top of its body, the green gourd shined with light. The aura of primal chaos lingered around it with a very mysterious appearance. After hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps there will be a similar vine, but that won't be me. After the guardian spirit it became completely silent. The pavilion master and several ancestral elders were in a lot of grief. Their tears dripped on the guardian spirit that had protected them from the ancient era until now. Heaven-mending pavilion owed it all of their kindness, and it was finally going to pass away like this. The guardian spirit was very open-minded as it spoke about its death. It was calm and unperturbed, but this made everyone even more sad. When the path to ascension is completed, the divine fires will be extinguished. After lasting through the ages, much will be left behind. If it weren't for that ancient battle that left an illness upon your roots, Master Guardian Spirit would certainly have lived for much longer. The pavilion master clenched his fists tightly as he looked helplessly at the guardian spirit. Tens of thousands of li away, a vicious birds covered the sky and hid the earth. Its shape was enormous to the point of being several thousands of li or perhaps even tens of thousand li long. Black mists surged around it as its pair of eyes as large as lakes shined in the dark sky like two bloody moons. The divine seed will be mine soon or later. It spread its wings and charged into the heavens. At another place, a figure covered in divine light said to himself, "Several hundred years ago, people said it was going to die, but a supreme expert was buried alive by it. Now, everyone said it had revived, but some did not believe it. In the end, there was only another defeat." The figure faded away as he tread onto a golden passage before disappearing into the ends of the horizon. At the same time, all kinds of unknown existences from different directions all left without hesitation. After today, Heaven-Mending Pavilion's mood became somewhat strange. Many disciples were discussing with incomparable excitement. They felt that, after their guardian spirit revived, it became even stronger. However, the ancestral elders were worried sick and full of anxiety. The expressions from the different levels of people were completely unalike. The little guy got rid of everything else as he wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivation. He was comprehending the methods in order to understand all the obscure mysteries of the world. He completely digested Zhulu Academy's Peng techniques in order to perfect his own. Afterwards, he took another month until he completely understood that Kuan Peng bone thoroughly. He was familiar with all the variations of it. He sat cross-legged in the Pure Land as a strange scene appeared behind him. There was an immeasurably large ocean there that surged like the roaring sea. It appeared unimaginably majestic, and an egg that had interweaving black and gold patterns floated up and down upon the sea until it cracked. Hong long, ocean waves struck the heavens and that divine egg hatched. A large fish with a length of several tens of thousands of li appeared from within as it stirred up the entire ocean. A terrifying aura that shook the world was being released. Finally, it was perfected. The divine egg hatched with its offspring, and a Kuan Peng appeared in this world. At this moment, every senior from the heaven-mending pavilion was shocked as they revealed their doubts. They all gazed towards the Pure Land, but no one dared to step inside and disturb what was happening within. The large fish leapt up and turned into a Peng. It skyrocketed over 90,000 li into the sky. Its terrifying might overflowed into the heavens, as if it could refine everything and create an entire world. This was the strange scene that appeared behind the little guy. It seemed like there was a real world that contained an endless ocean behind him. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and flew deep into the heavens. The entire world could not contain it. He succeeded. He had stepped onto this path and reconstructed the divine abilities of one of the 10 most powerful ancient creatures. Despite it not being perfect and that there was still a long way to long, it was already world-shocking. After all, he had already laid the seeds, and today they had sprouted. It only needed constant nourishment to make it even more powerful. With the little guy's innate talents, it was possible that he could recreate this unparalleled precious technique. Hong! The Kuan Peng dove down, descending from the 9 heavens. It dove down head first into the vast ocean, turning once again into a large fish. As a Kuan, it stirred up endless amounts of ocean waves that swallowed up the blue dome of heaven. According to legend, just in the Kuan state alone, it could already overturn seas and cover the skies. It could forge celestial bodies, create all things as it reigned undefeated under the heavens. The Kuan was slightly more peaceful, but it still retains the Peng's masculinity and tyranny, could spread its wings and soar into the cosmos. The spreading of its wings would crack open the primal chaos, and neither the heavens nor the earth could contain in. And when the Kuan and Peng were fused together, it became ridiculously powerful. Its might was immeasurable. Otherwise, how could it have ranked amongst the top 10 within all the divine birds and vicious beasts? After taking a step in this direction and cultivating the initial stages of the Kuan Peng precious technique, his symbols immediately became many times stronger. His strength was also naturally strengthened by many times, not to mention his divine might. The little guy sat with his legs crossed there, peacefully and silently. Meanwhile, the scene behind him was that of splitting earth and cracking earth. That Kuan Peng was curled up in mist. It could fill in the 4 seas, approach the 9 heavens. Its might was incomparable. Only after a while did he open his eyes. The strange scene behind his back had dissipated into the void. The seas, 9 heavens, and the Kuan Peng disappeared into a volcano. One of the heavenly passages were used to nourish the Kuan Peng, and a symbol flickered there. Finally, the scene completely vanished. The little guy stood up. His eyes were lively, and bright radiance surrounded him. He was full of vigor, and his spirit was peaceful. This time, his precious technique transformed and advanced another level, enabling him to gain even deeper insights into it. During this month and a half, he repeatedly personified the Kuan Peng. From the ocean leaping into the 9th heaven, he personally experienced its entire life. It was a unique experience. This great divine ability surpassed the Swan Knee's precious technique without a doubt. Once a war broke out, the Kuan Peng ability could definitely sweep away techniques of others who are at his level, bringing about an unrivaled power. My Kuan Peng cultivation has advanced into a higher phase. He scratched his head and was extremely happy. His pure large eyes were full of delight as he hoped that one day it might truly become like that of the divine birds. He would be able to soar through the void and shatter the universe. During that month of bitter cultivation, he isolated himself within the Pure Land and did not see anyone. He did not feel lonely at all, but instead felt incomparably fulfilled as he constantly reaped benefits and gained insights. When he walked out from the Pure Land, the first thing he did was find Qingfeng. Afterwards, he found Second Baldy, who spent its days staring at the heaven-mending pavilion's spiritual beasts until its eyes emitted green lights. They got together and joyously ate a large meal. In the little guy's world, if one could eat good things every day, then that was the blessed thing. Harry Ball also sneakily made its way over. Recently, it was a bit more obedient because it stole another few stalks of spirit medicines from the heaven-mending pavilion, and out of fear of being exposed, it was constantly hiding within the little guy's residence. Gigi, the small golden thing, continuously shouted because it drank too much little devil wine. Its entire body was emitting precious light, and it began to do some drunk boxing. There were several times when it almost ran into the bonfire. Not quite right. The little guy was fairly keen and grabbed Harry Ball up in one go. He carefully looked at it and noticed that the inside of its body was bright and resplendent. There were actually signs of symbols condensing. He immediately became excited. One has to understand that this was a Zhuyan, and it was possible that this was a true archaic vicious beast. The precious technique nurtured within its body was extremely shocking, and could be considered an unrivaled divine ability. My 3 heads, 6 arms, my 72 transformations. Come out quickly. The little guy forcefully shook the drunk Harry Ball. This small golden thing was very furry. It was confused and disoriented as it hiccuped, making it appear extremely bewildered. This fellow really is terrifying after all. It shouldn't be some kind of hidden supreme expert, right? Second Baldy was suspicious as it stared endlessly at the fist-sized golden hairy ball. The little guy scratched his head. Back then within the mountain depths when the 4 great creatures fought, other than the fiery divine sparrow, there seemed to be another indistinct golden creature that appeared. Gigi Hairy Ball shouted incessantly. It hugged a wine cup that was the same size as itself and still wanted to continue drinking. In the end, it almost fell inside. That bird is so powerful. The group of Marshall brothers all fell because of it, so violent. It said that it was looking for the savage child. Could it really be little junior brother's friend? The people from the genius camp appeared. They chatted while walking as they searched for the little guy. What? Did something happen? The little guy was suspicious. Junior brother. A big black bird appeared outside the mountain gate, won't stop squawking. It said that it was your elder brother, and that it knew the big fatty, Fire Nation princess. It wants the both of you to welcome it. One of the senior brothers informed him. They were making their rounds around the mountain gate, and to their surprise, a big black bird descended from the skies and blabbered towards them, speaking a ton of nonsense. The black bird's words were extremely sharp, provoking a group of disciples. They began to fight with it, and in the end they all fell. Only after seeing an elder did it hold back and state its reason for coming. The little guy was shocked, and immediately guessed who arrived. This was a distance of more than hundreds of thousands of li separated by the great wastelands. That fellow actually traversed it and found this entrance. It truly wasn't simple. Huolinger received the same news, and she flipped her jade desk on the spot out of anger. She brought a group of people with her and hurried towards the mountain gate. Big Fatty? Only the heavens knew how that damn nickname got out. Only that small thief shouted that before, and no one else knew about this, even less so call her this. Why did even a bird dare to assault her verbally now? Outside the mountain gate, a big black bird constantly acted cockily. It was shooting off its mouth to a group of disciples, talking about how awesome it was. It spoke of how it ate white tiger, nibbled on the great Peng, battled the Zhujian, and even how it wrestled with a humanoid, pure-blooded, vicious beast before. In particular, it was still licking its face. It even managed to strike up a relationship with one of the elders. And in the end, they began to chat happily. The little guy rushed over. Right in front of his eyes was that big crow, so he was incredibly astonished. He was able to see that it had been worn out by travel from its messy feathers. It had clearly flown for a considerable amount of time. Second Baldy. Why aren't you paying your respects after seeing your big brother? The hairless bird immediately became angry. If they talked about seniority, it was old enough to be the big red bird's ancestor. However, this rotten bird just started calling it this in the end, making its heart ache. Why isn't the fatty here? This is boring. My concern for her was in vain. I brought over some of my local specialties, but she did not even welcome me in the end. The big red bird was showing off, but it did not dare to provoke the little guy since it knew of his savagery. Little to its knowledge, curvy and perfect devilish figure of a young girl had already brought a group of people to block its retreat path. Beat it up for me. A soft scoff echoed through, and Hualinger's eyes began to move about. Her pure white face seemed demonic as her curvy figure fluctuated. She was angered to the point of trembling, and many symbols flew out from her instantly like rain as they descended upon that big black bird. Ayo! The big red bird screamed. Its beak was too cheap, and it provoked its own retribution. Beat it up and pull out all its feathers. Don't leave any. When we get back, we'll make a fan out of them, and all of you will get one from this descendant. Hualinger yelled out, ordering several seniors to attack simultaneously. Oh, a descendant! Its materials will be valuable. Those are sought-after things that can't be found. Go get them quickly. The group of people obeyed. All of them were excited as they charged forward with their shining green eyes. One person could not beat a descendant, but it wasn't a problem for a group of people. These disciples were likely beating a chicken until it was bloody. They wished that all of them could pull out 10 of its feathers. Fuck! The big red bird cursed in extreme regret. It truly should not have provoked that woman, and it asked the little guy for help. Save me. This beautiful fatty is going crazy. However, the little guy was quite unperturbed. He stroked his chin and found a green limestone to look at, paying absolutely no attention to what was happening. Fatty, do you remember? It was this savage child who called you this first. The big red bird screamed. A group of people charged forward and suppressed it with symbols while madly pulling out its feathers. Shut up! Hualinger was furious. Her body was sleek and slender like a precious beauty. Her nimble jade body curved up and down. How could she be associated with a fatty? It was so aggravating and spiteful. I'm poisonous. All of my black feathers have poison on them that can poison the soul and bones of all gods. If you don't believe me, just take a look. It fiercely shook and black smoke immediately filled the air. It's really poisonous. This feather is losing its black color and dripping blood. Some people cried out. This was because after the feathers that were dyed in black were rubbed away, a blood-like scarlet gloss appeared. No worries. It's actually red, and its feathers were only dyed in black. Second Baldy appeared and appeared very disingenuous. It snuck its way through the crowd and kicked the big red bird straight into a large pool by the mountain gates. The big red bird who fell into the water flapped its wings as it immediately turned into its original form. As a result, it attracted the red eyes of all the people here because its red feathers appeared even more luscious as they flowed with a precious light. Second Baldy, I'm not done with you. The big red bird screamed wretchedly. It was being drowned by a group of people as everyone from Heaven Mending Pavilion started pouncing on it. They had truly thrown all caution out the window. The strange hairless bird explained, Do you see current appearance? This is what happens once I am able to reveal my feathers. I am the same species as it, and each feather possess a supreme divinity. After being made into a fan. It was calm and unperturbed as it spoke, but before it even finished, the people by the shore were already boiling with excitement as they pounced into the pond. The big red bird grimaced and howled for a long time. Before long, all of its feathers had been plucked clean. Its entire body became bald, and it became a big baldy not just in name but in reality as well. It started crying non-stop. "Fatty, this is more or less fine." The little guy told Hualinger and started reconciling. However, he naturally triggered a battle. Last time he called the Fire Nation princess a fatty. She was undermined by Xia Yoyu and the female war god. Hualinger had already held back a stomach full of anger, and almost erupted into fury. However, this time she immediately exploded. She became extremely flustered and began to fight the devilish brat. However, her achievements left something to be desired as she was immediately knocked over by the devilish brat. "Junior sister, still not good enough. You need a bit more until you can wrestle with me." The little guy crouched down. Then he tapped her pure white forehead and feel around her body to plunder her valuables. "Little thief, I'm gonna fight you to the death." Hualinger's eyes started spouting fire. Her exceptional appearance was filled with resentment. However, she could not struggle free as she was put on the ground while being robbed in all places. "Everyone come up and suppress him," the Fire Nation princess yelled. Fortunately, the devilish brat was strong enough so he was not surrounded. Otherwise, his situation might have been the same as the red birds, wretched and violated. However, in the end he still escaped without a trace. The big red bird was very miserable. There wasn't a single hair over its entire body. It dejectedly escaped behind Second Baldy's back as it followed them into the heaven-mending pavilion. "Junior brother, why are your hobbies so strange? How come you like raising these strange things, and got yourself another strange featherless bird?" Along the way, several people greeted him as they stared at that bird whose head was almost dragging along the ground with great curiosity. They felt that the bird was very plump, and if stewed, it could feed them for several days. "And they're my intimate brothers. This is Big Baldy, and this is Second Baldy." The little guy was unperturbed as he introduced them with exception serenity. "This is my clanmate and brother." Second Baldy was brazen and sinister. It was used to this a long time ago, so this did not bother it at all as it generously introduced. The big red bird's head was almost going to descend straight underground. Its entire face was red, and it appeared extremely dejected. How could it be this unlucky to have actually lost its hair and become a baldy? How sad. I'm too pitiful. Second Baldy, I'm not done with you. The big red bird screamed as its heart broke, and it was going to immediately wage battle with the strange hairless bird. These two were too similar. There was no need to mention it, but it was very persistent. After separating at the 100 Shattering Mountains, it had asked for the whereabouts along the route while traversing across the endless wastes in order to come to the heaven-mending pavilion. Everything was for the sake of having the little guy introduce it to the master of the divine feather that it could never take its mind off. "Stop fighting. I'll teach you some precious techniques and methods that will allow your power to advance," the little guy said. The heaven-mending pavilion was about to undergo a huge transformation. He taught the big red bird some symbols to advance its strength, and they were equivalent to the methods from the Zhulu Academy and some of his own golden-winged pung techniques. It allowed the big red bird to fly even faster. After today, the big red bird underwent a hellish training. It was comprehending and cultivating in every method. Its brand new growing feathers contained a hint of gold amongst its original scarlet color. It wasn't like Second Baldy, whose body had some accidents. It had only had its feathers plucked away clean temporarily in just half a month. It grew new feathers and could fly even faster now. Its fiery light contained a faint golden color. As it flew, it resembled a streak of lightning. This was completely unlike the dejected big red bird from before, and it started to become cocky again. For the next few days, the little guy went straight into the sacred storage pavilion. He fumbled through all kinds of sacred scriptures daily. Every day, he continued his journey of reading all the books from start to finish. He skimmed through different texts that covered all kinds of subjects. At first, it did not feel like he got much in return. But after days of reading, the little guy gradually became more spirited and lively. His flesh constantly became stronger and reaped many benefits. During the following 3 months, he read over half the books in the heaven-mending pavilion. Sometimes, he would even go to plead the guardian spirit, pointing to the soil beneath its roots. since that was where the Kuan Peng bone was dug up. Unfortunately, he did not obtain any of them. The vine acted as if it had entered a long silent slumber. In the end, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to reading every book inside the sacred storage pavilion and obtained several small techniques. Today, the guard of the sacred storage pavilion, Elder Lu, had selected a few scriptures for him. All of them were covered in bristles of electricity as a thunderous light surged about them. Their symbols were incredibly complicated and mysterious. The little guy was pleasantly surprised since this was one of Heaven Mending Pavilion's secret divine techniques that was related to lightning. Although it was badly damaged and unreadable in some parts, it was still priceless. Coincidentally, the Swan Ni precious technique he learned was also related to thunder and lightning. The two were closely interconnected and could mutually support and help out each other. "Thanks, Uncle." He was sincerely grateful. Elder Lu's hair was a complete mess. After sitting all day in his rattan chair, he looked as if he had nothing to do but wake up. However, he was very kind toward the little guy as he was gradually admiring him more and more. "My heaven-mending pavilion's precious techniques pay close attention to step-by-step progression. The more scriptures you read, the more thoroughly you'll understand everything. Therefore, your accomplishments in the future will be greater. The reason why I did not let you immediately study our secret precious technique was because you had not accumulated enough knowledge. You had made breakthroughs too quickly from earlier, so you needed to digest them through reading scriptures to solve your predicament," Elder Lu said. The little guy was shocked. This old dude was most terrifying. He could actually see through his cultivation level just like the ghostly grandpa. Clearly, this was an unimaginable expert. He guarded the sacred scripture pavilion every single day, so how could he not know what bone book were in there? The reason why he didn't give them to the little guy earlier was because he didn't want him to be too anxious. It could become problematic if he became too impatient for quick results. This was a supreme expert, and one could assume that other disciples also received his guidance when they came to pick out scriptures. He was able to see through everything and pick out the most suitable scripture for each individual. The strongest precious technique of our school is actually the heaven-mending technique. Sadly, it was lost in the ancient era. That battle was too horrible. Various saints fought to achieve dominance. The gods went crazy. Even our master guardian spirit almost perished. Elder Lu sighed. The white hair on his head was disheveled, making him appear even older as he brooded about that battle. Most of all, the heaven-mending pavilion was facing a crisis at the moment. There would soon be something shocking that was about to happen, so he appeared even more lonely now. From that day onwards, the little guy started to cultivate the lightning-style precious technique. He poured all his effort, mind and body into it, bathing himself in lightning daily as electricity danced all around his body. He immersed himself within the methods of lightning, neglected all his needs and forgetting everything else. He used lightning to cleanse and purify his physical body, slowly refining his muscles and bones. He even spouted lightning with every breath. "You have come." This was a spiritual mountain. The bristles of electricity emitted by lightning interweaved the sky above, dancing and striking madly and violently, akin to a vast expanse of ocean. This was the place of cultivation of the lightning elder Mu Yen. There was only one hall on the entirety of the mountain peak, and it was releasing an immortal aura amidst the lightning. The lightning was one of the heaven-mending pavilion's secret precious techniques, so it was naturally very important. In addition, this place was deemed a sacred land. Normally, no one would even be allowed to visit. The little guy came here in the past before to plead for Harry Ball in an attempt to save him. This was his second time ascending the mountain to request an audience with the Lightning Elder. This time, he was asking for guidance about the secret precious technique. "I humbly request for guidance," the little guy said. The Lightning Elder appeared mighty and powerful. His hair were as solid as iron needles, and when his eyelids opened, exceedingly terrifying lightning flickered. Even as he was speaking, electricity gushed out of his mouth and nose, bringing about a low rumble. This created a very frightening scene. He made an effort to smile kindly as he said, "Wonderful. There will be a day where you will shine with extraordinary brightness, and your reputation spreading across the vast land. Perhaps you can even leave the great wastes to contend for more power. Although he looked very fierce, he treated the little guy with incomparable kindness. He carefully gave pointers, teaching all of what he understood without any hints of selfishness, allowing for the brat to advance immensely in his knowledge on lightning. It was a period of harvest as well as days of fulfillment. The little guy cultivated every day, and he was in high spirits as he enjoyed every single day. Other than this, he would meet up with his various schoolmates to eat a large meal together. He would then tell Harry Ball to go steal some jars of wine from the elders to enjoy. He was extremely content. This was a joyous time, and no matter how many years pass, he would still never forget these years. They were forever embedded within his heart. Many years later, even though many of these people will have long disappeared from this world, he would still be able to clearly recall their voices and smiles. You've lost? Senior brothers, drink up. This was a night full of laughter. The group of people drank until they swayed back and forth. Even a few senior sisters were drinking. Their faces were flushed red, and were more delicate than flowers. From the distance, Elder Xianxia's voice echoed. Damn it! Who stole my medicinal wine? You better not let me find you. At the same time, that voice was accompanied by Elder Zhuiyun's curses. He was in an even more miserable state because only a few jars were left in his cellar. The rest were all stolen. Towards this, the young girls and boys all laughed. Their small blushing faces were thrown into their drinking. They were all in joyous and incomparably happy moods. Sai, we are about to go on different paths. We won't know when we'll meet again, so little juniors, you all must take care of yourselves. Senior brothers and sisters, take care of yourselves as well. This wasn't the first time he had to say his farewells. During this month, a few of the important disciples within the heaven-mending pavilion were sent elsewhere. Departures were always emotional. Even though they were drunk and carefree, when the moment came, there was still sadness and full of unwillingness. After all, they have all lived here together for many years. Sooner or later, we will still come back. A group of senior sisters and brothers left, leaving behind the heaven-mending pavilion they knew so well for an unfamiliar land in hopes of avoiding the possible impending disaster. The little guy also did not know how many groups of people he had sent off already. The majority of the genius camp was empty, and the disciples of the old monsters were even more scarce. There were only a few people left. Little junior brother, when are you leaving? I will stay here and cultivate lightning techniques and leave after I get some success in it, replied the little guy. He wanted Qingfeng to leave first, but Qingfeng was unwilling and wanted to wait until they could leave together. Following that, he once again began to go into secluded training. Honglong, the sounds of thunder were shocking, and lightning interweaved above a spiritual mountain. They cascaded down one after another like a waterfall, striking down on the symbols protecting the little guy. They blasted on his body, causing blood to flow from his mouth and blowing his body under a mountain cliff. With a pung sound, even his powerful body couldn't handle it. He was in sharp pain, and he felt as if his bones were broken. His fall created a human-shaped ditch in the cliff. Senior, not so hard he grimaced in pain. When studying the lightning Tao, one must diligently learn by using one's own bodies to gain experience. Without personally experiencing the nature of lightning, how would you understand its profound meanings and mysteries? The ancestral elder Mu Yan's hair were like steel needles. He was extremely bold and powerful without the slightest hint of being lenient. His palm shone, and another streak of erupting lightning flew out, sending the little guy flying. Meanwhile, the ground was even more smashed apart. 10,000 gene of boulders were turned into fine powder. The little guy howled miserably. This was truly hellish training. Previously, he was only comprehending the essence of lightning technique symbols. Now, it was the real thing and he was roughened up miserably during training. I will do my best to learn. The little guy endured and resisted the lightning ancestor. His entire body lit up and golden symbols flickered. A swan and eye form appeared, roaring before rushing forward. There is improvement, but it is still not enough. You have not yet reached your limit. the old ancestor Mu Yen spoke. A river of lightning poured out and rushed over just from him opening his mouth. With a hong sound, the swan and eye was split open, shattering soon after. The golden lightning radiance danced about, raising this mountain forest to the ground without leaving anything behind. Lightning represents explosiveness and destruction. It is one of the most powerful offensive precious techniques. However, it still possesses vitality and can nurture new life. Right now, you only understand its destructive aspect. Mu Yan's body was immersed in lightning. As he spoke, his aura became increasingly bold and powerful. It was almost as if it really carried a type of exuberant life force. Following that, lightning once again hacked its way over. I'm constantly being hacked at, so of course I would only know about the destructive parts of it. The little guy wailed miserably while doing everything he could to defend. His small pair of arms were even turned golden as lightning hacked out in front of him streak after streak. However, the disparity in their cultivation realms were too great. One was a member of the numbered experts within the heaven-mending pavilion and known as an ancestral elder. The other was merely a child, so how could the little guy be his opponent? As a result, he was sent flying again by a streak of lightning that made his entire body emit black smoke. His hair stood straight up after being fried as the scent of flesh wafted out of his body. So fragrant! In the distance, Second Baldy was joyful in the little guy's misery. At the same time, he licked his lips with the intention of taking a bite. Indeed very sweet. I really want a bite. The big red bird also spoke like that. This was one of the few occasions when their thoughts were similar. Hong! The little guy ran right over while handling lightning like a golden thunder god. He successfully released 18 streaks of lightning which all descended upon their bodies. Oh! The two birds cried miserably. Their feathers have been fried and their bodies were scorched back as they were sent flying across the air. Their bodies began to emit white smoke, and they started twitching. This hurts like hell. A rock tumbled about beside them. This was precisely the divine striking stone. Although it was subjected to the lightning attack, it clearly was not in that much pain. This angered those two birds so much that they wanted to bite it. Oh! In the distance, the little guy started to scream wretchedly once again. This was the most miserable state that he had been in since he started his cultivation. Even ghostly grandpa wasn't this tyrannical when he was tidying him up. Right now, he was being violently bombed and ferociously smashed as many rays of electricity landed on his body. An ordinary person would have been struck through and completely shattered by the lightning a long time ago. Even he was in incomparable pain as his entire body emitted a burnt smell, and it seemed like he was going to be cooked well done soon. This was a hellish training method that never ended. There had never been a moment that he was this impatient in trying to end the training. This was truly too painful. Your natural talents are very good. However, you have only tasted victory on your journey and lack the humility of defeat. That's not good, Ancestral Elder Wuxia said. The little guy. He genuinely did not know what to say in this situation. In the end, he could not help but yell. I'm here to study thunder techniques, not to lose. I have to be above everyone else my entire life, and live without rivals from start to finish. Very good, you have enough conviction. You have the tenacious nature to becoming a supreme expert. Here's another strike. With a hong sound, over 10 layers of electricity rolled over the ground like waves. The little guy let out a miserable shrieks that sounded like the wail of ghosts and howls of wolves. His entire body was in acute pain, and as soon as he opened his mouth, thunderous light began to surge up from his stomach. This kind of torment, this kind of pain felt like he was being broken. This was truly too painful. Just like this, he was hacked from dusk until dawn, and only then did lightning ancestor Mu Yen let him go. Mu Yen warned him that he could not be lazy, and that he had to go to the sacred storage pavilion to flip through some ancient books. The little guy was dismal, miserable, and burnt black all over. Every strand of hair had been fried until they were erect. Only his eyes were still bright. Everywhere else was like coal. He was almost unrecognizable. The big red bird and Second Baldy greeted him. They were instantly blasted flying by that darkened face because it was clear that these two were taking joy in his misery after seeing him in that state. AI yo! Isn't this our heaven-warping martial god whose names will be renowned underneath the heavens? Devilish brat? Huolinger walked over with her magnificent lithe and curvaceous figure. She had clearly heard the rumors that the little guy had been fixed up today as she came over just to watch this. Don't provoke me. As soon as the little guy opened his mouth, black smoke began to emit from his mouth. Even his gait was shaky since he was truly tormented to such a miserable state. Ha ha ha. Why am I so happy? What happened? Were you baked by someone? Have you had too many fillings of barbecued descendants every day and have met your retribution today? Huolinger's skin was snow white, and her hair was jet black. There was a spiritual nature to her eyes as her pearly teeth lit up between her rosy lips. As she laughed, she swayed back and forth until her snow-white neck, plump bosom, pretty waist and slender legs turned into captivating curves. Big fatty. The little guy stared at her. The laughter came to an immediate halt. Huolinger hated those words the most. She was so flustered that she said, "Everyone come and tidy him up together." This time she came prepared. She got into contact with a group of junior sisters to fiercely lecture and beat him when the devilish brat had sustained an injury. In a split second, symbols scattered, and multicolored light glittered as they submerged the little guy within. The group of female disciples started to smile mischievously as they helped Huolinger lecture him. The big red bird and second Baldy were extremely unbrotherly as they instantly scampered away. They did not take any actions at all, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh! A swan and eye that was particularly powerful and majestic howled. Its entire body blazed with a golden sheen as it broke all of the symbols. Then, it opened its large mouth and ferociously spouted out thunder towards every direction. Suddenly, cries began to echo through the air. Everyone was shocked that the heavily injured little guy was even scarier than normal. He was incredibly tough as the thick lightning immediately sent many female disciples rolling across the floor. If this was a true fight to the death, they would have all met destruction. The reality was that after the devilish brat had been beaten up for an entire day, his body was full of lightning that the lightning elder Mu Yen put inside him, and they were being released by him at this moment. It just so happened that as this lightning struck, everything had been released. Huolinger wanted to run, but was overtaken by the devilish brat and instantly knocked onto the ground as he started his unbridled robbery. Up until the moment the savage child had left, Huolinger was still shrieking miserably. She was extremely angry that she suffered losses every single time, making her very depressed. Junior sister, change into another dress quickly. A senior sister came and quietly reminded her. Everyone else's expressions were strange as well. What happened? Huolinger was suspicious. Suddenly, she turned her head and immediately let out a shriek as she gnashed her teeth in anger. Today, she wore a pure white dress that danced in the winds above the earth. It was otherworldly beautiful like a fairy riding the winds. However, when she straightened herself, her rounded buttock had a streak of very neat little dark claws imprinted onto them. That wretched devilish brat! She was incomparably humiliated. When that little thief knocked her over, he patted her everywhere, and this spot was the clearest. The black handprints were very prominent. At this moment, she felt a rude, scorching pain. Huolinger was frantic, but she could not beat the devilish brat. Every time that she wanted to tidy him up, she was knocked over. That guy was truly shameless. Big fatty, you're still not my opponent if you want to fight me. In the distance, the little guy muttered to himself as he hobbled into the sacred storage pavilion. He was miserably tidied up by the lightning ancestor, and he was now in deep pain all over. Even though walking was strenuous for him, he did not slack off. He still listened to the advice and came to the sacred storage pavilion to read. It was clear that this place was much more spacious than before. 90% of the Bones books were carried away to somewhere else. Go read them quickly. After several months, you have pretty much read all the scriptures in the sacred storage pavilion. There are only a few left. Elder Lu said with a kind smile. Thank you, uncle. The little guy was emotional. Clearly, Elder Lu left behind the scriptures that he had not yet read, and had others carry away the books that he had read. Don't thank me. I don't have the time to dilly-dally over you. It's just that, when they came to take the books away, I tried to get them to take away the ones that you have read as much as I can. However, several techniques had been taken away. The most precious things cannot be left until last. If you have the chance in the future, you can learn it then. Also, I feel like the thunder technique you're training in is enough. It is more powerful than those other techniques. The little guy grimaced in pain. It was tough for him to sit down, so he stood up as he read and flipped through the bone books. How come you look so miserable? Elder Lu was all smiles. He was very kind, completely different from the lightning ancestor. I've been dealt with too severely. Ever since I was born, I have not suffered a defeat, but I was almost beaten to death today. The little guy sighed as he creased his little black face. Elder Lu could not help but smile and said, "He did it for your benefit, allowing you to understand the aura of life within electricity. It isn't only for destructions, and in order to take your lightning techniques to a higher level, you must thoroughly understand of its profound mysteries. Don't worry. Even though Mu Yan's nature is unyielding and his temperament fiery like lightning, tidying you up like this will definitely bring you endless benefits." During the following month, the little guy screamed and howled in grief every single day. He even attracted the attention of many heaven-mending pavilion disciples. The process of tidying up the savage child was very appealing to everyone else. It was even more exciting than watching beauties. Little by little, this started to become a point of attraction. The little guy was almost as gloomy as he could be. Why was he always being beaten up? If he could beat Mu Yan, he would even go up and bite him a few times. Of course, during the process of getting beaten up, his understanding of lightning had advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he finally got into touch with the mysteries of life contained within lightning. However, it was very faint and unclear. If he carefully tried to feel it, he would only be able to vaguely experience it. What? You felt that strand of life? Ancestral Elder Mu Yan was shocked after hearing it. What happened? The little guy was suspicious after being beaten up by this old man every single day. Didn't he mention that you had to comprehend this slim trace of life? How come he became so shocked all of a sudden? Very quickly, the guard of the sacred storage pavilion was also alarmed and quickly rushed over. His voice trembled and said, "Can you really capture the strand of life within lightning? This is miraculous. Truly a heaven-warping talent. Why does that matter? Didn't you tell me to make an effort to feel it? After being hacked by thunder every day, I have to think of some way to save my life. It seems that I touched upon that aura slightly." The little guy said, "In the future, there will be hope for our secret precious technique," Elder Lu said as he affectionately rubbed the little guy's head. Lightning Elder Mu Yan's face also turned red as he continuously nodded. The little guy quickly opened his eyes wide as he roared towards Lightning Elder and said, "Could it be that you haven't experienced it yourself yet? Did you really beat me all day just for me to experience it myself?" The devilish was almost angry to the max. This was truly being too much of a bully. "Your talents are better than mine. It's suitable for it to be deemed as heaven-defying." Lightning Ancestor's face was thoroughly red. "You're too hateful." The little guy jumped and stomped with thoughts of rebellion. However, with a kacha sound, a patch of thunderous light descended upon and submerged him. He was shocked to the point of crying miserably as he instantly spouted out lightning from his nose and mouth, unable to shout again. A heavenly talent must be cherished. For another person, it's impossible for him or her to experience the life within the destructive force of lightning throughout their entire life. You have now planted a seed. In the future, you will undoubtedly have huge success within the Tao of Lightning. You can become a supreme expert, Elder Lu said. After a few days, we'll wait for a thunderstorm and take you to steal the divine liquid of heavenly essence. It will be greatly beneficial for you, Lightning Ancestor said. Since the little guy could vaguely feel it, Mu Yan felt he could attempt it. In the past, he spent countless months and years, and suffered heavy injuries in order to seize only drop which he sacrificed to the old vine. Now it was different. The devilish brat had genuinely reached a checkpoint. Perhaps he could steal another drop within the thunderstorm. Elder Lu heard and immediately revealed a solemn expression. He knew that lightning ancestor was going to risk his life. How could the divine liquid be that simple to obtain? Perhaps he was going to lose his mortal form because of this. You have to remember Mu Yan's kindness. Elder Lu gently sighed, because these actions could easily make him lose his life. Lightning Elder Mu Yan's intentions were to try his best to make this child succeed. The little guy nodded. He felt the seriousness of the situation, and did not dare to say anything. The rainy day arrived. Originally, it was just a dimming of the skies until a light drizzle pattered down. Not long after, the dark clouds rushed forth until they converged into a large black mass, hovering in the air. The rain poured down with greater intensity, creating small rivers on the earth. The sky immediately darkened, as if night instantly descended. One couldn't see their own fingers if they reached out their hands. In reality, it should have still been daytime. The world was pitch black, and rain poured down densely. Hong long. The sky shook, and golden snakes filled the atmosphere, lighting up the pitch-black heavens. They scattered down their radiance as heavy rain battered down. This world was being flooded by water. It was the rainy season, and so the abrupt appearance of thunderstorms was not too unusual. However, when it was accompanied by such terrifying lightning, it was quite shocking. Within the great wastelands, all sorts of vicious birds and fierce beasts went into seclusion in fear of meeting disaster. This was because if some intelligent creatures became too heaven-defying, they could bring about lightning on themselves that destroyed everything. Examples of this included the thunderbolt tree and ancient which, the instances of this wasn't few. Two figures stood within the curtain of rain 10 li outside of the heaven-mending pavilion, one big and small. When the storm descended, they put on their rain jackets as they gazed upwards. These two were precisely Mu Yan and the little guy. They were waiting for an opportunity. If they were to go in when the powerful lightning struck, their flesh would be turned into ashes and lose everything. They had to wait until the storm subsided a bit. Furthermore, liquid thunder could only be created during the twilight moments of the final lightning strikes. This was genuine thunder and lightning from the 9 heavens. They represented the transcendent might of heaven and earth, and was extremely difficult to resist. Compared to electricity used by living beings, it was several folds more powerful. Finally, the rain began to subside and the thunderclouds rushed forth. Those blazing lightning bolts were no longer that ferocious, and they could finally look for liquid thunder. "This is the moment," lightning ancestor Mu Yan said. He stepped on a precious artifact and dragged the little guy with him as they rushed into the skies towards that rolling black cloud. They were searching for the secret contained within thunder and lighting to track down this divine liquid. The sky was dark, and the electricity within the black clouds were flickering. Although they were not as violent as before, they were still very terrifying. They were especially frightening when they fell beside them. The sudden thunderous light made people unable to open their eyes. As they watched from this distance, it made their heads numb and all the hairs on their bodies stand straight up. The little guy screamed on the spot, "I've been delivered here to be struck by lightning. Why am I so unlucky? Stop saying rubbish. Put your efforts into finding the single strand of life contained within all this destruction." Lightning ancestor reprimanded. The little guy was pitiful. He opened his eyes to gaze at all this terrifying thunder and lightning. His little heart immediately started beating crazily because he was truly too nervous. If he made a single mistake, his body and soul was going to be destroyed. After the thunderstorm, this black cloud indeed contained the indescribable aura of life that was within this thundercloud. As soon as it was physically touched, it would invoke a destructive force. Carefully perceive it. Do not make a mistake. Mu Yan said, "From destruction emerges new life, and from the thunderstorm comes development." A newborn chi trickle made the little guy widen his eyes. He could finally sense it. If he did not reach this realm, he would not have been able to comprehend this type of profound mystery. However, even though he could sense it, he couldn't seize it. "It's there." He pointed his fingers ahead of him. "Hong." A streak of incredibly thick thunder immediately submerged these two. Ah! The little guy wretchedly screamed. Even the lightning ancestor's body swayed heavily as blood dripped out of his mouth. He withstood the majority of the lightning strike and suffered heavy injuries when he stood in front of the little guy. I got it. You can just leave for now, Mu Yan said. Even though they suffered injuries, everything was progressing smoothly. They were able to sense that strand of life as soon as they went up, so it went much better than when the lightning ancestor tried to feel it out by risking his own life. Previously, he spent countless amounts of time to obtain only one drop of liquid thunder. The cost of that was unimaginable. Comparatively, today went by too smoothly. He threw the little guy down and let him descend at his own pace. Then lightning ancestor turned and rushed into clouds, attracting the striking lightning. Senior, be careful. The little guy descended using his golden dragon shears to support himself. He then warned in a loud voice after he was quite a distance away. You go back, Mu Yan shouted. His hair and beard spread out as he charged into the thunder. He instantly encountered a heavy strike, and his entire body began to blaze with an electrical light. So terrifying! The little guy's heart shook and his body jumped. The lightning ancestor's carefully prepared battle armor instantly broke into pieces and turned into dust. The might of the world was indeed very terrifying. Lightning Elder's entire body shone as he stepped into the thunder. His body shook incessantly on the spot when he was struck. However, after many years of cultivating in the laws of thunder, his comprehension was deep, so he did not fiercely resist it. He used his own thunder techniques to redirect the electricity elsewhere. However, this thunder from the 9 heavens had intelligence. It fiercely hacked in an instant like a surging ocean wave, making his body tremble non-stop as he tumbled outwards. Mu Yan's expression changed as he was once again put into this life and death trial. Going into thunder and lightning was equivalent to stepping into the abyss of hell. This was not a confrontation between fellow cultivators, but rather encountering a true heavenly might. Hong! Lightning descended and hacked him until his mouth began to spout fresh blood and his body burnt black. Even though he handled thunder and lightning on a daily basis, being a master of these precious techniques was not enough. He was still unable to bear the true force of heaven. The thunder was like a waterfall as it torrented down from above, submerging Mu Yan within. His body trembled, and his mouth spouted blood. The precious armor he wore on his body had been turned into ashes long ago, so he had to bear this destructive pain. Senior, the little guy was fearful. This was too difficult, and any move could cause a horrible death and conclude his act. Mu Yan was persistent. He activated his precious artifact and charged forward, shouting as symbols interweaved about him. He wanted to refine the sea of thunder to capture that single strand of life to extract this liquid thunder. Ka! Lightning Ancestor was once again struck flying. His body was ragged as patches of burn marks appeared all over his body. He was constantly coughing as thunderous light was spouting from his 7 apertures. The little guy could no longer witness this while under the clouds. Within the thunder, Mu Yan was charging forward step by step and constantly suffering injuries. That was an area of destruction. No matter how powerful a being was, in the face of heavenly might, they seemed insignificant and powerless. He forced himself through the adversity and got up after falling down once again. He activated his precious artifact and constantly advanced in order to refine a single strand of life here. That is such a powerful life force. Cracks appeared over the lightning ancestor's body. He was burnt black from top to bottom, but his eyes were blossoming with a blazing radiance. He saw a pond that contained a mist circulating about it. An exuberant life force, transformed into a divine pond. This can give birth to liquid thunder. His heart trembled. He had never seen this kind of pond before. There were only records of these in ancient books. The last time he obtained a drop of divine liquid was the result of many years of refining. Ah! Mu Yan shouted loudly. His shoulders were pierced, and his bones were almost exposed. His fresh red blood trickled out, then immediately turned black. This was a trial that was hellish towards men. Every step forward needed a steep price. This was anxiety-inducing and unbearable to watch. Hong lightning and thunder rolled, and that misty pond turned fuzzy. Its insides flickered with multicolored light as strands after strands of life force filled the air. This was the most dangerous spot inside the thunder. Mu Yen suffered heavy injuries and experienced countless trials. His body was all worn out, but he continued to advance. His entire body was on the verge of falling apart and perishing. The little guy was overwhelmed as he gripped his fists tightly. The abyss of thunder was too terrifying, and it still was not the part where it was the most violent yet. They had selected a special opportunity to enter it, but it was still like this. The scary thing was the thunder was condensing and the lightning was interweaving. Its power gradually increased. These moments felt like days and years. It felt so endlessly long since this concerned the life and death of a person. Finally, Mu Yen walked in front of it and seized a strand of life. His flesh started splitting apart at this moment as his bloodstained body fell down after suffering unimaginable injuries. The little guy speedily rushed forward and caught him as he was falling towards earth. A fierce stream of electricity hacked from behind and struck him as well. His entire body was filled with bristles of electricity, and he was experiencing such intense pain that he was on the verge of breaking apart. One must know that this was the residual thunder that was already weakened. "Quickly, help me refine this liquid thunder," Mu Yen shouted. The symbols within him dimmed, and his essence energy was practically depleted. He was staying conscious on but one breath. On his palms was a lump of purple mist that was going to scatter away at any time. The little guy quickly made his move. He took out his swan and eye mirror and released a thunder that fixed the purple gas in place. Then he refined it using all his energy. At the same time, he took out 2 stalks of spirit medicine for Mu Yen to take in order to recover his energy. Finally, after a wong-long sound, Mu Yen fiercely resisted the pain and restored some of his essence energy. He started to carefully refine and condense the purple gas. Thunderous light rumbled until it turned into a drop of liquid. Success! He was extremely happy. He collected it within a jade jar, and the jar immediately began to circulate with a purple mist, becoming transparent. One could feel that there was a powerful life force fluctuating there. Despite being just a small drop of liquid, its life force and aura was incomparably shocking. They descended onto the ground, and Mu Yen immediately fell there. He did not have even a little bit of energy life. His injuries were too heavy, and many of his bones were exposed and burnt black. "Senior, you're fine, right?" The little guy was worried. "No harm. Keep this jar of divine liquid well. Although it's only 1 drop, its value is priceless. This will allow you to become more intimate with thunder and lightning, so its benefits towards cultivation is great," Mu Yen said. In reality, apart from contain a life force, liquid thunder also contained an incomparable amount of spiritual energy that was most suited for comprehending the Tao and making breakthroughs. It was genuinely a priceless treasure. How many people could obtain it? No matter who it was, he or she did not dare to venture within thunder to look for it. "Senior, your injuries are too heavy. Take this liquid thunder quick. Otherwise your life will be in danger." The little guy pushed away the divine liquid. "Don't worry, I can't die. After eating those 2 stalks of precious medicine, there's not much wrong with me anymore. I hope that this liquid thunder will build your foundations for the Thunder Tao. It can't be wasted." No matter how he persuaded, Mu Yen would not use it. He stuffed the jar into the little guy's hands and made him immediately refine it to comprehend the mysteries of thunder. The little guy had no other options but to receive it. He took out some little devil wine for Mu Yen to drink. This was brewed from over 10 types of spirit medicine. It had divine effects and could heal injuries. Lightning Ancestor laughed. With this stuff here, he could naturally recover. This had supreme healing effects. The little guy sat down cross-leggedly to take this drop of divine liquid. Instantly, he was submerged by an astonishing life force, and Thunder Tao laws appeared as symbols flickered. Ho! An incredibly majestic golden swan and eye stood up behind him and roared. A layer of purple mist shrouded this vicious beast, and all the scales on its body began to resonate, beginning to suddenly transform. In the end, this golden swan and eye was dyed in a layer of purple, and symbols adorned its body. The little guy's aura strengthened several folds. Thunder laws interweaved as an ancient symbol formed, evolving into a most terrifying and powerful form of thunder and lightning. He sat there cross-legged for a day and night until he finally opened his eyes. Suddenly, thunderous light shot out of his body. Behind him was a swan and eye wearing purple stripes as it roared towards the heavens. It was incredibly huge, and many folds more powerful than it had previously been. As it opened its mouth to roar, a rumbling noise sounded, and a streak of lightning flew out, connecting the heaven and earth. I can only pass on these thunder laws to you. The rest will rely on your own cultivation. Mu Yen sighed. The little guy's cultivation here had come to an end. His swan knee's precious technique had transformed and became several times more powerful than before. This became one of his trump cards. Its power was extreme, strong and tough, containing the aura of destruction. A volcano appeared in front and sucked the swan and eye inside. The vicious beast turned into a symbol as it undulated within the nourishing magma. With the formation of the lightning Dao precious technique, the little guy seemed to have a new type of force about him. The tyranny of lightning represented a supreme power, and as it accumulated within his body, it raised a type of unique aura. Of course, this was only one of his precious techniques, and did not affect his true temperament. The only thing different about him was that his glistening eyes contained more determination. His head of black hair scattered about. He now cultivated two great precious techniques that had evolved from two of his original divine abilities in order to become more formidable and robust. The little devil wine's effects were extremely great, creating strand after strand of multicolored light that flew about Mu Yan's body. His bones created pipa sounds, and his flesh moved about rhythmically. He was currently growing new bones and reforming his body. Originally, he was on the verge of death, but now he was being pulled back. The little devil wine that was slowly refined out of 10 different types of spiritual medicines had tyrannical and violent medicinal effects, accelerating the connection of tendons and recovery of bones. After a full day and night of carefully circulating symbols while seated, Mu Yen finally recovered. There were no longer any major hindrances to his body. Being able to live this time could be considered another miracle. Truly formidable. To be fortunate enough to drink the legendary little devil wine. It truly makes this old one feel pleased. Mu Yen laughed heartily. The little guy was moved. Even though the lightning ancestor's temperament was fiery and his attitude was harsh as he made the little guy endure such hellish training for the past month, he was still truly a good person. He almost threw away his life for the little guy. Very good. When they returned to the heaven-mending pavilion, Elder Lu also nodded and revealed a joyous expression. What kind of place is the archaic sacred courtyard? Is it some place I can enter? The little guy asked. The two elders both sighed and shook their heads. That place is actually a small domain. It had existed from the ancient era until now, and only opens once every 100 years. Insights and imprints passed down by saints exist within that place. It is different from the 100 Shattering Mountains. The sacred courtyard only opens up for few select individuals. The two were extremely regretful. If not for Shuri being a heaven-warping genius, surpassing their expectations and directly forcing his way in, they would have done anything to get the little guy in there. It had already closed, and regardless of what they did, it was too late. As for when it decided to open, it did not have a set time. Even if the heaven-mending pavilion no longer existed, that ancient sacred courtyard would have still remained unaffected. It would only show itself in front of the people when the time comes. Perhaps there might be some knowledge left behind by ancestors there, and you have a chance at obtaining an immense opportunity. However, everything has an equal trade-off. Your path of cultivation will be smoother, but cultivation is ultimately about tempering your body and self. If you go through this route, you will lose the process. How about this? I'll just make my way across this mortal path and walk forward step by step. The little guy nodded his head. During the following days, The little guy studied the precious techniques and flipped through the bone books. Every day, he would chant the sutras, and after consolidating everything he had gained in the past half-year, his body became increasingly stronger. Why did this guy have a change of heart? If it were the past, he wouldn't have been able to sit still and would have created a huge mess already. The big red bird was muttering. He spends the entire day chanting sutras, and as soon as he sits down, he won't get up until the day is over. He really is like a Buddhist on the path of ascension. Second Baldy sighed as he spoke. Chilla, a streak of lightning flew over. The two individuals' bodies lit up before emitting black smoke. They fell onto the ground and began to twitch. Why is that fellow's ears so sharp? It seems like he can hear us no matter how far away we are. The two were furious. The little guy's lightning technique was released. Its power had risen sharply, and was now worthy of being considered a top-level precious technique. If he was confronting anyone seriously, he would naturally become even more terrifying. Little junior brother, something is going on. At this moment, some people came searching for him. What happened? The little guy widened his eyes and stood up. These days, there have been several figures wandering around outside our mountain gate. We caught one of them, and it was actually someone from the Kuan clan that rushed over for you, a senior brother informed. The little guy frowned. The four great clans Li, Yuan, Kuan, and Meng had a conflict with the little guy within the Void God realm. Therefore, they wanted to kill him in the 100 Shattering Mountains and get their revenge on him, but in the end they were wiped clean instead. Now, another one of them appeared. These were truly souls of deceased that refused to disperse. Nothing to worry about. Do not fear, junior disciple. Our heaven-mending pavilion is always united. If junior brother has any issues, we will all make our moves as well. If the situation gets out of hand, the elders within our school won't just watch from the side with folded arms. A group of senior brothers walked over. Thank you, seniors. The little guy was thankful. What are you all waiting for? Go and slaughter your way out. Let them see how powerful our heaven-mending pavilion is. The big red bird yelled out fiercely, forgetting that it wasn't even a disciple of the heaven-mending pavilion. Let's find out some information first and see just what kind of people came, the little guy said. He told the big red bird to look around. This guy was born to be a thief, and by using its extreme speed, it was most suited for scouting out information. Soon after, the big red bird was like a supernatural being that appeared and vanished. It brought over the news that there were quite a few people outside the mountain gate. The situation was precarious, as there were people from all different schools here. The little guy frowned, because the situation wasn't looking so good. They clearly came with the heaven-mending pavilion as their target, and all of them were trying to pry out information. The Li, Yuan, Kuan, and Meng four clans have all come. They came here because of you. They are gnashing their teeth in anger, and have already received the news that you exterminated all of their people within the 100 Shattering Mountains. The big red bird said, Inform the elders first, then we'll take action. One of the brothers spoke. A total of 10 people came from the 4 great clans, so the heaven-mending pavilion disciples were enough to deal with them. However, they contacted the seniors just in case. I'll go look for them. Wufing's voice sounded. The genius camp still had a small amount of people. Most of them were ordinary disciples, but there were a few of the old monster's disciples who had not yet left. Not much time passed before roughly 100 troops were dragged out. Among them, there was no lack of senior brothers and sisters that were more than 20 years old. All of were at least 10 years old and were extremely powerful. The little guy was shocked. The heaven-mending pavilion truly moved as one. They simply called out once, yet there were immediately this many people. If the disciples did not leave, just how many thousands of people would have came? Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. He expressed his gratitude. Savage little brother, don't mention it. We cannot let any of our disciples from the heaven-mending pavilion be bullied. We will change the minds of anyone who dared to act errantly in front of our gates. That's right. Even if it had been any other disciples, we would have acted this way as well. The little guy looked at those 20 years old or so senior brothers and sisters as well as those who were similar ages or a bit older than him. He instantly understood the meaning of a school and gained a sense of belonging. Although he did not feel any fear, he still felt the warmth of being protected by all the senior brothers and sisters and experienced the harmonious and candid nature of a school. Go give them a lesson. Since they dare to act atrociously at our heaven-mending pavilion and bully our junior brother, go sweep them away. A vast amount of people rushed towards the gates with the moxie of tigers and wolves. Symbols filled the heavens as they instantly swamped the four clans with their attacks. It was similarly beautifully outside the mountain gates with its pleasant scenery. There were some medicinal fields belonging to the school there, and they were normally taken care of by some people but had been somewhat neglected lately. The people from the four great clans were stupefied. So many people had rushed forth, scaring them instantly. Then, they quickly counterattacked before retreating. In the end, this was the heaven-mending pavilion. If they truly wanted to make a huge ruckus, they would have to bear with the consequences. They only came here to wait for an opportunity. It would have been great to eliminate that devilish brat, but it was not the end of the world if they weren't able to do so. Their primary goal was to investigate the real situation inside the heaven-mending pavilion because of the sudden restlessness in the rest of the world. Word got out that this ancient Pure Land might be going under a huge change, and many huge clans were trying to take advantage of the situation. The secrets held by an ancient Pure Land were deep. If they were truly defeated, the leftover things would allow many clans to abruptly rise to the top. This invoked the greed out of many sections. Honglong, a streak of lightning hacked forth from the little guy that instantly landed on over 10 people in front of him, turning them into coal. Little kid, you actually dare to come out. Some people were furious. A middle-aged man was anxious because his child was among the people who had just died. He immediately turned around with killing intent. Clearly this was an expert, and with his cultivation realm, he would be able to suppress many youths. No matter who it is, if you come to our heaven-mending pavilion to act so atrociously, we will kill you all. A senior brother around 26 years old spoke from the rear. He jumped to the sky and threw down a blazing symbol that covered the entire area where the middle-aged man was. With a hong sound, the precious techniques collided. That 30-year-old or so middle-aged man was actually no match. He spouted out a large mouthful of blood and flew straight out. Then, he exploded in midair before transforming into a lump of ash. It's senior brother Lin Mu. He has not left yet and stayed within the school. Many people were astonished, then exulted. He was a powerful genius who had entered the school over 10 years ago. He had extreme prestige, and were liked amongst all his junior brothers and sisters. Little demon, you're too excessive. Heaven-mending pavilion is gradually rotting and will soon fall to pieces. Yet you still dare to be so insolent. Hand over your life. The silhouettes of people flew. 3 elders showed up in succession and attacked. One of them wanted to capture the little guy, another was suppressing and attacking senior brother Lin Mu, and the last one was killing the core disciples of the school. They were all extremely terrifying experts whose methods were excellent. They charged into the group of people and suddenly exploded forth in a truly terrifying fashion. No matter how much heaven-mending pavilion is declining, we still won't tolerate your insolence. At this precise moment, a few figures appeared as they streaked across the sky to attack ahead. These were precisely the elders of the school. The group of youth were not reckless. Before they had came out, they had already reported this to the school as preparation. Honglong, in only a few encounters, the entire sky was filled with symbols. Then, blood blossomed and splashed outwards as the elders from the 4 great clans were killed. They were absolutely not a match for the elders of the heaven-mending pavilion. Kill! Over 100 disciples charged forward like a torrential flood. They trapped the people and horses of the 4 clans and started to suppress them. In the end, Lightning Elder Mu Yen had personally showed up to personally carry out the extermination. He released a clasp of thunder and over 10 rays of lightning shot forth that completely submerged the mountain and earth. Even the experts of the 4 clans who had started escaping a while ago were exploded into ashes. Those who dare to offend heaven-mending pavilion will not be spared. He floated in mid-air, and thunder and lightning interweaved around him as his shouts shook every direction. Secretly, many powerful people were shocked, and they all took a step backwards. They did not dare to approach. Even though Heaven Mending Pavilion did not have its former glory, they were still a school that should not be provoked by ordinary people. The little guy's mind was nice and warm. He felt very excited, because this was the warmth provided by a school. Everyone had united together, giving him more of a feeling of belonging. There wasn't even an opportunity for me to show off. The big red bird was upset as it was not able to steal a single precious artifact. His battle ended quickly. It was like breaking rotten wood and pulling apart rotten weeds. As soon as it started, it quickly ended. Day after day passed by, and there were fewer and fewer disciples inside the school. Geniuses such as Xiao Tian, Xianxia, and others like them in particular were finally sent off. Ordinary disciples from this generation alone numbered 3,000. There were truly too many of them. Finally, the school decided to return to each of their respective tribes. Those who truly did not want to leave could remain, but they were transferred elsewhere. Departures were destined to be sad. If they separated now, they might not see each other again for the rest of their lives. The little guy had sent off group after group of senior brothers and sisters. Every person who had left pinched his little cheeks, telling him to cultivate with everything he had. In the future, he would stand between the heaven and earth, surpassing all guardian spirits. When that moment comes, even if Heaven Mending Pavilion did not have that divine gourd anymore, they would still not fear the outside world. Being so savage when you're this young, we have our eyes on you. Work hard. One face after another. Familiar and strange individuals all had very high hopes for him. They were still very optimistic and hopeful even during these moments as impending catastrophes were about to hit their school. The little guy and Qingfeng had been sent off as well because the truly couldn't procrastinate any longer. The guardian spirit state was far from reassuring. Some of its leaves started to wither. It truly couldn't persevere any longer. However, just when they were about to leave, Mu Yan and Elder Lu frowned. At the last moment, they received some worrying news and did not let this group of people leave. 2 days later, a terrifying news spread out. Heaven Mending Pavilion's pavilion master immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could not help but let out a sorrowful howl. Mu Yan's entire body was covered in electricity. He flipped over a spiritual mountain as he roared into the sky like a crazy and angry lion. Even Elder Lu, who seemed like he was never awake, was also furious as an oppressive ray of light shot out of his eyes. He was so angry that he spat of a mouthful of blood. All the high-leveled individuals from Heaven Mending Pavilion was trembling. Everyone went crazy. They could not tolerate this, and their blood and energy boiled. There were news that out of the 7 strongholds that Heaven Mending Pavilion had established years ago, 3 of them were taken out. There were disastrous damages to the number of disciples and experts there as they were practically eliminated. This was a careful operation that had been prepared several hundreds of years ago, and everything was in secret. Those who were sent to the 7 strongholds were the true elites from their schools. This kind of loss was too huge. There was no way to bear this. Is the heavens trying to make my Heaven Mending Pavilion disappear? Some elders sorrowfully cried as tears fell out of their eyes. When the little guy heard the news, he was astonished before becoming extremely sad. Not long ago, he just saw many senior brothers and sisters off. He never could have thought that they would forever be separated in the blink of an eye. He still remembered when they stole the elders' wine and got drunk together. When they were drunk, everyone was noisy and bustling as they talked about rebuilding the Pure Land in the future. Not a long time had passed since this at all, yet they were now already separated forever. There were many senior brothers and sisters that he did not know. Those who helped him battle the people from the 4 clans made him feel warm. They had all hoped that the Heaven Mending Pavilion would become stronger again because this place was a place like home. He never could have imagined that after such a short time, he would already never be able to see these people ever again. He touched his own little face and could practically still feel his senior brothers and sisters pinching sensations, encouragements, and hopes. However, they were quickly separated like the sun and the moon. 3 out of the 7 strongholds had been eliminated. Almost half of the people who were transferred from the heaven-mending pavilion had died. Furthermore, those remaining 4 Pure Lands were not exactly safe. Now, those remaining people from the school could no longer continue their journey forward. The entire heaven-mending pavilion was submerged with grief. As long as a spark remains, it could become the start of a prairie fire in the future. In the depth of the Pure Land, a sigh echoed out from the guardian spirit's resting grounds. The divine vine recovered. Its entirely green glow reached the heavens. Its words were calm without any happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. The voice practically carried no emotion as it said, "I have decided to leave behind a divine seed. In the future, it will protect the new heaven-mending pavilion." Master Guardian Spirit. Everyone was mournful. At this point, they had no way changing the past. The Guardian Spirit's life had reached the end. A miraculous revival was impossible. Master Guardian Spirit, please point us to our road ahead. Many people grieved. Kill your way ahead. As long as one person remains, Heaven-Mending Pavilion will not die. There will eventually be a day of revival. The Guardian Spirit said. It had survived from the ancient era until now and experienced too many things. For the sake of protecting the Pure Land, it had to pay an extremely heavy price. Now it rose from the ground. Green clouds rushed into the heavens as strands after strands of orderly divine chains interweaved and filled the sky. It began to speak. The battle has started. My enemies are coming. Terrifying auras surged in the distance. There were divine halos shrouding the skies as supreme experts looked disdainfully towards the world. Many golden passages stretched towards this direction from over tens of thousands of li away, and it seemed as if the heavens were descending. In addition, endless people surrounded the heaven-mending pavilion from all directions. There were all sorts of creatures in addition to humans that wanted to divide up this place. Go, let's kill our way ahead. As long as one of us survives, Heaven-Mending Pavilion will not die. The elders from the school shouted loudly as hot tears welled up between their cloudy old eyes. Follow me. All of you must live. One of the elders warned repeatedly. Following that, he roared loudly and began to open up a route as he killed his way out. There were numerous people outside Heaven-Mending Pavilion. In addition to humans, there were many other types of creatures. They were all waiting for an opportunity because once a great holy pure land such as this collapsed, the divine's treasures left behind would definitely be amazing. Additionally, there were still huge opportunities they were looking forward to. There hadn't been a chance like this for eons. For this reason, many clans had brought their younger generations over. Some of the aristocratic children are currently within that pure land, and they definitely hold a major advantage. Even the human emperor's heart shook with greed and began to scheme for the benefit of his daughter. It seems that this can't be fake. Outside the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, countless creatures had appeared and surrounded the area. They already began to move, preparing to rush in and kill everyone. Hong! The battle immediately erupted, and symbols interweaved. The body of the elder that charged out from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion first was quickly turned bloody. He suffered heavy injuries because there were too many people who came behind him. The group of disciples' faces changed. This route was no longer an option because it was completely blocked. Kill! We will break through them there. 10 or so elders were opening up a path from another direction. All of them were bathed in blood as they activated their precious artifacts. They forced open a bloody path and carried a group of disciples out of the siege. No one is allowed to leave. From the distance, an elder roared loudly. He descended from the air while stepping on a piece of ancient beast skin. The golden divine sword in his hands hacked down as he descended. Hong! The mountains collapsed and the great river's routes were skewed. No one knew how tyrannical that sword was, but it sliced apart the great land and created a black slit in the great earth. The corpses of many disciples were buried within, and several elders also lost their lives. Tuoba family, you all came after all. Within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, a lion roar rang out. The lightning ancestors' hair were all spread out like iron needles. Electric radiance curled up around his entire body while he wielded a divine hammer. He stepped on a divine feather and quickly charged. With a honglong sound, the purple-colored divine hammer lit up and hacked out a thick streak of lightning, forcing that individual back. After that, the lightning ancestor rushed up violently. The Tuoba family almost founded an ancient country during the Archaic era. However, their clan's guardian spirit was struck down by the heaven-mending pavilion's divine vine. This one stumble made it unable to rise again. Thus, they had a great resentment for this pure land. The heaven-mending pavilion's destruction is imminent. Even God can't save you if he comes now. The elder with the golden divine sword from the Tuoba family was the one that spoke. Whoever wants to mess with my heaven-mending pavilion must pay the price in blood. I will kill you first. The lightning ancestor Mu Yen roared loudly. His entire body was surrounded by electricity as he rushed forward murderously. Honglong in the sky, dark clouds gathered densely. A great rain poured down, making people overwhelmed with shock. He actually summoned the natural lightning directly within the heavens and earth. Not good. The old ancestor from the Tuoba family was horrified. He never could have imagined that there just so happened to be two clouds drifting over like this, making it extremely unfavorable for him. For those that cultivated lightning, as long as dark clouds were summoned, it would exponentially increase their strength. As expected, the two dark clouds collided. With a honglong sound, the thick lightning hacked down with a mountainous might down on the great earth. Ah! The Tuoba family's ancestor cried out with fury. He did everything he could to avoid it, but no matter how quick he was, could he be faster than the speed of lightning? As soon as he saw it come, he was already blasted flying. His entire body was charred black, and he coughed out blood as he quickly escaped into the distance. Kill! Children, siege together with me. Even if I lose this old life, I will still deliver you all to safety. The lightning ancestor Mu Yen roared. The battle unfolded, and this was only in one of the directions. There were people everywhere around the heaven-mending pavilion, and all the elders were trying to lead the disciples out. The great catastrophe arrived, and if they did not fight with everything they had, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance of living. Within the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, the few elders did everything they could. However, it was all futile. The golden void passage created by the guardian spirit was destroyed, and it was clear that this was the result of supreme experts making their move. At this moment, the battle on the ground was still a battle of manpower, but the battle in the sky was definitely much more terrifying. It made people fear for their lives because it was difficult for them to understand just what type of level their fight was at. The divine vine charged into the heavens as it pierced above the clouds to stand against those few supreme experts. Its entire body was bright green as dazzling light exploded forth. Orderly symbols emerged one by one as they fluttered around it. You have truly lived a long time, an ancient god who became famous during one battle, yet you still live in this world today. However, every glory must eventually reach a predestined end. A man-shaped creature said while standing on a golden passage of light. Heaven-mending pavilion's guardian spirit was indifferent because there really wasn't much it could say to that. So it did not speak at all. I came here for nothing else but the divine seed. Since you're going to die anyway, why not just leave it with me? If you do so, I will make every effort in protecting the heaven-mending pavilion. An enormous vicious bird covered the sky and the earth as it surged with torrential black mists. Its two eyes were like two bloody moons that appeared particularly terrifying in all this darkness. Heaven-swallowing sparrow, do you have a hint of reputation? You were a descendant, and your teacher kindly transformed you into a pure-blooded creature. What did you do? When your teacher, the Easter swan, was on the verge of dying because of old blood, you swallowed it. Some people from the distance sneered. When these words were spoken, this devil bird immediately became furious. Black mists surged and filled the cracks between mountains and rivers. You're pretty much at your limit. You might as well just straightforwardly hand over the divine seed to me. You should know of my identity. I came from the southern meteor divine mountain. I will not go back on my words. I will assist heaven-mending pavilion to the best of my abilities. On the several tens of thousands of li-long golden passage, that man-shaped creature whose entire body was doused in a precious splendor gently said. Whether it was in the sky or on the earth, everyone breathed in a breath of cold air. What kind of place was the southern meteor divine mountain? It was rumored that it might be a resting place for deities. The old vine still had not spoken. From the distant past until now it had seen it all. It had even fought with deities and splashed their bloods into the heavens. It was not willing to give anyone its trust now. Is coming from a divine mountain that amazing? An enormous vicious beast appeared from the north. It was also wrapped in mist, and its pair of green eyes burned like radiant torches. It was releasing a killing intent that overflowed into the heavens, and its body was incredibly huge. Even the clouds in the sky was smaller than its palms. If not for the mists that lingered around it, the clouds alone simply could not conceal its body. Xianxia, although you're a descendant, you always know how to amaze people. You've obtained the fortunes of heaven and earth, and now you stand amongst the supreme experts. But what did you do? You were once the guardian spirit of an ancient country, but once you absorbed all of their faith, you would not protect them anymore. You even went so far as to swallow every person in the nation. You are truly atrocious. The voice from the dark echoed forth once again regarding the past of the Xianxia in the clouds. Wang, the world trembled. A large claw covered the skies as it slapped forward. It hid the skies and covered the earth, submerging everything in its path. The Xianxia made its move. This overwhelmed everyone. The power in the claw was too great. It was covered in symbols, and could completed break apart an entire mountain range. This was the devilish power of the Xianxia. Fortunately, it was in the skies and far from the ground. Streaks of multicolored light numbered in the tens of thousands, creating a multitude of auspicious colors. A godly silhouette sat cross-legged in mid-air and illuminated everything with its divine splendor. A divine halo emerged behind its head as it sat there like a Buddha, blocking the path of that huge claw. The little guy who was inside the heaven-mending pavilion saw and heard this entire scene. His heart trembled. He did not know anything about those two man-shaped creatures, and did not know where they originated from. However, this was not the first time he had seen that devil bird and vicious beast. Originally, at the depth of the mountain ranges where Stone Village was, a treasure was born into this world. For great creatures had a decisive battle over it, and destruction spread over hundreds of thousands of li. After the event, Willow deity vaguely said that the devil bird was a heaven-swallowing sparrow and the vicious beast was a Xianxia. Expert from Mount E, you once swallowed the saint of the little western skies. However, he broke out of your body and made you surrender. You were the guardian spirit there. Even though endless years had passed and you had returned to the divine mountains, don't think I forgot where you came from. The Xianxia shouted. Everyone was shocked. The guardian spirit from the little western skies was still alive. The little western skies was extremely powerful. It was also considered an ancient country, an absolutely terrifying force that possessed astonishing and terrifying power. Their guardian spirit was for sure a very old existence. He actually came from the ancient divine mountain Mount E. Mount E was the name of an amazing ancient divine mountain that humans knew of. There could actually be genuine golden-winged pungs and other creatures that lived there. The man-shaped creature that sat in midair had a divine halo behind his head. His entire body was doused in divine splendor, appearing very solemn and dignified. As it blocked the Xianxia's large claw, it appeared very divine and powerful. If I give my divine seed away, will you people leave? The old vine finally spoke. It was still that calm, without any joy or worry. It was not going to be sad from its own death. Only if you give the divine seed to me. Otherwise, I will still fight them to the death. This land will have a tough time avoiding destruction. The man-shaped creature from the southern meteor divine mountain spoke atop the golden passage of light that was tens of thousands of li long. Mount Yi's creature also spoke. Old vine, don't think anymore. You should know that many people have been awaiting your death. Why did I send my son and daughter into the heaven-mending pavilion? It was to baptize you. Although it sounds very plain and simple, it's the truth. Heaven-mending pavilion should also know. Otherwise, they would not send them away. The heaven-swallowing sparrow's figure was enormous. Its length was perhaps tens of thousands of li long. It covered the entire sky and blocked off the sun, covering the entire land in pitch darkness. It sneered and said, "For the last hundreds of years, you pretended that you could not endure anymore in order to set a trap to kill supreme experts. You couldn't be setting up your old tricks today, right? It's useless." The divine vine sighed. It had once pretended to be weak in order to kill its foes. How could it have that much power today? Even the same strategy wouldn't work anymore. "Then let's fight," it shouted in an instant. The gourd vine shone, and that green-skinned gourd emitted waves of ripples that seemed like the creation of the world. Even the aura of primal chaos was surging outwards. Hong the heaven-swallowing sparrow beared the brunt the force and immediately let out a long hiss. Its feathers fluttered in the breeze as its blood immediately splashed out. It was clear how powerful that divine seed was. It was the essence of that old vine's existence. Wang. The Xianxia also made its move. It stretched its large claw forward in order to tear that old vine apart and steal the supreme treasure. A great battle broke out. Fortunately, it was in the sky. Otherwise, the earth would have been wiped clean, just like how the tens of thousands of li around Stone Village ended up, with every inch broken and covered in blood. Even so, the skies were still extremely terrifying. The people below did not dare to fly and no one dared to fight in the air. They all descended onto the ground. Chi-chi sounds constantly fell upon people's ears. Divine feathers flew outwards as the heaven-swallowing sparrow hacked forward. Over 10 of its thickest feathers curled up in orderly symbols like immortal swords. The guardian spirit's entire body shined. All of its leaves made walala sounds like green waves rolling downwards. They erased all the symbols, then burned and exploded those 10 divine feathers. Dong on top of that green vine, the green-skinned gourd swayed. It collided together with the large hands that stretched forward and emitted hundreds of thousands of meter-long streaks of lightning. The expert from Mount E retreated as its hands ruptured and fresh blood spilt from them. A celestial battle. The old vine charged upwards into the depths of the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and the heaven-swallowing sparrow chased and attacked as they followed closely behind. They soared into the 9 heavens with symbols that looked like rivers of stars engulfing them. The symbols were like vast oceans as they ascended. Clearly, the battle in the 9 heavens reached an incredibly intense degree and was extremely terrifying. The old vine started summoning meteorites from space as if it wanted to destroy the world in order to attack those supreme experts. In an instant, thunderous clouds violently surged in the 9 heavens. Meteors started shining as symbols interweaved like dense rivers of incredibly splendid stars. Blood started splashing everywhere. However, no matter how strong it was useless. Its body was dried up and its leaves were turning yellow. Its life was nearing its end. Kill! On the ground, everyone from the heaven-mending pavilion started to break out of the siege. They formed 10 groups and charged into every direction. This was an incredibly desperate and bloody battle. Amongst the interweaving symbols, bones and limbs constantly flew outwards. In a time like this, life seemed incredibly frail. Elder! All the disciples from heaven-mending pavilion roared in sadness. Ahead of them were several elders who lead the breakout. For the sake of protecting them, they used their own bodies to block the enemies. Symbols drowned them, and they fell one after another. This path was impassable. Several extremely terrifying experts oversaw the obstruction of this route. "Go that way!" A powerful ancestral elder of heaven-mending pavilion flew over. He defended all of the disciples and protected them from harm. His entire was burning as he blocked those attacking symbols. This allowed the other disciples to quickly retreat and escape from another route. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Half of his body had cracked due to the tyrannical strength of the symbol. He immediately suffered a heavy injury. Eastern Tomb Beast Mountain residents. You all actually came. Divine rays of light shone within the one who protected the sacred storage pavilion, Elder Lu. Like an angry lion who just woke up, he rushed over to protect assistants. His palm thrusted forward and caused a white tiger to retreat a few steps. He started an intense fight with it. The white tiger leader attacked. This terrifying innate golden aura surged into the heavens. A tiger roar echoed between the heaven and earth. It trembled the tens of thousands of mountains and valleys, shocking the world. However, Elder Lu was also extremely strong. His entire body shined, and as soon as they came into contact, he ripped off a lump of tiger skin that was dripping fresh blood. He was completely different from his normal appearance of always being half awake. Right now, he seemed like a revered war god. Every single direction was like this. Incredibly desperate battles erupted everywhere. Apart from there were even a group of people who did not direct participate in this bloody battle. However, they were even stronger. They protected their younger disciples and charged all the way inside the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, close to the place where the guardian spirit rested. That moment is almost here. They faced the skies with expectations. The heavens were shaken as war cries rang out from both inside and outside the heaven-mending pavilion. All types of creatures were attacking to take advantage this opportunity. Regardless of whether it was the sacred storage pavilion or the spiritual medicine fields, they were now all battlefields dyed in blood. The sacred storage pavilion is empty. The scriptures have all been carried away. Hunt all of their upper-level figures down. Some of them must have secret texts on them. A large, silver-colored crocodile bellowed. His body was about 10 zhang in length. Shiny silver scales brilliantly and magnificently covered its body. As it swung its body, its sharp claws tore apart the great earth and giant boulders were sent flying. It was like an unrivaled devil king. The heaven-mending pavilion disciples were blocked off, so they used all their strength to charge together. Since the opposing party already took action, they were definitely the enemy. The only way to keep the Pure Land safe was by exterminating all the enemies. After the walls collapsed, everyone pushed their way in. There were all types of great races and countless creatures. They all came to divide up the heaven-mending pavilion's divine treasury and loot this place completely clean. Of course, there were old enemies here as well, such as the Tuoba family that had had grudges with the heaven-mending pavilion since the ancient era. There were also the Western Tomb Beast Mountain and others who were even more terrifying. Their actions were ruthless as symbols covered the air and oppressed downwards. Such intolerable bullying. The lightning elder Mu Yan's eyes were even starting to turn red. He already took care of one of his old enemies, but he himself was also dripping with blood. He once again charged murderously into the group of enemies. Hong! A thick streak of lightning flew out. It was extremely concentrated, and as it struck into the group of people, it created a honglong sound. Those malevolent creatures from different races immediately released miserable cries. 10 experts immediately turned into charcoal. It was only a single strike, yet this area was completely cleared up. All of the creatures here fell. Their bodies were turned pitch black, their bones were broken, and their tendons were torn apart. Even their flesh was converted into a paste. The old fellow is truly strong. Go up together and kill him, someone shouted. With a wung sound, Mu Yen flew over horizontally. A streak of lightning hacked down, and that person immediately exploded. His bones shattered and his body turned into a bloody rain. Ferocious and tyrannical, Mu Yang was incomparably powerful. He weaved in all directions as he killed while being surrounded by his enemies. He also rescued the trapped disciples, allowing them to escape. Oh! From the side, a giant silver crocodile pounced over. Its claws were incomparably sharp as it swiped out an expanse of multicolored light. It smashed open a mountain as it attacked towards Mu Yan's backside. Peng Muyang turned around and met it head-on with a palm. Lightning interweaved, and the large silver crocodile's body violently shook. However, its scales were extremely powerful precious artifacts, so it was able to block off a large portion of the electricity as it forcefully pressed down. Next, it released a streak of divine light constructed of symbols from its mouth with killing intent. At the same time, 2 individuals charged over from the side. They were all old characters from great schools, and it would be difficult to see them outside normally. Now, there were actually two that appeared, and they attacked Mu Yen together. "You mass of never-ending worms! All of you can go die!" The lightning elder erupted into rage, and his temper flared. Normally, he was incomparably bold and powerful and looked down on these types of cultivators. He spared no effort in his attacks and engaged in a great battle with them. A string of sparkling purple spheroids that looked like translucent purple agates appeared and covered the sky. It was so bright that it made it difficult for one to open their eyes. At first, no one felt anything, however they quickly became terrified. This was because those two ancestors' faces were completely white as they retreated as fast as they could. One of them began to spurt out a large mouthful of blood, so he ignited essence energy in order to quickly increase his escape speed. The string of purple spheroids bursted into a supremely powerful thunderstorm. The big silver crocodile's flesh exploded on the spot, and the precious artifact scales became useless. Meanwhile, in the distance, the two ancestors also suffered from this enormous attack. They both cried out miserably as their flesh became lacerated. A scorched black color appeared on their bodies as they barely avoided this disaster after great difficulty. The big silver crocodile was furious. It was the head of a school, so its methods were excellent. It was the most powerful expert within its race, yet it actually suffered such a loss here. Its body soared up, and a silver radiance began to burn around its body like an incomparably bright and dazzling deity. Its symbols were like an ocean as they flooded forward, exhausting everything to suppress and kill Mu Yen. 10 stars piercing the sun. The lightning ancestor's treasure was similarly dignified. Following his shout, 10 shining purple spheres flew out, forming a string. It ignited a sphere that was like a giant sun, and it dropped onto the big crocodile's body. Hong! This place was immediately lit. Nothing was visible anymore. This was Mu Yan's thunder technique. Purple spheres of lightning collided against each other and erupting with an unmatchable power. The sky-covering expanse of symbols created by the big silver crocodile was immediately dispersed. Its entire body was bloody, and as it shouted miserably, all of its crocodile skin came off. From this, one could also see that it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Such a powerful and severe lightning Dao technique was not enough to completely destroy it. A human figure rushed past. The lightning ancestor Mu Yen once again took action. With the lightning divine hammer in hand, he smashed down on the large silver crocodile's body, making it crack apart as lightning radiance danced about. Following a pu sound, a rain of blood splashed out. Mu Yen put away his precious artifact and personally tore apart the silver crocodile. Its body was ripped into 2 pieces, and fresh blood gushed out. The 2 halves fell onto the great earth. This battle made everyone tremble. Many creatures were terrified, because even though the heaven-mending pavilion was no longer as glorious as in the past, it still had no lack of experts. The result of this battle made everyone scared and upset. In just a split second, this area was completely cleared up. All the powerful individuals from various clans fled, escaping from the bloody devil deity-like lightning ancestor Mu Yen. On another front, Elder Lu was also completely furious. He was battling with a white tiger, and his entire body was shining. Golden symbols emerged and a pair of wings unfolded, splitting the heaven and earth. With a slight tremble, a thunderous weather began to rumble. Golden pung wings. The white tiger was shocked. It felt a chill in its stomach as blood began to gush outwards. It was practically split in half by the golden wings. Kill! With a roar, it drew out over 10 silver battle spears that were refined from tiger teeth. These were terrifying precious artifacts that could turn into over 10 whips as they thrusted forward. With a wung sound, Elder Lu shifted to the side with extreme speed. His pair of golden wings spread out and interweaving symbols filled the sky. After a kacha sound, the 10 or so precious artifacts were all chopped in half. Walking the path to becoming a saint with your own strength. You have to rely mostly on your own precious techniques. The white tiger was astonished. Its opponent did not have a precious artifact, but he was even more terrifying. Elder Lu's body was declining, and it looked like his essence energy was even drying up. However, his physical body was actually this powerful, and while combined with a precious technique, he was a stronghold that was almost impossible to overcome. The white tiger roared loudly. The sound waves were like an ocean, and symbols rushed about in disorder, submerging everything in front of it. At the same time, it charged forward with killing intent, its innate golden aura filling the air as it laid out a killing formation. However, what shocked it was that with a shake of Elder Lu's wings, a golden rain of light scattered outwards, disturbing the array of the symbols. With a stamp of his feet, he shook the great earth. The golden symbols flickered, quickly making the formation lose its effectiveness. Kill! Elder Lu rushed forward, and his entire being became a golden color, including his fingers. He was like a humanoid great golden pong, and as he rushed over to fight viciously with the white tiger, he turned into a circle of light. In just a brief moment, they exchanged over 10 attacks. Following that, they quickly separated. Pooh the white tiger coughed out blood and roared towards the skies. In the end, it still helplessly fell because its forehead had cracked open before ultimately shattering. Although Mu Yen and Elder Lu were strong and capable of prevailing over a number of experts, the countless number of enemies still seemed to overpower them. There were simply too many people who came. They quickly executed their murdering spree as they helped the trapped disciples. Their bodies became completely bloody, and they suffered some injuries due to meeting a few powerful enemies during this period of time. Suddenly, huge expanses of light drizzled from the 9 heavens. They were numerous, incredibly splendid and beautiful. It's come. A true opportunity is here. Many people were cheering for joy. They raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They opened their arms to welcome the raining light. This was true especially at the Guardian Spirit's resting grounds where its ancient courtyards were filled with people. There were even many battles that had occurred here because they were fighting for the best positions. If one carefully examined, he or she could see that the younger generations of aristocrats were scattered all over the genius camp. They were originally disciples of the heaven-mending pavilion. However, they were now being protected by their clansmen. They had killed their way over here in order to receive a baptism. A long time ago, many great powers had doubts that the guardian spirit of heaven-mending pavilion would not have long to live. Many clans were laying out plans in order to capture this huge opportunity. It was clear that the troops that charged over from outside had lost their decisive opportunity. They couldn't get close to this area, and was quickly locked down. The clash of opposing forces naturally resulted in action. The creatures from various clans all took action, and this place became a chaotic battlefield. The aristocratic children that had led their people here weren't all stuck in this situation. They had already seized the opportunity to collect some of the soil that the guardian spirit took root in. Scattered everywhere, they borrowed its power to collect the rain of light in the sky. The divine vine is perishing, and this is its divine essence. It absorbed this from the great earth, so it will eventually return into the endless great wastes. This is an enormous opportunity. The people all shouted as their eyes turned red with greed. A plant guardian spirit's cultivation path was not simple. In order to rise up, many of their experts made huge vows during their initial phases of cultivation, receiving, and then returning to the great earth that had nourished them. When they finally perish, they will return as divine rain. It was clear that the old vine could not handle it anymore as its body was declining. Some leaves fell from the sky, and they seemed incredibly yellow without a hint of green. They were completely lifeless. It took some heavy injuries up in the 9 heavens and started to scatter its essence. It was going to die at a moment's notice. Great guardian spirit! Everyone from the heaven-mending pavilion cried out loudly. The old vine that protected them for countless years was going to fall in battle like this. They were all filled with grief. Go! An overcast shout was transmitted from the 9th heaven, and a huge golden crack appeared. This was the 7th time it constructed a passageway that allowed everyone to leave. In the end, divine light was boundless as it was once again broken. This time it failed again. Great guardian spirit, you don't need to worry about us anymore. We will break out on our own. Moreover, A portion of disciples from our school has already escaped through the help of your passageway. Sooner or later, there will be a day when they will make their appearances again and reconstruct the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion established a total of 7 strongholds. Even though 3 of them were destroyed, there were still 4 that were not touched. Their hopes and wishes lied there. Do you all really think the remaining strongholds can exist forever? I have already been informed about them a long time ago, so there is no point in holding on to hope. There was someone who coldly and indifferent spoke. When these words were spoken, it made the remaining Heaven-Mending Pavilion members' hearts tremble. They all shuddered and seethed in anger. They felt a wave of sorrow and despair. I feel it, a wave of thriving life force. This is a tremendous opportunity, and my physical body is being baptized. Someone cried out, and his hands grasped the soil the guardian spirit took root in while receiving the rain of light from the sky. After it scattered down on his body, he felt comfortably warm and incomparably peaceful. Kill! Both the inside and outside of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion was in chaos. Everyone frantically rushed in to seize the light rain and receive its baptism. Raindrops scattered down. It was incomparably sacred, sparkling, and translucent. They were like petals as they fluttered about, as if they were polluted with the divine creature's aura. This was an area of great opportunity. The shouts of slaughter rang out incessantly. Every creature was fighting with everything they had to seize the most advantaged positions. Experts from every clan was struggling and killing. It was mostly for the clan's younger generation because this shower of light was most beneficial for younger people. Although old experts could also receive some benefits, they were not as evident. A huge noise echoed outwards from midair as a blazing ball of light exploded. An endless shower of light fell down that was even more concentrated. The guardian spirit let out a sigh and said, "Goodbye. I cannot protect you any longer." Its life was on the verge of reaching its ending. It was going to return to the earth and become soil. Great guardian spirit. Everyone from Heaven-Mending Pavilion was grieving. Even the pavilion master, who was currently in a blood-soaked battle, had tears falling out of his eyes. He could not help but bawl out. Was this show on the verge of a conclusion? Because the old vine had made a promise. It had never left from the ancient era until now. It had protected the Heaven-Mending Pavilion since then and had fought bloody battles with many divine creatures and saints. After countless years, it had paid too much. From start to finish, it had experienced countless ages. It always guarded this pure land and sheltered them from one huge battle after another. From the ancient era until now, it had never abandoned them. For this reason, the old vine had suffered a few major injuries. Otherwise, it would have lived longer than it would have now. The sound of sadness was all over Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Everyone was grieving because the old vine had given them so much, and it was finally going to pass away. Moreover, it fought until the very last moment. Haha! The destruction of Heaven-Mending Pavilion is at hand. Everyone who is bathing in the shower made by this divine creature, just cheer and go crazy. Let us commence our killing spree and exterminate this pure land. An old monster from the Tuoba clan let his hair loose and began to laugh loudly. His body was covered in blood, but it was not his own. He had killed many elders from Heaven-Mending Pavilion, as he was one of the most powerful experts from his clan. Exterminate all of them if possible in order to avoid misfortunes in the future. People from the Western Tomb Beast Mountain answered. Even under these circumstances, the people from Heaven-Mending Pavilion could not avoid being blocked and killed. Tuoba family and the Western Tomb Beast Mountain did not want to let them go in fear of disasters in the future. Everyone's eyes from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion had turned red. These people were bathing in the shower of light from their guardian spirit and was receiving a baptism. Then they were going to commence a large murder spree here. These people were truly unbridled, despicable, and intolerable bullies. Group of bastards, bullying my Heaven-Mending Pavilion like no one is there. Flame Rhino Tribe is here to help. A loud roar was transmitted from the distance. A powerful expert that lead a large group of people appeared. They flickered with symbols and were all powerful individuals. After taking advantage of my heaven-mending pavilion so excessively, you all will inevitably pay the equal price in blood. Marquis Lingwei is here, and I will protect my pure land." Another loud roar was emitted, shaking the space there. It was clear that the person leading these large troops was an extremely terrifying character. The people were shocked. This was a noble, someone who used to cultivate within the heaven-mending pavilion that came back to provide assistance. He was an extremely outstanding figure back then within this pure land, and currently even carried the title of a marquis. "Divergent Mountain Clan Lord has arrived to protect our pure land," someone cried out. "Scarlet Sun Tribe has arrived to lend our aid. Marquis Ling Tian has arrived as well. To violate my pure land, none will escape death. Stone Country's War King has arrived, and will fight with those who violate the pure land." Screaming sounds rose and fell from all directions. Powerful experts appeared one after another. That Marquis Ling Tian shook the great wastelands, and his fame was equal to that of an incredibly powerful expert. As for that War King, his military fame was even more outstanding. Outside of the Emperor, he truly did not have that many opponents. These were all experts that have exited the heaven-mending pavilion. They have all cultivated here in the past, and after so many years, their names have shaken the land. Some were now lords, and others were bestowed the title of marquis. Now many of them have returned. As soon as they received news that their school was facing troubles, regardless of the difficulties, they traversed the great wastelands to provide their assistance. Their reputations had spread in all directions, and even though some of them only possessed ordinary strength, their presence here signified their intentions. It made many of the heaven-mending pavilion's people's eyes brim with tears of excitement. "Kill! Slaughter these brutes clean! Those who violate my heaven-mending pavilion will be killed without mercy." Everywhere in the pure land, people's blood began to boil. Their eyes were filled with hot tears, and they all raised their weapons in preparation to fight to the death. The various great races that invaded were all shocked. They felt a wave of coldness down their bodies. The heaven-mending pavilion has passed down their tradition for an extremely long time. Their disciples were numerous, and there were many that shook an entire region. Their connections were truly deep. "Did you really treat my heaven-mending pavilion like this because you thought there was no one here? We have all returned. We will definitely fight you all to the death and wipe this place clean of intruders." The people who returned hollered, all of them activating precious artifacts one after another as they killed their way over. There were human figures in every direction, and all of them commanded a large group of experts as they assisted the Pure Land. Originally, the heaven-mending pavilion's morale was downcast from top to bottom. Now that they saw the return of their school's people, there wasn't a single one whose blood wasn't boiling. They fiercely rushed towards the enemy to fight with their enemies. A great battle unfolded. The deity's rain scattered down from the sky like layers of crystalline petals. They were extremely beautiful. However, the ground reeked of blood. "With me, Marquis Lingtian here, who dares to invade my master's school?" An extremely valiant figure wearing silver armor leapt over. Destruction was left wherever he went. Once he revealed his symbols, the enemies in front would immediately be blasted apart and turned into a bloody mist. "Marquis Lingtian, you aren't being a proper leader for your clan. You ran all the way here to mess around. Be careful, or else you might just throw in your life as well." An archaic descendant roared. This was a black crow that was as dark as ink. It was 10 meters long, and its voice was ominous as it overflowed with dark light. It was an adult expert within the bird race. It massacred everything it could around here. It was bold, powerful, and unrivaled. Just now, it cleared open an area and led a group of crows here to baptize themselves in the deity's rain. So noisy. Such a small crow dares to call itself a king and go crazy here. "Kill!" Marquis Lingtian shouted. A huge bow appeared in his hands, and he began to draw back a large arrow. He pulled back the bowstring and released it with a chi sound. The arrow's feathers were like a rainbow, as the arrow shot out like a silver torch. It sparkled with brilliant radiance and pierced through the heavens before rushing towards that giant crow. The arrow itself could alter its directions, locking itself onto the crow as it moved. That crow let out a long cry. It spat out dark-colored flames that turned into symbols, burning that arrow. However, the arrow was splendid, and silver symbols shone around it. It pierced through the dark flames like a hot knife through butter. With a soft pu sound, the silver arrow shot through the crow's body and exploded. His body cracked apart and blood sprinkled everywhere. With the power of this one strong and ferocious arrow, he instantly killed an archaic descendant. Marquis Lingtian's might and awe made others tremble. In just the blink of an eye, this entire area cleared up, and no one dared to block them anymore. With divergent mountains lord here, all those that invade my pure land will be killed without mercy. An elder was like a furious lion as he soared over. His palm propped up a precious mark. With a wave towards the wind, it quickly enlarged and flew out until it became even larger than a mountain peak. He quickly pressed downwards ferociously and forcefully. The great earth began to collapse inch after inch. The creatures below all became alarmed. They couldn't defend against it at all, and were pressed into meat paste by the large symbol. Kill! The murderous shouts shook the skies. No one knew just how many heaven-mending pavilion supporters came from every direction. Their bodies were all bloody as they killed their way over from the distance. There were traces of enemies everywhere within these mountains and rivers. The flames of war were scattered throughout, and everyone's eyes were red with killing intent. Regardless of whether it were the experts that shook an entire region or ordinary experts, by appearing in the Pure Land, they all carried a type of imposing aura. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came here to provide assistance. This Pure Land flared up. There were sounds of murdering and battles in every direction. Everyone from Heaven-Mending Pavilion was incredibly excited. Warm tears tumbled from within their eyes. Regardless of whether it was 100 years ago or even from the past 10 years, with all of these disciples here, it induced a crying feeling from everyone here. Even lightning ancestor Mu Yen, Elder Lu and others had tears in their eyes. Their battle power was more than enough now. They were killing their way through every direction, specifically targeting those ancestral-level monsters. Heaven-Mending Pavilion is done. Your guardian spirit is on the verge of death. What else could it have up its sleeves? With all these great powers acting together, this land was destined to be burned to the ground. All of us together will speed up the destruction of this land. An old monster spoke. This was a genuine ancestral-level character who rarely had a worthy opponent. It held great animosity towards Heaven-Mending Pavilion. These kinds of people were seldomly seen in public. Are we done just because you say we're done? A dazzling sun that made everyone unable to open their eyes rose up. That all came from one person, and he was shining and illuminating this entire area over the Pure Land. He appeared exceptionally terrifying. It's the War King. Everyone's expressions changed. This man possessed an indomitable figure. The War King's prestige was renowned far and wide, and it was all carved out through his own killing feats. Back then, he went to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion to cultivate, and he had returned today. It had to be mentioned that he was truly powerful. When he lifted his hand, symbols glittered like an ocean wave pressing forward. He immediately caused that old monster to tremble and split out blood. Kill! That old monster opened his mouth and spat out a sword that was less than 1 chi long. It was vibrant and flowing as it transformed into a whip that hacked over. This sword was refined from an unknown ancient beast's teeth. Its entirety was crisp green and seemingly unbreakable. From the moment that this old monster was born, it had always used this sword. It was able to sweep everything away, and even a mountain could be easily sliced open. Dang! However, at this moment the War King directly shook his finger. He firmly met the sword head-on, confronting it without a hint of fear. The dark green precious artifact shook and symbols radiated. It almost dropped from the sky. Kill! The old monster spat out an area of essence energy. It entered the green jade sword, allowing its radiance to become even more magnificent, as if a divine river flowed through it. Dang dang dang! With a flick of the war god's finger, 10 fingers continuously struck down on this precious artifact while utilizing the powerful divine force of symbols. It shook this entire area, and a mountain nearby even collapsed from the sound waves. Gotcha in the end. The dark green divine sword actually cracked apart by the repeated strikes from the war god's fingers. A terrifying precious artifact was destroyed. The old monster released a loud roar and was thoroughly mad. This was the weapon that he refined his whole life, and never would he have thought that today was the day it would be destroyed. It made his eyes red with fury as he spat out blood. This old man is going to fight with you to the death. Then you should just die. The war king coldly shouted. He shone like a sun and killed his way forward. Hong divine force shocked the world. The war king threw out his fist, creating a sea of symbols that completely scattered the old monster's precious technique. Afterwards, he was sent flying outwards before exploding in midair. He possessed an absolute and unmatched strength. This was a man that had no qualms about fighting the human emperor for his title. His brilliant prowess were completely earned from his countless battles. Senior brother. After being separated for so many years, we meet again. The war god began to laugh heartily. After killing into the depths of the Pure Land, he met the heaven-mending pavilion's master. As soon as the words senior brother were heard, these two individuals immediately sighed. The heaven-mending pavilion master's memories surged. War King only cultivated here for 10 years before leaving because he attached more importance to Stone Country. However, no one expected him to come back today to save this pure land. It could be said that he truly valued relationships and values. Today, no matter how many people you have, it's all useless. The divine vine is about to die, so what can you all rely on? You all are destined to be destroyed. A silver flood dragon spoke. It brandished its enormous body and rushed forward. This was a descendant that held huge animosity for the heaven-mending pavilion. It was extremely terrifying, and was a large source of the slaughter here. What it said still made some sense. Even if people came to assist the heaven-mending pavilion, it was still difficult to change the situation. After all, there were too many enemies here, so even if they combined all of their strength at the crucial point, it would all be ended by the supreme beings in the 9 heavens. Wang, the heaven-mending pavilion, did not say anything and just raised his hand. It turned into a lump of light that flew over and pressed down on that silver flood dragon. With a raise of his hand, lightning interweaved, charring its body black and splitting its scales on the spot. The creatures in the vicinity were all shocked. This was a flood dragon king, and was definitely not some ordinary archaic descendant. However, it was actually severely wounded as soon as it went up, even though it had such a fierce and unrivaled appearance just now. This left a deep impression on everyone here. When the war god saw this, he rushed into the distance and continued to fight fiercely. The silver snake was absolutely furious. It spat out an expanse of divine light to suppress the heaven-mending pavilion master. Meanwhile, it soared into the air and depended on its powerful body to tear at its opponent. With a wung sound, an area of multicolored light surged from behind the heaven-mending pavilion master. A pair of golden divine wings appeared, producing waves of astral winds and thunder-like booming sounds. This was the divine Peng technique, and it was full of an extremely terrifying variation. At this moment, the Pure Land's core teacher's body directly enlarged, turning into a large golden bird. What? So terrifying. He has already reached spirituality, and turned himself into the shape of a divine bird. Many people cried out in surprise. The cultivation of precious techniques were many and varied. One of the more bitter routes was to genuinely embody oneself as another creature. Even though the conditions were harsh, its power was great, and could sometimes repair damaged precious techniques. With a pung sound, the large pung flapped its wings and swooped down. A pair of giant golden claws snatched up the silver flood dragon and fiercely tore at it. Blood splashed out, emitting countless light. The silver flood dragon began to develop dread. The flood dragon race naturally feared the pung race because they could suppress it. According to legend, the great pung would swallow creatures like the flood dragon every day and use them as food. Pooh, the silver flood dragon, struggled. but it was difficult for it to escape its destruction. It was ripped apart alive, dying on the spot. All the creature's expressions here changed. As soon as the heaven-mending pavilion master was freed from rescuing and assisting all the disciples, he indeed became terrifying to the extreme. He began to search specifically for powerful flood dragon experts. This was a terrifying intimidation towards everyone. The heaven-mending pavilion was united as one. They currently had an unprecedented unity. Even though there were heavy casualties, they still did not lack the power to fight this war. Do you think this will work? From the distance, golden light shone brilliantly. An unfathomably great enemy appeared. Even though it was in a humanoid form, golden fur covered its entire body. It was obvious that it wasn't a human, and its terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. Golden beast. Everyone was shocked. This was a creature that came from the archaic sacred mountain and known to be a divine servant. With the appearance of this creature, everything could already be inferred. The supreme experts that fought in the sky already decided heaven-mending pavilion's conclusion. Hee-hee, ha-ha. Laughter echoed down from the 9 heavens. The heaven-swallowing sparrow spread its wings and attacked upwards because it had sensed that the guardian spirit's energy had been exhausted. After all, it had withered a long time ago and had difficulties a tough time supporting itself. The divine seed is mine. You cannot defend this pure land any longer. The Xianxia was also incredibly indifferent. Its dark green eyes were emitting a cold light, and its killing intent spread everywhere. Large patches of light rain exploded in the sky. The divine vine dimmed, appearing all sickly high on top of the sky. It did not have a speck of green to it at all, and all of its leaves had withered. Its enclosing vines also looked the same. The only thing that still had any essence energy left was that green gourd. It still had plenty of life force left. A rain of blood splashed through the air. During the final battle of this old vine, it injured the heaven-swallowing sparrow. It cut down its feathers and made its blood splash out. The green gourd swayed. A primitive sword aura shot towards the human-shaped figure from Mount E. It injured him and made his golden blood splash high into the air. Ho! At the same time, the Xianxia was furious because it was pierced by one of the old vines. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood and its skull was almost split apart. The old vine was on the verge of death. Countless droplets of light sprinkled onto the great earth. Farewell! It spat out these 2 words, and no longer had even an ounce of fighting strength. Great guardian spirit. Within the pure land, many people cried out with sorrow. Struggling at death's door until today, you should have died a long time ago. The heaven-swallowing sparrow's voice was extremely callous, and its bloody pupils were incomparably cold. Its killing intent was like an ocean tide, and with a kacha sound, it snapped apart a withered yellow vine. Your body is already dried up. What other tricks can you use to fight? Today, you won't even be able to completely turn into light rain. I am going to grind you up into powder and refine you into a pill before devouring you completely. The Xianxia also bellowed cruelly. The old vine was very calm. Even though it was on the verge of death, it still gazed calmly downwards towards that ancient yard that had been ruined in wars. It was born there, but today it was the place where everything would come to an end. Lord Guardian Spirit! Everyone from Heaven-Mending Pavilion yelled. They could hardly accept this result. They were very angry, and could not help but tear up. The little guy clamored and yelled. This was the first time that he had felt a sense of belonging, but it was broken by this ruthless and cruel reality. He held onto the broken sword in one hand and the little pagoda in the other. Then he charged, wishing that he could soar into the 9 heavens and participate in that great battle. Suddenly, the broken sword shined, and that disheveled-haired elder appeared. An ancient sword was stuck into his head, dripping with black blood. The ghostly grandpa appeared. This time, not only could the little guy see him, everyone else could see him as well. He took the broken sword from the little guy's hands and gently stroked it with his hand. He appeared rather perplexed, but soon after seemed to have woken up. Following that, he erupted into fury and rushed into the heavens. Everyone was mind-blown. This long-haired elder held the broken sword in his hand and directly sliced off the claw of the heaven-swallowing swallow that tore apart the vine, causing blood to gush out. No one thought that he was actually this powerful and terrifying. Moreover, it was all so abrupt. He suddenly appeared high up in the sky. Light rain scattered down. The divine vine was on the verge of disappearing, and its entire body was burning, turned into a beautiful deity rain. You completed your promise to me and protected the pure land until you turned old and died in battle. An elder with disheveled hair and empty eyes spoke towards the guardian spirit. Who are you? The heaven-swallowing sparrow erupted in anger as it reconnected its broken claw. Its entire body emitted light as it swooped down. Oh! The completely ash-gray-haired elder roared towards the sky. He was like a demonic deity, and as he rushed up, even the winds and clouds began to revolve. The heaven-devouring sparrow was shocked and evaded with extreme speed. That wave of killing intent was too powerful. You planted me and gave me my life. The guardian spirit softly muttered as it gazed towards the elder, who had an ancient sword pierced through his skull. It became indistinct within the rain of light, gradually disappearing. Lord Guardian Spirit! Everyone started shouting loudly as they all grieved greatly. The guardian spirit that had guarded their school had reached the end of its life just like that. It was already at the point of dying due to old age, yet it still died in battle. Inside the Pure Land, everybody from the school was sad. This result was extremely difficult for them to accept. The guardian spirit had simply done too much for them. It neutralized all threats and fought in ancient wars until now. However, its divine flames were put out today in this tragic ending. While everyone from Heaven Mending Pavilion greatly lamented, all the other creatures and supreme experts' hearts were trembling. They were filled with doubts and questions as they shivered inwardly. What were the origins of that gray-haired elder? Was Heaven Mending Pavilion's guardian spirit really planted by him? This was simply too scary and made everyone tremble. This reality felt so unreal that it made everyone's scalps numb. Even the heaven-swallowing sparrow, Xianxia, and the man-shaped creature from Mount E were apprehensive. Even they felt like they had encountered a huge problem. Living a long time does not represent true power. This doesn't mean anything. The Xianxia roared quietly as it took precautionary measures. Ho! The gray-haired old man loudly roared. Like a devil, one of his hands formed into a fist while the other grasped that broken sword. As he gazed at the rain of light in the sky and looked at the burning divine vine, his empty eyes displayed a great sadness. Old man, you actually dare to mount a sneak attack on me. Fight me again. The heaven-swallowing sparrow called out with extremely anger. Just then, one of its claws had been cut off. Although it had already been reconnected, this was still an extraordinary shame and humiliation. It opened its mouth and began to suck inwardly. An enormous black hole appeared out of nowhere to suck the ghostly grandpa inside. It bore the title Heaven Swallowing, so this was naturally its supreme precious technique. The disheveled-haired old man's empty eyes were still like before, but the hand gripping the sword was already trembling. He suddenly and silently yelled out as his full head of gray hair began to dance in the wind. Kill! The gray-haired old man shouted loudly. His heart was sad that the guardian spirit had turned into divine rain, and it was impossible for it to continue existing. This filled him with hate and murderous intent, and these feelings were completely infused into his sword strike. A loud rumble echoed through the air, and that black hole was sliced apart. The gray-haired old man crashed into it like a devil. His broken sword became a rainbow as the black rust on top of it was shed off, revealing an endless amount of divine splendor. The two fiercely battled, and their symbols crossed each other as they collided with their strongest attacks. Endless amounts of unfathomable splendor spread outwards as the mist within the black hole dispersed. Fresh blood splashed outwards. The ghostly grandpa's empty eyes contained a terrifying killing intent. He carried a streak of blood with him as he appeared again. The broken sword shined like a sun as the heaven-swallowing sparrow in the sky cried furiously. Its beak had been sliced off, and fresh blood was currently sprinkling out of it. One must understand that it was enormous beyond comparison. No one knew just how long it was, and even though it was just the beak being sliced off, it was still shockingly huge. After crashing into the great earth, it caused landslides and earthquakes. Everyone was overwhelmed. This ghostly grandpa was too strong. After this fierce clash, he inflicted an injury on the heaven-swallowing sparrow. The heaven-swallowing sparrow flew into the sky and cried angrily towards the heavens as it spiraled about. Every part of its body was in pain, and it was truly difficult to tolerate. Its beak was the sturdiest part of its body, yet it had been sliced off. How could it endure this? One must know that it was reputed to be the heaven-swallowing sparrow. Some of its precious techniques were closely tied to its beak. Since this part had been cut off, it was now in great discomfort. Its symbols flickered. The heaven-swallowing sparrow called back its beak and began to recover its injuries. After evolving into a pure-blooded creature, its life force was as vast as the ocean, making it extremely tough to kill. This was also one of the reasons why it was so heaven-defying. The southern meteorite mountain's human-shaped creature, Xianxia, and the man-shaped creature from Mount E were all shocked. This old man's power greatly exceeded their expectations. He was simply too terrifying, and there was destined to be a fierce battle here. "I'm leaving now." These final 3 words echoed through the air. Its withered vine and its yellow leaves finally burned to dust, fluttering into the air. At the same time, there were large patches of light rain that drizzled down on the great earth. They sprinkled down into a pond, and within the soil a green bud was visibly sprouting with great vitality. It had died of old age here and returned to the great earth. It was born within that ancient courtyard, so it returned to that ancient courtyard. An endless rain of light danced about. Many people opened their arms as they welcomed the baptism. This was the deity's reign, and it was difficult to encounter something like in one's lifetime. Great guardian spirit. Everyone from the heaven-mending pavilion clenched their fists as their voices resonated here. They were filled with grief, but there was nothing they could do to change this result. "Senior," the little guy muttered. After seeing it die like this, his heart was very uncomfortable as he reminisced back to the times he comprehended and cultivated in the Tao under that old vine. On top of the sky, there was a green gourd radiating. It was dispersing strand after strand of primitive chaotic aura, and as it suspended there, the rain of light wrapped itself around it. This was the divine seed, and was the only thing left behind by the guardian spirit. The Xianxia was the first to reach out and grab it. The reason that they all came was purely for obtaining this divine seed. Now that it was ownerless and lying right in front of their eyes, how could they sit still? The Xianxia's body was a bloody red color, and its appearance was like a tiger combined with an ox. Its mouth was full of fierce-looking tiger-like teeth, and the horns above its eyes and on top of its head were like an ox's, giving it an extremely vicious appearance. Sharp, spiky hair grew all of its body. Each of them were sharp and blood-colored, as if they had previously been dyed in fresh blood and dried up. Its baleful aura was extremely oppressive. Additionally, it even had a pair of terrifying bright red devil-like wings that could split apart the heaven and earth. Its pair of green eyes were like those of demons, and whenever its gaze was casted out, it would make one's soul become unstable. That guardian spirit should have died a while ago. It struggled at death's door all this time, yet it still couldn't protect this ancient school in the end. "The divine seed belongs to me." It was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings, thunder and lightning appeared abruptly. Everyone became intimidated as its bright and resplendent symbols submerged the heaven and earth. It carried a bloody light that locked everyone else out. "Get lost!" When the gray-haired old man shouted these words, the hand that held the sword instantly hacked apart those symbols. Moreover, Kung Chang's symbols rang out, and the Xianxia's precious artifact sharp hairs immediately exploded. Countless scarlet divine needles flew into the air, almost injuring the heaven-swallowing sparrow and other creatures there. The two struggled fiercely and collided in a terrifying battle. Then, with a pu sound, the Xianxia wretchedly screamed as its fresh blood spouted forth. A claw that was as large as a mountain range was sliced off, and it began to fall towards the great earth. Everyone was overwhelmed, and even the expressions of those supreme experts in the air had changed. This gray-haired old man's display of power was too terrifying, frightening them. He had injured the heaven-swallowing sparrow and cut of one of the Xianxia's claws. This was just too shocking. Peng ghostly grandpa instantly embraced the green gourd by his chest. With endless sadness on his face, he said, "Goodbye, we won't ever meet again, but you have done very well. I am ashamed of myself. It's my heaven-mending pavilion, yet I had to ask you to protect it." After speaking these words, everyone's heart shuddered. Who was he, and how could he say such things? Especially the disciples of heaven-mending pavilion. They were even more stunned. The implications behind this old man's words accelerated their heartbeat. They were simply in disbelief. Was this man their ancestor? "Who are you?" the heaven-swallowing sparrow loudly shouted. The Xianxia also opened his hellish green eyes wide. His killing intent filled the air as he asked, "Who are you?" Even though they already had their own assumptions, they still wanted to confirm it. This was too terrifying, because this old man's identity and status was frightening. "Who am I?" The gray-haired old man said this to himself. His eyes contained somewhat of a bewildered look before he fiercely them opened wide. 2 rays of divine light shot outwards, instantly scattering the clouds in the sky as he said, "I am an abandoned disciple, the founder of the heaven-mending pavilion." What? Everyone who heard these words were shocked. Their bodies trembled. This old man was the ancestor who established the heaven-mending pavilion? "You are really our school's ancestor." Heaven-mending pavilion's pavilion master, Mu Yen, Elder Lu, and others' voices were trembling. This truly shocked everyone, and no one could believe this at all. However, all the other creatures were overcome with a wave of dread. How terrifying of a character was this? He had personally established this pure land, yet he was still in this world? This reality simply seemed like a dream. Many creatures were scared to death. They attacked this land with the intentions of capturing a great opportunity. But was this really luck or misfortune in the end? Up in the 9 heavens, the man-shaped creature from Mount E, the creature from southern Meteorite Mountain, and the heaven-swallowing sparrow were in shock, but became relieved soon after. No wonder this old man was so powerful. He was actually one of the first ancestors that established the heaven-mending pavilion. He was an extremely influential person during the ancient times, so it wasn't unusual for him to have this type of cultivation level. Everyone on the ground who was from heaven-mending pavilion became incredibly excited. Was their first ancestor still alive? The so-called ancient apparition was actually him. Everyone loudly roared and couldn't help but let out long hollers as their tears tumbled down. "Ancestor, exterminate them all. Take revenge for great guardian spirit. Don't let them go. You have to kill them all," everyone cried and yelled out. The little guy stood amongst the crowd. He was very shocked as well. The ghostly grandpa was actually the ancestor of the heaven-mending pavilion? His little face turned a bit green. At the time, he was always followed by that old man, and could see him if he woke up in the middle of the night. He had also treated him as a Kotrak once upon a time. When he took off his little clothes, he threw them all on top of that old man's body. He was an abandoned disciple. What kind of school abandoned him? Second Baldy muttered. A feeling of coldness appeared in the depths of its heart as it felt waves of fear. This is too astonishing. Even the first ancestor of the heaven-mending pavilion appeared. The big red bird was shocked into shivering. At this moment, a divine halo appeared behind the head of the man-shaped creature from Mount E. Symbols intersected all over his body, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was the guardian spirit of the little western paradise once upon a time. He knew a little bit of the secrets from the ancient times, and he knew how scary these first ancestors were. Even the man-shaped creature from the southern Meteorite Mountain began to concentrate. A huge golden whip appeared beneath his feet, and a golden precious artifact that looked like a golden banner made out of bones appeared in his hands. As for the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia, there was even less that needed to be said. They revealed vicious glints in their eyes, and their blood boiled for war. Symbols ignited, increasing their essence energies to their extreme limits. The gray-hair old man's condition was very unstable. He was awake for one moment and drowsy in the next. He fiercely shook his head before widening his eyes, taking advantage of the time that he was wide awake to suddenly throw the divine gourd seed away. A golden ripple that looked like a passageway appeared in midair as it took the gourd into the ends of the horizon. Wherever you take root is where the heaven-mending pavilion will be reborn. Even if the school is destroyed, the legacy will never die, the gray-haired old man said. Although his voice was quiet, it still resounded through the heavens. Everyone from Heaven-Mending Pavilion was greatly touched as they hollered loudly together. They repeated these words as if they had seen a glimpse of hope for the future. Old man, you... The man-shaped creature from the southern meteorite mountain was enraged. Was he actually going to miss the opportunity to get the divine seed? The heaven-swallowing sparrow spread its wings with the intention of following it. The Xianxia and the creature from Mount E also rushed out in order to chase that green gourd as well. The gray-haired old man's eyes were empty as he flipped the broken sword in his hand. He slashed an indescribable symbol that actually sealed the entire heaven. He blocked out every direction with a barrier and made them unable to leave. Chop this old ghost's head off. The most terrifying battle exploded. The four great creatures acted together. They all attacked the first ancestor of the heaven-mending with murderous intent. Go. Rebuild the heaven-mending pavilion in the future. The gray-haired old man yelled out towards everyone below. His voice was lonely and exhausted, but it still contained hope. There were simply too many emotions mixed within. Don't let any of them go. Chop off all their heads. The Xianxia and the heaven-swallowing sparrow also shouted. Go, we are leaving. The heaven-mending pavilion master shouted and broke through the siege along with everyone else. He knew that the first ancestor's conditions were amiss, since he was sometimes awake and sometimes sleepy. There might be some big problems with him, so they could not stay here. The great battle in the sky was incredibly fierce. A rain of blood splashed down. A piece of flesh was torn off of the gray-haired old man's shoulders, making him go completely mad. Even though his eyes were empty, his killing intent flourished to an extreme. He waved the broken sword and sliced off the arm of the man-shaped creature from Mount E. It fell through the barrier and dropped onto the ground. Kill! The old man was dyed in blood as he struck out once again. His sword became even fiercer now. Like a demonic light illuminating from the outside world, he was cutting and slicing them like dried wood and withered weeds. Poo-poo sounds rang out in succession. The Xianxia was furious. One of its arms was cut off, dropping onto the ground. Following that, the heaven-swallowing sparrow angrily cried out as half its wing was cut clean through. The expert from the southern meteorite mountain felt a chill in his calves as everything below was cut off. Fresh blood gushed outwards as it fell. The ferocity of this old man was a little bit horrifying. After suffering an injury, he successively inflicted heavy damages on all of them. With his single broken sword, he was able to sweep away everything in front of him. The flesh of a pure-blooded creature. I want a bite, the little guy said on the ground. He hated those creatures in the sky with an extreme passion, but their flesh and blood were precious medicine, and that was extremely enticing to him. Everyone from Heaven-Mending Pavilion was trying to break out of the enclosure, creating a great retreat. The little guy really wanted to rush over and carry away one of those legs. However, that was only a thought because he didn't dare to actually do it. Suddenly, the pure white jade-like small pagoda began to shine. With a chilu sound, it flickered and retrieved that Mount E creature's arm. Then, with another flicker, it swallowed that Xianxia's claw, the heaven-swallowing sparrow's wing, and the calf from the southern meteorite divine mountain creature. The little guy's eyes turned round. He looked left and right and discovered that no one around him noticed. His little heart began to beat wildly as he immediately scrammed. He did not dare get close to that area because he was afraid of those creatures in the sky going crazy. With a chi sound and a flicker of pure white light radiance, the little pagoda returned. It actually looked as if it had ate an entire person. The pagoda's body was bulging as it remained silent and motionless. All of this happened within a split second. The heaven-swallowing sparrow, Xianxia and the others began to summon their broken limbs. However, to their surprise, they couldn't sense them anymore. Their expressions all changed, and they began to go crazy. They were able to reconnect their bodies, so they weren't afraid of them being chopped off. They could not imagine that, in the blink of an eye, their lost limbs had disappeared without a trace. Who? The four creatures became furious. It was simply too weird that they actually lost their arm, leg, wing, and claws. How could they endure it? They felt that there must have been a supreme expert laying in waiting to steal these things, causing them to immediately go into a fit of rage. The gray-haired old man started his attack. The broken sword in his hand was unrivaled as it dazzled and resounded. However, at this exact moment, the ancient sword stuck into his forehead, trembled, and emitted a hazy light. His body immediately staggered as strands of black blood gushed from his forehead. Leave! Heaven-mending pavilion's pavilion master, Mu Yen, Elder Lu, and the others were like lightning. When they saw this, they finally realized why, even though the first ancestor was so strong, he wanted them to escape right away. It was all because his consciousness was problematic, and that ancient sword stuck into his forehead was the root of this problem. Who did this in the past? To have actually stuck a sword through the first ancestor's skull, it was simply too terrifying. Even thinking about it made people tremble. Heaven-mending pavilion's first ancestor became furious. His full head of gray hair danced wildly. The ancient sword stuck into his head was pulled outwards inch by inch. As the sword resounded, black blood continuously gushed outwards. Kill! Upon seeing this, the four creatures charged forward together. Ho! The old man roared loudly like a devil. Hong Long! The broken sword in his hand started shining even more exuberantly. It was like a sun, and he combined himself with his weapon in order to fend off this ancient sword. Kill! With a loud shout, a trace of splendor actually appeared in his empty eyes. He attacked the four creatures as his broken sword blazed and slashed in every direction. In an instant, feathers fluttered wildly, claws were split apart, and fresh blood splashed everywhere. PWT in the sky, black feathers fluttered about, beast claws split apart, and blood rained down. It was extremely shocking. The battle was extremely intense. The gray-haired old man went crazy, but the four supreme experts were also fighting for their lives. Multicolored light danced as propitious light lingered and killing intent surged. This battle had reached its climax. Pu, the gray-haired old man, was like an ancient deity who simply couldn't be stopped. He shaved off the tip of the southern meteorite divine mountain man-shaped creature's shoulder and almost hacked his shoulder in two. That broken sword shined brighter than the sun, moon, and stars, and it seemed almost as if all of its rust had fallen off. It was as if it could reflect a person's very soul, and the old man was slowly being awakened. He emitted an immortal aura as he attacked in every direction. Symbols interweaved. They were like a waterfall of stars that draped from the heavens all the way to the ground. The broken sword was as bright as a sun as it hacked over, and with a kangqiang sound, one of the Xianxia's horns was cut off, making it shout loudly non-stop. Beast roars trembled the skies as fresh blood sprinkled everywhere. The old man was one with the broken sword, promoting his strength to an unrivaled realm. He carried an unparalleled and supreme aura, and his might was simply unstoppable. Kill! The four supreme experts shouted together. They were all blood-ridden as they used all of their power to kill him. This old thing is truly troublesome, but let's see just how long your rampage will last. The heaven-swallowing sparrow shouted. They had already noticed that the old man's body had problems. That ancient sword stuck in his skull made his conditions unstable, because he was continuously bleeding black blood from there. The old man shouted, and both of his eyes were empty. His killing intent became even fiercer now as the threat of his sword aura became even more pervasive. Black symbols flickered before turning into a divine chain that tangled the skies. They appeared extremely strange as they made walala sounds. The divine chains seemed like they were made out of gold, yet they flickered with black light. They covered the empty skies and sealed off the experts' retreat paths. Furthermore, the black divine chains spread outwards with the intent of locking them all up. They flickered brilliantly with their terrifying auras, gradually filling the air with a layer of mist that enveloped the 9 heavens. Kill! Upon seeing this, the 4 supreme experts began to do their utmost to survive. This old man was too terrifying and worthy of being a first ancestor. He was actually stronger than the 4 of them combined. When the enormous wings that was thousands of li long streaked across the sky, it collapsed all the mountains around it. When the enormous Xianxia roared, the 9 heavens trembled. The man-shaped creature from the southern meteorite divine mountain emitted light as he held the golden bone banner in his hands. He shook it within the vast and endless skies, and the stars around it seemed to have started trembling as well. The expert from Mount E was also emitting precious splendor. The divine halo behind his head enlarged like a sun as it forced its way into the sky, emitting rays of golden light. The 4 experts weaved and attacked from all directions with the desires to cut loose the black chains. They revolved around the old man and wished to kill him in the air. However, the old man's power exceeded their imaginations. He possessed endless hidden powers, and became more ferocious as he fought. The broken sword in his hand glittered as he slashed horizontally and hacked vertically. After a pu sound, the heaven-swallowing sparrow's other wing had been hacked off. Its blood splashed so high into the sky that the 9 heavens had been dyed red. The sword's aura was like a rainbow as it pierced the Xianxia's stomach. A large bloody hole appeared inside him, and his front and back was sparkling clean. At the same time, the 2 man-shaped creatures both suffered injuries. The divine halo behind the expert of Mount E was sliced open. Even the back of his head had been sliced off, which made him shout out with fear. As for the southern meteorite divine mountain's expert, he also suffered an injury. The golden bone banner within his hand had a chunk of it sliced off, and many of his fingers had been hacked off along with it. They continuously dripped out blood, making him retreat rapidly. The ancestors' divine arts. Take revenge for the great guardian spirit. Everyone from Heaven-Mending Pavilion who was on the ground became stirred up. Their hearts were incredibly excited, because they wished that the gray-haired old man would behead all 4 of those supreme experts. Disciples from tens to hundreds of years ago had returned, and there might have even been older people who came to help. They helped the trapped disciples of the Pure Land out. However, upon seeing this scene, many people from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion wanted to go back and kill them all. Don't be impetuous. Safely leaving is good enough. We achieved this through Marquis Lingtian, Divergent Mountain's Lord, War King, and others' help. We have to live for their expectations. Heaven-Mending Pavilion's Pavilion Master dissuaded them and did not allow anyone to charge back. He gazed into the blue dome of heaven. His heart was unsettled because the gray-haired old man's circumstances were dire. That ancient sword was trembling, which created cracks in front of his skull, dyeing his hair in the black blood. Sure enough, after a fierce battle that inflicted heavy injuries onto the 4 experts, the gray-haired old man staggered. Although he was yelling, he was still unable to pull out that ancient sword in the end. In his resounding cries, that sword was vibrating strongly and slowly inserted back into his skull. It made him spit out black blood from his mouth, and the cracks in his skull become even larger as his body swayed. "We're leaving," the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's Pavilion Master shouted loudly. His heart was bleeding as he saw his Pure Land defeated and occupied by many other creatures to baptize themselves. He was very uncomfortable, but there was no solutions. Their guardian spirit had fallen, and the first ancestor who he thought had originally passed away suddenly appeared today, but in a serious condition. Given enough time, the heaven-swallowing sparrow, Xianxia, and the others would most likely struggle free and unleash their might. "Stop them! Don't let them go!" someone shouted, and many people also turned their attention towards the sky. After seeing the gray-haired old man in such a bad state, the fear in their hearts gradually disappeared. Heaven-Mending Pavilion's first ancestor already died during the ancient era. This is only his rotten corpse. Don't be scared. Kill! In the blink of an eye, the yelling, murderous shouts shook the skies. Everyone had once again began their assault to surround the entire heaven-mending pavilion. "Don't zealously stay and fight. Let's split up and go." Heaven-mending pavilion's pavilion master commanded his school to separate and break the siege through different directions. The fortunate thing was, they had already escaped the larger encirclement, so their situation was now much better than before. "Senior brother, take care. I'm going to leave with a bunch of disciples." Some people came over and said their farewells. "Good, we will act separately. No matter who survives in the end, we will certainly rebuild the heaven-mending pavilion." A few people came and said farewell to the pavilion master, and then each of them brought a group of people to kill their way out through different directions. Mu Yen, Elder Lu, and several other elders also acted the same way. They commenced their large murdering sprees in order to carve out a path made of blood. "Ho! You all won't be able to leave." Golden rays of light flickered in the distance as a terrifying creature from an ancient divine mountain appeared. This was the golden beast, and it obstructed one of the paths. "Tuoba family's clan head is here. None of you should think about escaping." A few elders loudly shouted from another direction. As their eyes opened and shut, divine rays of lightning shot out. They lead a group of dark-clothed people to obstruct another direction. "Western Tomb Beast Mountain's flying python king is here. I'll see if you dare to escape." An enormous flying python appeared from another direction. Its entire body was flickering with multicolored light as it extended there like a mountain range. Many directions had terrifying experts obstructing the path. The situation was not as simple as they had imagined. It was still dire. "Just a bunch of bouncing clowns, and you dare to block my way?" The War King was quite mighty. He attacked towards a group of experts and lead many people outside the blockage. "Kill!" Lightning ancestor Mu Yen released his thunder spheres from another place. Experts instantly flew outwards and exploding in the air, turning into dust. This was a terrifying battle between the heaven-mending pavilion and experts from every direction. After breaking out of the siege, they only discovered more creatures lying in wait. They could only continue their bloody battle in order to advance. "Kill! Don't allow them to leave." Battles broke out in every direction, and this place erupted in slaughter. Everyone with animosity towards the heaven-mending pavilion to action. One of the most terrifying ancient divine mountains, Mount E, had displayed their desire for revenge and sent out their golden beast. This was a catastrophic outcome. This land was filled with random battles. Murderous shouts shook the sky, and the great earth was dyed bloody red. The little guy followed and charged. He was fully fighting to the point of becoming delirious. He did not know Elder he was fleeing with, but he was killing until his entire body became bloody as he weaved about amongst the group of people. Right now, he did not know which direction was which anymore. He was only following his seniors as he fled while battling along the way. 6 or 7 elders were protecting this group of people, and they were at the vanguard of this battle. However, they had been slashed by the claws of that ancient beast. It was an incredibly sinister creature whose terror overflowed into the heavens. "Elders!" Everyone cried out with grief. "Bastard!" An angry shout rang out from afar. Heaven-mending pavilion's pavilion master, Tao Yi, and a few others also came in this direction. They cooperated to activate heaven-mending pavilion's supreme artifact, the glistening yellow gourd. With a hong sound, the gourd enlarged as the aura of primal chaos surged forth and suppressed everything beneath. It shook the ancient beast until it exploded into a patch of bloody mist. Everyone was suddenly shocked and stepped aside because they were all horrified. "Damn it! You dare to kill my son!" A golden beast appeared. It had the figure of a human and a full body of gold hair. It was reputed as a divine servant that served ancient divine beasts. Its techniques were excellent and its terror overflowed into the heavens. The glistening yellow gourd shined after being activated once again. With a hong sound, the golden beast was shaken and flew across the air as it spat out mouthfuls of blood. How powerful! It's worth of being a supreme artifact. The golden beast was startled. This gourd had a powerful origin. It was grown by the guardian spirit, except it had not matured yet. In the ancient time, the world was in upheaval, and the divine vine participated in wretched battles to protect this pure land. During one of the battles, it had suffered an unimaginable injury that practically killed it. That even was the root of the reason why it suffered from an incurable condition, and could not have lasted until today. Back then, it had once bloomed and gave fruit to a gourd. Unfortunately, before it had fully matured, it fell off due to the aforementioned injuries. It had an extremely short period of growth, and even its primal energy was exhausted. As a result, the detachment of this gourd signified that it would scatter into light rain, because it was still far from maturity. However, Heaven Mending Pavilion tried every method possible and utilized many spiritual objects to refine this gourd, and in the end, they were finally able to preserve it. Theoretically, this gourd shouldn't possess much strength since it had already fallen off. However, after being refined hundreds of times, it became one of the Heaven Mending Pavilion's supreme treasures. A severe battle that far surpassed everyone's imaginations erupted here. The little guy followed the group and advanced into the distance. The battlegrounds here split into 4 parts, and he did not have the strength to intervene. Escape was the best option. Kill! Along with murderous shouts, everyone charged through together. Gradually, they divided up into many groups and escaped into the distance. Big fatty! Suddenly, the little guy was startled. He saw Hualinger standing in a faraway mountain peak, and there was a shining war chariot stopped beside her. Father Emperor, please save my senior brothers and sisters, she pleaded. Fine, you have baptized here successfully, and you have entered the Heaven Mending Pavilion after all. I owe them a favor. I'll save the people over here. An imposing voice echoed from the chariot. Hong! In the next moment, the ancient war chariot shone like a sun, and there were endless dense symbols illuminating the heaven and earth around it. Terrifying aura flooded over like an ocean. The Tuoba family who had been chasing and killing up to this point were all astonished. Heaven Mending Pavilion's leaders in this direction were all covered in blood. After fighting madly until now, their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. If this continued, they would perish. At this precise moment, that war chariot's shine enveloped the land and stopped this battle. That mighty and dignified voice said, Tuoba family, please back off. Fire Nation's emperor, you shouldn't meddle in this affair. One of Tuoba family's elders shouted loudly. This matter I have to take care of. Only these words came out of the war chariot. You? Tuoba family's people were startled and angry, but they were fearful as well. With a wung sound, the war chariot shone and golden symbols formed a barrier of light that instantly enveloped everyone from Heaven Mending Pavilion. They had disappeared from their original spots and were sent 10 li away. You? Tuoba family's younger generation wanted to stop him. However, the elders there hastily stopped them. They were scared of offending the emperor and provoking a huge disaster. They turned around and left, but they wanted to take a detour in order to continue their pursuit. However, the emperor raised his hand and a blazing light flew out of the chariot, cut straight across their path, sealing them within. You're being too oppressive. There will be a day. An elder from the Tuoba family clenched his teeth. A streak of divine light flew over and enveloped him. Tuoba family's elder was shocked upon seeing. He exhausted all of his strength as he waved out a huge symbol in order to defend his grandson against that streak of light. This elder's arm was exploded into a bloody mist. The emperor's might could not be stopped. His grandson was turned into a pile of blood because he simply could not withstand it. We're leaving. Upon seeing the situation, the Tuoba family elder no longer spoke. He rapidly left with his people and did not dare pursue any longer. That ancient war chariot was shining as it carried Hualinger through the sky. Symbols interweaved, as if thunder and lightning were flickering. Simply no one dared to obstruct them as they disappeared into the ends of the horizon in the blink of an eye. The several hundred disciples from Heaven Mending had successfully broke through the siege from this direction. Everything was due to the help of the emperor. From the distance, the little guy was dumbstruck. Following that, he beat his chest and stomped his feet. The big fatty's father was over there, and if he knew sooner, he would have broke through from that direction. In the end, he was a step too late. There was an endless rank of enemies behind him, and an emptiness in front. "I'm escaping." He once again charged into the group of people as he started charging through in order to look for another group of heaven-mending pavilions people. This was a chaotic battle, but it was also a large killing and plundering opportunity that was seldomly seen in many years. The little guy had already fled with them and was far away from the heaven-mending pavilion. However, they were still being closely pursued from the behind. There was no way to break away from the endless chasing enemies. There was a group of vicious birds chasing and killing from the sky, and endless humans and enormous beasts pursuing them from the ground. This was a miserable battle. He did not know whether or not the others had broken out of their siege, but their group were in an increasing amounts of danger. At first, Lightning Ancestor Mu Yen was leading the charge, but soon after, no one knew when, but the large group of people had already been separated into over 10 smaller groups. Along the way, there weren't just people looking to kill them. There were also people trying to help them, such as nobles who once enrolled their younger generations into the heaven-mending pavilion in order to be baptized here. They owed a large favor to the heaven-mending pavilion. A group of people saved them and helped them leave the battlefield. However, the little guy was quite unlucky. He hadn't encountered help once. Along the way, he had seen a few openings, but he could only stare blankly at those opportunities that had just brushed past him. "Devilish brat! Where are you going to run?" Loud roars echoed from behind him. There were actually people who were watching him closely, chasing him through many groups of people in order to kill him. "It's people from the 4 great clans." His heart trembled as he speedily escaped and said, "Big Red, stop pretending, let's go." Beside him, apart from Qingfeng, there were 2 strange beasts whose fur was shining with incredible ferocity. They were actually the big red bird and second Baldy. They had been wearing beast skins as they madly ran along the way in fear of being seen by those groups of vicious birds in the sky. It was because those who flew in the sky were even more terrifying than those who were on the ground. There was a group of extremely difficult to deal with experts sweeping across the sky, and their precise goal was to stop them from quickly escaping. It was another great pursuit. The little guy and the others jumped on the big red bird's back. He told it to fly close to the ground and escape for their lives. After an hour, they had temporarily broken away from the pursuers, but the big red bird was almost ripped apart. A group of vicious birds chased them, and they were even more savage than the 4 great clans. Fortunately, it was extremely fast and it far surpassed those individuals. "Not good, I have to rest. Otherwise, I'll be useless." The big red bird landed on the ground to quickly heal its injuries. This was a place that was far from the battlefield, and they haven't been able to see any of the great battle for a long time already. Over half a day's time had passed by, and they did not know how that gray-haired old man was doing. Suddenly, a streak of black light appeared. Then, with a resounding noise, a broken sword fell to the ground. Kung Chong! Sparks splashed in every direction. The broke sword pierced into a limestone and trembled slightly, emitting metallic noises. The little guy widened his eyes and gazed high into the sky and did not see anyone. There was no one from the 4 great clans here, and there were no signs of the gray-haired man either. A few vicious birds streaked across the empty sky once in a while. With a chong sound, he pulled out the broken sword. He then looked around like a thief before carrying the big red bird that was still healing on his shoulders and leading Qingfeng as well as second Baldy out of here. This was a supreme treasure. Even though it was broken, it could still slice open the heaven-swallowing sparrow and hack through a Xianxia. Now that he got it back after seeing what it was capable of, he naturally began to treasure it more and take care of it better to avoid the eyes of any greedy onlookers. Only after running another 10 li did he finally drop the big red bird. It fell down and began to shout miserably, complaining about the pain. The little guy was elated and began to reevaluate the broken sword. It was pitch black without any luster and there wasn't the slightest hint of divine force. But he knew that this was actually a supreme precious artifact. The rust is gone. But are there more bloodstains now? He scratched his head. Dark red-colored blood traces replaced the previously rusty stains. What happened to the ghostly grandpa? He was a little bit worried. After seeing this broken sword, he gently let out a sigh as he put it behind his back. He did not have the time to think too much about that, because his biggest goal currently was to escape this place alive. Chaotic battles were taking place everywhere today, and there were war cries sounding from every direction. There was fighting happening everywhere, and one could die if they took a simple misstep. This region seemed rather calm, but the little guy did not decide to make his getaway immediately. This was because he didn't want to peek his head out too early. Every time he thought he broke away, terrifying figures would always appear and block his way. In the end, he was still within the battlefield. His best option was to blend in with the crowd and not be the first one to be killed. If he could muddle himself within the enemies, that would be even better. Big brother, can we escape? There were a few bloodstains on Qingfeng's little face. Along the way, he had seen many deaths and even took action a few times himself to kill a few of the heavily injured vicious beasts. He was very careful, because the shouts of battle were still faintly ringing from the distance. The battlefield was expanding, and they had never truly separated themselves from it. Auho, a muffled roar echoed through. The mountain ranges shook, and the leaves within the forest began to flutter about in disorder. An enormous black tiger that was as large as a mountain fled from the battlefield with a body completely covered in blood. It's that guy! The little guy was surprised. This was the terrifying black tiger that he saw guarding the Black Demon Lotus during the second round of Heaven Mending Pavilion's disciple trials. This black tiger was more difficult to deal with than ordinary descendants. However, its entire body was bloody after suffering some heavy injuries. White bones were exposed from the tip of its shoulders as it carried over 10 Heaven Mending Pavilion disciples on its back. It ran wildly as it charged into the distance. It seemed like it had paid a heavy price to break out of the siege. The little guy wanted to call it, but as soon as he stood up, all the hairs on the black tiger's body were erect. It stood up on its hind legs like a man, and a disciple from the Heaven Mending Pavilion almost fell off. A streak of scarlet light charged over from within the dark abyss. This was a scarlet flood dragon over 100 zhang in length. Its aura was no weaker than the black tiger's. This was obviously a powerful archaic descendant. Peng the black tiger reached out with a symbol-covered claw. Black light surged violently as it smashed forward like an ocean. However, the scarlet flood dragon fiercely defended by exterminating the symbols with a sweep of its tail. A hong-long sound rang out, and the mountain peaks nearby all collapsed. Roughly 10 giant boulders weighing over 10,000 jin rolled about. The two powerful creatures collided and fought furiously. However, at this moment, a golden lion appeared from a forest that was even farther away. Its two eyes were shining like golden lanterns, and its body was as tall as a mountain. It topped a mountain with a single swipe of its palm, and nothing was capable of blocking its way. The little guy became fearful. Fortunately, he did not rush out early. It was better to leave amidst the chaos after all. Otherwise, these two descendants alone were able to kill a large batch of experts. The black tiger's eyes became cold, because it knew that it encountered a major inconvenience. With the appearance of these two extremely powerful descendants, it would most likely die if it fought here. This was true especially for that lion. It was completely golden and seemed like a terrifying king that overlooked the world. As it arrogantly walked over, it appeared even more menacing. The 10 disciples on its back were all fearful. They had encountered many disasters today, and the amount of experts were too many. Creatures from every race came, and it evoked a great disaster upon them. The black tiger roared and collided with the scarlet flood dragon. They both inflicted injuries upon each other before retreating for a bit. The golden lion, who was not so far away, also made its move. Its claw slapped over, and golden rays of light submerged the land as if a comet was streaking across the sky. The supreme aura filled the air. In the distance, the little guy inhaled a breath of cold air. This lion was simply too strong, and was completely not the black tiger's opponent. This was an emperor-level descendant, and there was no way it could be defeated unless the ancestral elders from the Pure Land rushed over. Sure enough, the black tiger also discovered its terror and quickly made its retreat. However, it was still swept over by the golden multicolored light. Its entire flesh became indistinct as it suffered a heavy injury. It flew straight across the air. With a hong sound, its huge body crushed a mountain peak. Over 10 disciples on its back immediately suffered some heavy injuries, and 8 or 9 of them died tragically, their flesh becoming indistinguishable. The black tiger released a long hiss and jumped up. It immediately turned its head and ran. That was a lion king, and its cultivation far surpassed its own, so it was far from being its opponent. You want to leave? It's not that easy. I am the golden lion king from the western tomb beast mountain. I came here for the destruction of the heaven-mending pavilion. The golden lion spoke coldly. Its height reached into the skies, and its body alone was taller than mountains. Its entire body was golden, and with a slap of its palm, the mountain blocking its way was completely smashed. It also jumped up and followed the black tiger. Golden light surged and filled the entire sky. The enormous king's body intimated everyone as its terror overflowed into the heavens. The little guy sighed. The black tiger was most likely out of luck. This golden lion was too powerful, as it was one of the Western Tomb Beast Mountain's leaders. The only reason that it guarded this place was to catch the fish that escaped the net. From the looks of it, the disciples that escaped earlier might have not have broke free completely. Ahead of them were still endless dangers. Oh! From the distance, the roar of a lion shook the skies. Blood sprouted into the skies, and shouts echoed through the air. An ancestral elder from the heaven-mending pavilion was hurrying over with a group of disciples. Die, bastard! The ancestral elder started to fight with the golden tiger. The mountain ranges collapsed, the ancient trees were obliterated, and rubble flew into the clouds. The little guy clenched his fist. The destruction of the heaven-mending pavilion's pure land this time had killed many people. Disciples like him were absolutely helpless. After all, they were still so young and had no way of challenging those old monsters. Even though he had the broken sword in his hand, he was still too weak. His cultivation was not high enough, so he could not use it to its full potential. He could not deal with those true nobles at all. Go! Together with Qingfeng, Second Baldi, and the others, they once again went on their road. Again, they did not forcefully charge through everything. They stealthily advanced through the forest while waiting for an opportunity. After going deep into an area for over 10 li, murderous shouts reached his ears. One of his senior brothers from the heaven-mending pavilion shouted with sorrow, "Elder!" The little guy saw what was going on through the forest leaves. The bodies of 2 elders were ignited. After exhausting all their essence energy, they rushed into the group of enemies before self-destructing. "All of you, quickly leave!" The 2 shouted loudly before completely exploding within the enemy's ranks. A shower of light battered them, and many foes were heavily injured. The group of disciples from the heaven-mending pavilion were in sorrow. They tearfully escaped into the distance. "Ah!" The little guy couldn't help but quietly roar. The heavily injured enemies were delayed for a while, but they began to chase after the group of heaven-mending pavilion disciples again soon after. The little guy couldn't endure it any longer. He collected Qingfeng and Second Baldi into the heaven and earth pouch. With the broken sword in hand, the little guy activated it with all his might. With a wung sound, the broken sword shined with the brilliance of a sun. He used his utmost strength as he swung forward. The mountains and creeks were cracked, and several peaks were destroyed. Enormous sword energy sliced out in front of him, and several people instantly exploded into a bloody pulp. However, the people in the back quickly dodged and avoided death. This was a group of experts whose cultivation realms were higher than his. There were humans among them, but there were also creatures from other clans too. They all gazed towards him, and stared at the broken sword in his hand before attacking together. The little guy encountered an extremely great danger, and so he didn't fight zealously any longer. He quickly turned around before fleeing into the mountains and forests behind him. "You won't be able to leave." A vicious bird flapped its wings and charged over with all its might. Chong the little guy activated the Kuan Peng's precious technique, and a pair of divine wings appeared behind him. Instantly, wind and thunder erupted as mighty astral winds and golden rays of energy surged. He stamped on the ground, and his speed instantly improved tremendously. He submerged into the great wastes using the mountains and forests as his cover. This was a huge crisis. Even though he possessed the Kuan Peng's precious techniques, there were still messy battles happening all over the place. Experts were everywhere around here, so the danger level was still at its maximum. The little guy escaped while being covered in blood. He wasted over 2 hours before finally losing his enemy. There were quite a few heavy injuries on his body. Fortunately, his body was terrifying. He swallowed a stalk of spiritual medicine, and the wounds on his bones were quickly healed. So dangerous, but I have to escape alive. He was searching for Mu Yen, Marquis Lingtian, Elder Lu, and the others. The only way for him to completely break out of here was probably to meet up with them. However, with the fierce battles going on, everyone had been scattered. In addition, those individuals were definitely being targeted, so it was quite likely that they weren't even alive any longer. There's no choice. I can only return to that fierce and terrifying battlefield. I have to fight with everything on the line in the face of danger. The little guy turned around and charged into the intense battlefield. Naturally, as soon as he approached, he encountered a terrifying calamity. There were vicious beasts who were closely watching him. The little guy fought ferociously and bathed in blood. He found an opportunity to use Harry Ball's precious technique to conceal his appearance. Taking his heaven-mending pavilion uniform, he snuck amongst the ranks of the Tuoba clan. He wanted to take advantage of the crisis to break free, so he charged straight in. However, soon after, sword energy that reached into the skies hacked over and almost smashed him apart. It was people from the 4 clans, and he did not know how they were actually able to recognize him. Devilish brat, bring your life here. How was he exposed? The little guy was astonished as his hair suddenly became erect. This was like almost walking into their trap. Fortunately, there weren't any kings in this area. He immediately unsheathed his broken sword to engage in bloody combat. Then, he quickly fled into the great wastes yet again in order to escape from this battlefield. What happened? He opened the heaven and earth pouch. He asked Qingfeng, Big Red Bird, and them about possible ways to deal with the situation. Second Baldy said, The 4 clans absolutely despise you. They were chasing you right from the start. Even though you were able to break away from them, they definitely used some orchids or fragrant flowers to mark your body. Its smell probably won't scatter for days, and they used that to follow you. The little guy's expression changed upon hearing this. Fortunately, the mountain ranges were vast enough, and there were many people who were currently fighting. Finding one person was very tough. If it wasn't because he personally returned, they might not have discovered him at all. Currently, the little guy was escaping with all might as he rushed into the distance using the dense forests as cover. Several times, he thought that he completely escaped the battlefield only to discover that there were still experts guarding up ahead. This made him unable to rashly move again. Live, I have to escape alive. I have to avenge my senior brothers and sister. The little guy clenched his teeth. Along the way, he had seen too many bodies. There were enemies, but also people from the heaven-mending pavilion. The entire road was bloodstained. You Feng, you actually dare to be so ruthless and act against your own school? Furious roars echoed from ahead. After the little guy heard this, he was instantly shocked and quickly charged over. An elder was completely furious. Behind him was a group of disciples who were loudly berating everyone ahead. A white-clothed youth coldly said, Elder, I know that the school hadn't carried away all of its scriptures, and they were scattered amongst several elders. I really need them. Can you give them to me, please? Behind him was a group of experts who were all from the Rain clan. You immature bat. Many nobles sent their sons and daughters into my heaven-mending pavilion. Although their goals were to receive a baptism, in the face of the great disaster today, they all helped in order to return the favor. However, you dare to hit us while we're down? That elder furiously roared. I don't want to become hostile either. I really need one of the precious technique in particular. Yufeng coldly said. Although he was quite young, his heart was cold. Yufeng, we put you in the genius camp, regarded you with high importance and passed on some secret symbols to you. However, you bite the hand that feed you. Are you still human? Your Rain clan is too despicable. Several disciples angrily shouted. Kill! From behind him, several experts from the Rain clan stepped out and rushed out murderously. They had heard that this elder was carrying a precious technique on him that had a strong affinity for the essence of water, and so it was extremely important for the Rain clan. The little guy was furious. After he entered the heaven-mending pavilion, he met this Yufeng very early on. It was reputed that he could use the lightning and thunder of the 9 heavens, and was an extremely gifted person in the genius camp. Afterwards, he was selected by an old monster and had high hopes placed upon him. However, he actually acted like this in such a pivotal moment. Die, you ingrate! That elder was furious. A fierce battle exploded. The little guy appeared and rose up in revenge. A streak of divine light swept ahead. With a pu sound, several experts from the Rain clan were chopped in half, and a rain of blood flew into the air. At the same time, the Kuan Peng wings behind him spread, and thunder and wind instantly erupted. He rushed forward and made several strong moves in succession. Sword energy was everywhere. But unfortunately, there were many experts in the Rain clan who continuously backed off to avoid his killing blow. Kill him! Everyone from the Rain clan was furious. There was actually a youth hidden in secret who actually dared to offend their might. How could they let him go? It's him. It's the devilish brat. What? Quickly chase him and chop his head off. After everyone from the Rain clan knew who he was, they all went crazy and charged forward to kill him. The little guy purposely showed his true face in order to make them chase him. Sure enough, this made all of them go crazy. The devilish brat had killed all of their geniuses and restricted individuals in the 100 Shattering Mountains, making them hate him to the bones. This was a huge chase and kill mission, and the little guy was only able to escape after an hour. His entire body was covered in patches of blood. He had seen too many life and death battled, and the little guy was truly tired of it. When he charged into another small battlefield, his eyes felt a bit sore. Elder Xianxia and Zhuiyun hated him a lot once upon a time, because he made so much trouble during the entrance trials. These two always wanted to spank his buttocks. Right now, for the sake of the disciples, these two had already given up on their own lives. They blocked up the enemy's path and had become blood-ridden in the process in order to let their disciples escape from this place. When the little guy saw them, the two individuals were already lying in a pool of blood. They were being tore at by an enormous beast and were on the verge of death. Elder! A group of people shouted loudly. Ordinarily, these two weren't so welcoming. However, at crucial moments they were still protective and did not escape with their own lives. Everyone was crying loudly. The group of disciples were incredibly sad. You guys leave quickly. I'll stop them for a bit. A 25 or 26-year-old youth stood up in order to cut them off. Senior brother Lin Mu, leave quickly. You're not their opponent. A group of people anxiously advised. Stop with the nonsense. After the elders die, I'm the oldest. If I tell you to leave, then you leave as soon as possible. Lin Mu shouted. Senior brother. The group of people choked up with emotions. Lin Mu had been in the school for over 10 years, and he was an extremely powerful genius. When the little guy was meeting with the 4 great clans outside the mountain gates last time, he once made great contributions. Not a single one can leave, the enormous beast roared. Why aren't you leaving yet? Lin Mu shouted before turning around and facing ahead. The little guy's eyes were sour, but he still made his move without any hesitation. Although this action was quite dangerous and he had already been in several dangerous situations, he still could not hold himself back. The broken sword shined and the sword energy became incredibly thick as it almost withdrew all the essence energy from his body. With a pu sound, it struck towards the enemy and beheaded that enormous beast. Ayo? The group of beasts from the Western Tomb Beast Mountains were furious, and they all gazed over. Then, their vicious auras overflowed into the heavens as they attacked him. Quickly! Run! The little guy shouted towards everyone. That group of disciples shed tears. They turned around for a final look before charging into the distance. Lin Mu did not leave. He heartily laughed and said, "Junior brother, I didn't think that I would be fighting with you side by side in my last moments. Senior brother, you run away too." The little guy waved his broken sword and said, "No need. I have already activated the heavenly blood ignition technique. I only have a day to live now, so it's better over to die in a fierce battle." Lin Mu said with ease. He was not sad nor angry. In fact, he was completely calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to him. The heavenly blood ignition technique could force all the potential out of people's bodies for one day. Their fighting power would increase several-fold, perhaps maybe up to 10-fold, until their essence energy had been exhausted. Afterwards, they will die. Let me massacre them all. Junior brother, you look for an opportunity to escape. You have to keep your life intact, Lin Mu told him. The little guy clenched his fists. His eyes were thoroughly red. Lin Mu was an extremely strong genius. He had a great prestige amongst many fellow disciples. Furthermore, he was regarded highly by the school's seniors. He did not leave when he had the chance to. Instead, he remained to aid in the matters regarding everyone's escape. Now, he was actually going to die. Furthermore, he was going to die in such a solemn and emotional battle. "Junior brother, just go." In the end, Lin Mu shouted loudly. He had activated the heavenly blood ignition technique a long time again, and his blood had pretty much been completely burnt. His entire body was shining with a dazzling light as he charged into the group of enemies. The little guy clamored and shouted. His eyes were completely red as he continuously waved his sword around. Tears flowed down from his eyes non-stop until he finally escaped from this place. This huge calamity lasted for a day and night until it finally began to slowly end. The little guy successfully escaped from the blood-ridden Pure Land with endless sadness and sorrow. The morning clouds sprinkled their splendor as the sun rose into the sky. He motionlessly laid on top of a mountain. An unknown amount of time passed before he finally stood up and gazed towards that battle-scarred land. The little guy's eyes were very red as he looked with determination. A long time had passed before he wiped his tears away. He turned around without any hesitation. Mists floated about the mountains. Under the illumination of the morning clouds, 5 or 6 different colors emitted their misty brilliance. The morning dew rolled off the blades of grass, each droplet sparkling with the light of day. The grass were fresh and clean, and the sun was currently giving off its warmth. The little guy went on his way, leaving behind the war-scarred land behind him as he walked towards the distance. In the end, he adjusted his state of mind and began to quickly run. He welcomed the morning clouds and sped along like a gust of wind. As the little guy crossed the great earth, he was as brilliant as a shooting star, completely separating himself from that land of grievance. The heaven-mending pavilion was destroyed. It was struck by a huge calamity, and every single area was disturbed. This was an event that was both far-reaching and long-lasting. The entire Great Wastes were shaken. Was everything going to fall into chaos? Everyone was quaking in fear. That was a magnificent, archaic, pure land. Its tradition had been passed down for countless generations, yet it was actually destroyed in a single evening. What a terrifying battle! Destroyed just like that. Is this an omen for the upheaval of this world? Perhaps that day isn't too far off. Regardless of whether it was humans or other creatures, all of the ancient powers felt deeply restless. After just a single battle, the heaven-mending pavilion was turned into ruins. It was known as a pure land, and from the ancient era until now, not even deities were able to turn this place into a wasteland. It was able to preserve itself even through the era when terrifying saints battled for supremacy. In the end, the school was turned into scattered ashes and dispersed smoke, disappearing from this world. Many people had a rather bad premonition. There was a type of fretfulness within the great wastelands, as well as a type of brutality. It was likely that this place would not calm down again, and that this was a prologue to true turmoil. It's truly difficult to imagine, A school so ancient and great like the heaven-mending pavilion could even be destroyed. Sure enough, even glorious traditions can decay, leading towards its end. The Tuoba clan, Western Tomb Beast Mountain, as well as many other ancient families were all a part of this. With such a large force gathered together, who could defend against something like that? Even if you didn't want to be destroyed, you would still have no choice. The most important thing was that even the archaic divine mountains were involved in this affair. Places like Mount E and Southern Meteorite Mountains even sent their experts to descend here. Their attitude decided everything. Within the Great Wastes, everyone was discussing what had happened one after another. The destruction of the heaven-mending pavilion influenced too many things. Meanwhile, the actions of the archaic Beast Mountain also made others begin to reconsider many things. They dispatched a golden beast to unleash a huge massacre. This type of situation was too terrifying, as it created a huge calamity. The divine seed is simply world-shocking. It's a supreme treasure that the old vine nurtured from the archaic era until now. Accumulated within are symbols of the Tao, and after endless years of refinement, it reached the point where it can even make deities' eyes red with greed. If there wasn't a divine seed, perhaps the supreme experts would not have made a move. However, the obliteration of the heaven-mending pavilion was unavoidable. After all, the old vine had lived from the ancient era until now. It was already at a point where it couldn't support itself any longer and was on the verge of dying. If those powerful enemies didn't make their moves now, when would they? This was a crisis that engulfed every region. After this topic was brought to the table, everyone's expressions would change. This type of conclusion was extremely terrifying. When anyone talked about it, their expressions would change. This kind of ending and conclusion was a terrifying afterthought. The divine land was exterminated just like that, far surpassing many people's expectations. News began to proliferate like great waves, making this entire region tremble. There wasn't a single person who wasn't affected, and there were discussions regarding this everywhere. Heaven-mending Pavilion encountered a huge calamity. How many of their people could still have survived today? You have to realize that's an alliance between many schools and clans. Even a king might not make out with his life after being surrounded by them. I heard that only a few small fry were able to escape the net. The rest were probably completely killed off. Some sighed, others took joy in this disaster. The opinions of the creatures in this world differed quite greatly. During this battle, the Pure Land's leader, Mu Yen, Elder Lu, and the other upper-level figures from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion were specifically targeted during their encirclement. They feared that these individuals had some great technique that could transport out the disciples. If any individuals of this caliber left, it would inevitably bring great misfortune. According to the people's conjectures, the upper-level figures of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion were all eliminated. Apart from the War King, Marquis Lingtian, and some others who left with the Stone Country Emperor, there were practically no other individuals of great importance that were able to leave. Too cruel. After an ancient ancestor was killed, the 100 disciples he was protecting with his great ability instantly exploded into pieces. During the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's great retreat, the upper-level figures were being focused, so they encountered the most terrifying attacks. As a result, choosing to stay by their sides was not the best decision the disciples could have made, and the chances of surviving was greater if they had split up. Apart from the upper-level figures, there were a few carefully nurtured geniuses within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion that were also targeted. They were also the focus of the elimination, and so all of them died in a similar fashion. Lin Mu, Wu Feng, and the others were all killed in battle. Their blood dyed this calamity-ridden land. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion is finished. The elders-level figures have practically been wiped out, and the number of disciples are practically zero. The great Pure Land has turned into ruins. Only a few ordinary disciples escaped from the disorder out of luck, and none of them were significant. Wu, what about that devilish brat? His natural talents seems rather terrifying. Is he still alive? It will be difficult for him to escape death. The 4 great clans are always pursuing him and are focused on dealing with him. It is difficult for someone target like this to survive. The disciples that followed him are most likely going to be killed off as well. The outside world had a difficult time calming down. These news shook the Great Wastes, and this was still a hot topic even after many days had passed. Within the mountain region, Qingfeng's eyes were extremely red as he continuously shed tears. The heaven-mending pavilion was turned into scorched earth. Too many people had died, and there was no information on how many were able to truly escape. Whoa, I won't be able to see those senior brothers and sisters ever again. We were drinking together just a while ago, he wept. The little guy also clenched his fists as he sat there without uttering a single word. He still remembered the times when they enjoyed delicious stolen wine from the heaven-mending pavilion, as well as the time they united to deal with the 4 great clans outside the mountain gates. Many of these senior brothers and sisters had pinched his little face before as they looked after and protected him. They urged him to cultivate with all his efforts so that his prestige would suppress all directions and protect the Pure Land. However, all was lost in the blink of an eye. He would never see many of those people ever again, such as that senior brother Lin Mu who ignited his own life force to cut off their enemies, dying on the battlefield. There were also Brother Wufeng and many other less well-known senior brothers and sisters who turned around at the most crucial moments to help their junior brothers and sisters escape. The Pure Land, previously filled with cheers and laughter, was now enveloped in a shroud of death. Everything was scorched black, and broken walls littered the ground. This place became the graveyards for many of their senior brothers and sisters. No one can come back to life after death. Save your grieving. Second Baldy sighed as it spoke. It had forgotten just how many splendid and ancient schools had been buried throughout the years. There was no lack of ancient countries among them. I need to cultivate earnestly in order to avenge my master, elders, and seniors. Qingfeng clenched his fists. His small face was extremely emotional as he wiped away the last of his tears. Rising winds and scudding clouds brewed in the outside world as all types of rumors were being spread around. Eat some. The spiritual hound's meat is very fragrant, the little guy said. The prey was being barbecued on top of the bonfire until it was golden. The meat was very tender, and a wave of fragrance would gush out after a piece was torn off and eaten. It was exceptional at stirring up one's appetite. I'll eat a lot. Qingfeng bit down with all his strength. This was a spiritual hound that the 4 great clans released to catch the little guy. Along the way, they encountered several difficulties, almost allowing the 4 great clans to catch up. Fortunately, the hidden orchid fragrance on the little guy's body had already weakened greatly and no longer left trail. Harry Ball was constantly screeching, and his mouth was full of flowing oil. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. After all, they were still children, so the sadness and sorrow within their hearts had already been diluted quite a bit. If they did not purposely think about it, then they wouldn't become completely depressed. The little guy advanced with his party through the Great Wastes. They wandered the world while refining themselves without rushing anywhere in particular. However, they had a goal in mind, and that was to return to Stone Village. After a month had passed, the haze previously covering their hearts faded away. After shedding it away, their faces once again revealed the pure smiles children possess. Where are we now? How far are we from Stone Village? Qingfeng asked. We are currently within the borders of Stone Country. There is still another 300,000 to 400,000 li before we reach Stone Country's western border. If we travel another 300,000 li from there, we'll reach Stone Village, the little guy said. While within Stone Country, they unavoidably thought about the Rain Clan. Yu Feng and the other experts were simply too despicable. He enrolled within the heaven-mending pavilion to cultivate, yet there wasn't an ounce of gratefulness from him. He even hit them while they were down, killing many disciples within the Pure Land. It truly filled people with a wave of incomparably dense anger and fury. Sai, this is a huge noble clan. We can't do anything to them right now, otherwise we will truly be digging our own graves. The little guy sighed. His animosity with this clan was extremely deep. It did not just stem from the destruction of the heaven-mending pavilion, but from everything else he experienced as well. The reason he lost his supreme being bone was all due to the actions of a woman from that clan. Qingfeng nodded. Even someone as pure as him had the urge to murder and wipe out the Rain clan. Many of the senior brothers and sisters did not die at the main enemy's hands, but rather by the Rain clan's people. This was a debt of blood, one that had to be paid back eventually. Furthermore, that year when he was at the second ancestral land in the western border, it was precisely the Rain clan that bribed the servants to act discourteous towards Qingfeng. They crippled his foot, and his body was nearly ruined. Even though you can't provoke such a huge power right now, you can still collect some interest, Second Baldy said in an unhurried manner. A stomach full of evil tricks. However, I like it, the big red bird excitedly said. It slapped Second Baldy on the back of its head, almost making it jump up in anger. That's right. We can collect some interest when we cross paths. The little guy nodded in a serious manner. Second Baldy, the little guy, Big Red Bird, and Qingfeng began to discuss. Afterwards, they began to gather anything relation to the Rain clan to carefully research their territories. Attacking the Rain clan was unrealistic since none of them had that much power. They could only do such a thing if they had the power of kings and nobles. Their plan was rather practical. It was simply to loot every single territory that the Rain clan occupied. This goal was quite simple. This is it, Fallen Phoenix Ridge. It's perfectly situated on our way back to the western border. We'll conveniently pay them a visit along the way. That was in one of the Rain clan's most important territories. It was abundant in natural resources like black gold, ore, and spiritual medicine fields. There was even an auspicious beast ridge that was inhabited by many precious creatures. They did not want to cross the line either. They were only going to rob one area before they left to avoid being caught up in a dangerous situation. According to legends, Fallen Phoenix Ridge was the resting grounds of a genuine phoenix during the Archaic era. In the end, it passed away here, allowing the spiritual essence here to flourish. It was a precious land even now. It was situated 200,000 li from Stone Country's border, and was a very rare and precious territory. There are great experts guarding it, so it's going to be tough to steal anything. Everything is up to you, Harry Ball, the little guy said. He gave Harry Ball a large beast pouch and said, "We don't ask anything else from you other than to fill this bag up." The golden Harry Ball showed its dissatisfaction by screeching nonstop. This beast skin pouch was too big. If this was going to be filled to the brim with spiritual medicine, just how many stalks would that be? The Fallen Phoenix Ridge occupy a vast piece of land. It was originally covered densely in old trees, and was an ideal place for growing spiritual medicine. This was because after the archaic divine phoenix perished, its blood dyed this entire place red, giving the soil here a unique spirituality. Not to mention the spiritual stalks that were moved here, even the number of ancient medicines that grew here originally weren't few. For the sake of capturing this territory, the Rain clan fought with many great clans and paid a great price. In the end, they were able to claim this area. Sigh. This isn't going to be easy. There are too many forces guarding this place. The little guy's head ached. There were too many powerful individuals guarding this place, and a single slip-up would alert the experts guarding this place. It was quite possible that relying on Harry Ball was their only choice. It behaved like a keep and perceptive little thief, and since it was even able to steal the egg of a rainbow peacock, infiltrating this spiritual medicine garden shouldn't be a problem. Harry Ball did not start immediately. It wandered about the perimeter of Fallen Phoenix Ridge and carefully pondered for several days while blinking its large eyes. The little guy was like this as well as he carefully searched for a weak point. He wanted to make sure that this operation was absolutely safe, because they were only here to collect some interest. If they had to pay a huge price, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Is something strange going on within the Fallen Phoenix Ridge? Why are they moving people so often? Almost as if they are getting ready to face some great enemy. The little guy was astonished. After several days of observation, he decided that there was definitely something fishy about this place. The defenses of the regions surrounding this place seemed to falling apart, and there seemed to be some type of major event occurring inside. Go now and take advantage of the current situation. There might be something happening within this spiritual land, said the little guy. He warned Harry Ball repeatedly to be careful, and even gave it the broken sword. He told it to utilize its symbols if it was accidentally trapped by enemies. With a Qilu sound, Harry Ball turned into a streak of golden light as it entered Fallen Phoenix Ridge furtively. Its entire body was golden and was only the size of a fist. After scuttling into a bush, anyone would have a hard time discovering its existence. Over there. Chase. Quickly. Don't let it escape. Shouts echoed out from within the Fallen Phoenix Ridge. The little guy and Qingfeng's faces immediately paled. Could it be that Harry Ball was discovered as soon as it entered? This was definitely not good. Its life could be in danger, and the losses would have definitely outweighed the gains. The little guy was incredibly regretful and immediately thought that his actions were too reckless. If something bad happened to Harry Ball, he would definitely feel incomparably guilty and be full of self-blame. There's nowhere to run. This time we must catch it. As long as it's within Fallen Phoenix Ridge, it will have a difficult time escaping. It has been 2 months since it first appeared, and its tracks has repeated shown up here. I refuse to believe that we can't catch it. After hearing the yelling going on within Fallen Phoenix Ridge, the little guy's group were stumped for words. It seemed like they weren't talking about Harry Ball at all. Could it be there were other creatures that broke in? We have to catch it. We won't be able to see even a single one of these creatures for many, many years. They are more valuable than 10 stalks of precious medicine combined. Simply a priceless treasure. I have already reported this to the higher-ups in the clan. We definitely have to capture it. All kinds of shouts echoed out from within Fallen Phoenix Ridge. All the experts were moving about as they looked everywhere for this thing. It seems like some pretty formidable creature appeared. What could it possibly be? From the way they are talking about it, it seems like some holy medicine gained intelligence. Rain Clan's guards all seemed stirred up, as if they were about to go mad. The big red bird muttered. Fallen Phoenix Ridge was in a great state of disorder. All of their experts were on the move to capture this divine creature. They were so noisy that everything was in chaos. Nothing was peaceful here. The little guy, Second Baldy, and the others all had complicated feelings. They really wanted to break in and look around to see exactly what kind of creature it was that made the Rain Clan this excited. Don't let it escape. The Rain King gave out the order that we had to capture it and offer it up regardless of what methods we have to use. He has great use for it, an elder shouted. This kind of creature is rarely seen in this world. One might not even appear after hundreds of years. Currently, there is only one being raised within the imperial household. After these words were spoken, the little guy had an even harder time sitting still. His large eyes shone and he became extremely impatient. He really wanted to sneak in to steal it. Half a day later, a sound was heard from an underbrush in the distance. Harry Ball appeared, and its small stomach was as round as a ball. It couldn't even walk properly anymore, and was just rolling its way out. The beast's skin pouch they gave Harry Ball was tossed aside a long time ago and was practically useless. It was tugging on a vine with 11 stalks of sparkling spiritual medicine as it returned, hiccuping along the way. Are you some god? You went in there once and directly came out with 11 stalks of spiritual medicine. The big red bird was shocked until its eyes almost popped out. This was simply too ridiculous. One has to understand that a single spiritual mountain was only able to grow 1 stalk of spiritual medicine. How many spiritual mountains did it climb? It was likely that only an area dyed in the blood of a phoenix like this was able to have so many spiritual mountains. The little guy curled his lips, and his heart was about to trickle out blood. Harry Ball must have wreaked enough havoc in there. What it brought out was clearly the smaller portion, as the larger portion had already entered its stomach. Shameful wasting, he muttered. Golden multicolored light dazzled around Harry Ball's body. It was perfectly content, and every time it hiccuped, there would always be multicolored light shooting out. Only the heavens knew just how many stalks of spiritual medicines were harmed. As a result, anyone could make the guess that it was quite possible that everything within the Fallen Phoenix Ridge might have been done in by Harry Ball. Harry Ball? What kind of things are in there exactly? Qingfeng asked out of curiosity. As soon as this topic was brought up, Harry Ball immediately became extremely excited. A pair of small claws began to gesture about. Its large eyes were widened until they became round, and it really wanted to get the little guy and the others to surround and capture that fellow inside. Being such a rare spiritual thing, what exactly is it? The little guy was able to grasp Harry Ball's meaning, but he didn't quite know what to call that thing. What do we have to do to catch it? Qing Feng asked. Harry Ball made some more gestures. It was implying that the creature could easily escape into thin air by burrow down into the earth. Harry Ball almost caught it before, but it fled in the end. I have a premonition that we might have encountered an extremely amazing thing. However, how can we obtain it? Second Baldy's heart was also moved. That spiritual object did not seem to possess any type of fighting strength, but it had the ability to pierce through earth and stone. It left no tracks in the earth and was extremely difficult to capture. Otherwise, with so many Rain Clan experts moving out, why would they fail again and again? Let me test the waters. I guarantee that it'll be easy to obtain. Within the little guy's hair, there was an inch-wide stone. It was transparent and brilliant, and there was a faint golden luster about it. This was precisely that divine striking stone. When the little guy heard this, he became extremely excited. He felt that it was qualified for this task. Since the ancient times, only a few of these divine stones have appeared. Equipped with divine might, they could hit anything. One strike meant one accurate hit. This was something that even the ancient saints greatly desired, as it could be refined into a supreme treasure. Good. I'll leave it to you then. While everything is still in disorder, slip in together with Harry Ball. After striking it, bring it back. The fallen Phoenix Ridge was in complete chaos. Countless experts were chasing and searching for that spiritual object, and it got to a point where they were practically digging up mountains. They wanted to uncover this creature that understood the ways of moving through the earth. The mischievous stone was made up of stone, so it naturally knew the methods of moving through the earth and seizing the luck between the heaven and earth. Together with Harry Ball, they moved stealthily to quietly capture it. Not long after, the sound of berating could be heard within the spiritual land. Many people were shouting and crying out loudly. What kind of thing is that? How did it appear so suddenly? It struck the spiritual object. Quick! Block them off. A golden rat climbed out from over there, and it dragged away the rare creature. It's not a mouse. It's a spherical small monkey. How can that stone be able to run as well? Io. Damn it. It hurts like hell. How come it can fly as well? It smashed my bones. The fallen Phoenix Ridge was in great disorder. Immediately following that, the group of people were alarmed, because the supreme treasure spiritual object was seized away. This was something that the Rain King ordered to be caught and offered up, so how could they afford to lose it? Harry Ball and the divine striking stone rolled the entire way while dragging with them the knocked-out creature. They were in a sorry state as they fled. Occasionally, they would have to use the broken sword to hack apart some symbol formations they encountered as they quickly fled. One was a natural-born thief, and the other understood how to move through the earth. This gigantic mountain ridge simply could not obstruct them. They sped along the entire way, and their escape was in sight. This spiritual earth really is good stuff. The divine striking stone cried out with O sounds as it ate with large gulps. The red soil was visibly flying about like a mountain torrent towards it, and it seemed as if the divine striking stone was going to get buried. Harry Ball didn't care anymore. Sand filled the skies, even making its fur dim. It was covered in mud and ashes, and as it hacked apart the formation in front of it, it dragged that creature and ran, leaving that mischievous stone there. Harry Ball returned. Was it able to bring back that heaven-defying thing? Qing Feng widened his eyes. Far away, a golden light flashed, and Harry Ball rolled out from an underbrush. With its nose wrinkled, it continuously coughed and spat out dust. It was extremely discontent. It used one of its small obese claws to drag a fainted creature. The big red bird and Second Baldy rushed over. These two fellows pushed and shoved to be the first to divide up this rare creature. This is the extremely rare creature that the Rain Clan speaks of? The creature that even the Imperial Palace only has one of and is rarely seen even once every hundreds of years. The little guy was a bit stunned. Qingfeng was also struck dumb. He stared at that extremely fat creature and felt a rather confused. He gave Harryball a look. This can't be a mistake, right? Sigh. Is this a relative of yours? Second Baldy bumped the big red bird and asked quietly. The big red bird became furious. A palm slammed down on Second Baldy's head as it said, "It clearly looks like you. Are you sure it's not your brother?" The big red bird was extremely angry. It used gestures to tell them that this was the rare treasure. Inside its body was powerful spiritual essence, and it grinded its small snow-white fangs in preparation of digging in. The little guy believed in its spiritual instincts. This fellow was extremely sensitive toward spiritual medicine divine objects, but the creature at their feet was simply too unlike what they expected. He picked it up and turned it around. Wasn't this just a free-range chicken? It was merely a bit larger than a pheasant. This brown chicken was only half a meter tall, very fat and round. Its feathers were a yellow-brown color, and if you were to throw it into a pile of dirt, most likely no one would be able to notice it. This was the so-called extremely rare treasure? He scratched his head. Heavens! Where did all the spiritual medicine go? They were all ruined by someone. Right at this time, a miserable shriek rang out from within the fallen Phoenix Ridge. The voice sounded extremely urgent, as if there was a murder. Chaos immediately ensued. Someone invaded the spiritual medicine field. Damn it! All of the medicine have been stolen. Find whoever did this. Who else could it be? It's obviously that strange creature that appeared just now. Don't let it get away. Not only did it destroy our spiritual medicine field, it even stole our rare spiritual creature. Within the fallen Phoenix Ridge, everyone from the Rain clan were exasperated. This was simply a disaster, and they were so infuriated to the point that the rage reached their hearts. They were close to vomiting blood, because all of their hard work was about to go south. Woo! A huge storm was brewing. All of the precious blood-colored soil began to fly into the air before centralizing in one direction. It was as if a vortex appeared. What is it now? Are they trying to eradicate this place? Stealing the spiritual medicine is already said and then, but they are going to destroy everything too. Everyone from the Rain clan became alarmed. Even though much of the essence energy from the phoenix blood in the soil had already dissipated over the years, it was still an incredibly precious place to grow medicine. We have to leave quickly. The Rain clansmen are definitely going mad, the little guy shouted. He couldn't do anything about the divine striking stone. He picked up that chicken and scampered off frantically. The group followed behind him, and they all disappeared without a trace. Wait for me. From behind, a wisp of scarlet smoke soared high up into the air. The divine striking stone was jutting its buttocks as it chased after them. After overturning that entire place and swallowing the scarlet earth's essence, it began to run this way. Go! They were grouped up together and all of them climbed onto the big red bird's back. It flapped its wings, and they disappeared like a wisp of smoke into the mountains and ravines. The Rain clansmen went crazy. Their spiritual medicines were stolen, and the rare creature was seized from them. Even this entire treasure land was destroyed. Their hearts were leaking blood, and one could imagine how furious the higher-ups were going to get after receiving news of this. The eyes of these people were completely red. They chased murderously through the mountains and forests while searching everywhere. However, they weren't even able to find a trace, because the big red bird was too fast. After cultivating the divine Peng's precious technique, its scarlet wings carried a tint of gold, giving it extreme speed. 2 hours later, they dropped down onto the ground. They were already far away from that region and were currently in a hilly area. This chicken woke up. Qingfeng spoke quietly. The little guy had it in his hands from start to finish. He was scared that it would escape because according to Harryball's gestures, this fellow could escape into the ground. Once it touched the ground, it would be able to disappear. Don't worry. With me here, it has nowhere to run. I'll just smash it directly. The divine striking stone spoke with conviction. It was extremely self-confident. This chicken didn't have much courage and was extremely nervous. A pair of small eyes moved around, revealing its fear. Isn't this just a chicken? Why is it some rare thing? The little guy was puzzled. He could not tell what was special about it. The chicken lifted its head at once, approving of this. It was implying that it was better to quickly release it, since it did not have any uses. The little guy immediately became happy. A chicken can't understand human speech. This fellow had intelligence, so it seemed like it truly wasn't an ordinary creature. Scaring it a bit, he said, "Since you're only ordinary, I'll simmer some chicken soup. It's better to just cook you." Immediately, this chicken began to violently struggle and gurgle. It was truly frightened. "I remember this is most likely an octatic treasure chicken." Second Baldy suddenly spoke, and then it revealed an incomparably excited expression. It immediately swallowed down some saliva. "What is an octatic treasure chicken? Why does it sound so familiar?" The little guy scratched his head. Archaic octatic treasures. Even the deities would drool at the delicacy of the 8 treasures. This is one of them. Second Baldy's eyes revealed a green glint as it directly pounced over. Truly wanted to swallow it in one gulp. The big red bird gave it a slap on its head with a paw sound. This big brother hasn't eaten yet, so the younger brother has to wait on the side first. The little guy immediately remembered and understood its priceless value. The octatic treasure chicken was known as a divine treasure delicacy, able to make even deities drool. The meat's quality was rarely seen under the heavens, and during the ancient feasts, there was indeed such a dish. Apart from this, there was spirit blood in its body, and that was a nourishing medicine. It far surpasses most spiritual medicines, and its medicinal effects only fell short of holy medicines. It was truly a spiritual object. In addition, it would lay an egg every half-month. The egg carried an extremely powerful medicinal nature that was comparable to spiritual medicines. Even though deities might not think much of them, to normal creatures its value was too great. "It's a spiritual medicine-laying hen?" The big red bird cried out strangely. After the little guy found out about its origins, his eyes immediately became round. This was truly something that not even a mountain of silver or gold could be exchanged for. After he saw Harry Ball's small white fangs and Second Baldy pushing closer, and immediately gave them each a slap. They were all pushed aside as he stared and said, "Don't even think about it. Whoever eats the octatic treasure chicken, I'll eat that individual. This is an archaic octatic treasure, a delicacy that even a deity would like to consume. Don't you want to try it? Even a bit of spirit blood is good too," Second Baldy said. "No way. I need to bring it back to Stone Village and raise it, allowing it to lay eggs for the villagers." The little guy resisted the enticement. Even though he really wanted to eat it, he was still scared of harming the octatic treasure chicken's vitality. So he did everything he could to hold himself back. Even within archaic era, there weren't that many octatic treasure chickens, or else it wouldn't be one of the 8 rare treasures. As for their population now, it was easy to imagine. It was difficult for one to appear even after hundreds of years. Currently, only the Stone Country Imperial Palace was raising one. "Is this a hen?" The little guy thought of an important question. "Yes, that's right." The big red bird nodded. "That's good. In the future, we'll raise it in Stone Village and get an egg comparable to spiritual medicine every half a month. It truly is too great." The little guy was extremely happy. Qing Feng was also extremely happy. Like this, the children in Stone Village, as well as the adults and Grandpa Chief, would be able to enjoy spiritual medicines frequently. The octatic treasure chicken took the opportunity to try and escape, but in the end, it was trapped by the little guy's hand. At this time, its magical powers were shown. An earthen yellow gas circulated around its body, allowing it to travel through the earth. It almost made its way in. Too great. It truly is an octatic treasure chicken. There shouldn't be any mistake. This is more valuable than digging up 100 spiritual medicines. Truly a rare divine object. While the little guy, Qing Feng, and the others were cheering, everyone within the Fallen Phoenix Ridge were about to go crazy. At the same time, they felt dread within their hearts. With the loss of such a rare spiritual creature, The Rain King might just decided to kill them all. Let's go. We'll return to Stone Village, and in the future find a few special spiritual bugs, pythons and others for it. It might be able to cut down on the time it takes for it to give birth, and we might be able to eat spiritual eggs every day. After the little guy's group obtained this rare creature, they no longer dared to tarry any longer. They moved quickly and wanted to immediately return to Stone Village because they were scared of something unfavorable happening here. Several days later, news was sent back to Stone Country's emperor. Within one of the ancient palace halls in the Rain Clan mansion, a cold shout rang out, "Useless!" With just this one word, it made the entire clan shake with dread, created a huge shockwave that made everyone tremble with fear. After everyone within the Rain Clan received news of this, they all became furious. Fallen Phoenix Ridge was destroyed, almost all the spiritual medicines were lost, and the Scarlet Earth even lost its divinity. However, what made people faint was that they actually missed out on an octatic treasure chicken. Even the magnificent imperial family only had a single one. The Rain King needs the octatic treasure chicken's unique ancient blood. You bunch of waste material actually let it escape. Soon after, news were transmitted out. It even shocked the emperor, and everyone was astonished. A second octatic treasure chicken actually appeared, making people amazed. This created a huge sensation, but the little guy's group was completely unaffected by this. They sat on the big red bird's back and traveled westward the entire way. In the end, they arrived at Stone Country's border and entered the boundless 300,000-li Great Wastes. There were many ferocious beasts within the mountains, and there were even more terrifying vicious birds spiraling in the air. However, the big red bird was not someone easy to deal with. At the same time, it was also an archaic descendant, and even though it was still young, its ability to preserve its life was extremely great. Along the way, they were startled many times, but they weren't in any dangerous situations. They crossed the endless large mountains, and even though they were being chased after by descendants several times, in the end they were able to break away. Wah! This is the Moon River. In the future, we need to come here often to refine our bodies. My cultivation involving the Fire Dao needs precisely this type of refinement. The big red bird sighed. Within the Great Wastes, there was a great black river rolling in waves. It was unknown as to just how many tens of thousands of li it stretched as it cut across the endless mountain ranges. Back then, when Harry Ball stole the rainbow peacock's divine eggs, the little guy and the unicorn were forced into this river to flee for their lives. Let's hurry back to Stone Village. They hurried along their way and traversed through many mountain ranges. They experienced many battles, and were now finally about to reach their destination. Finally returned. The little guy was emotionally moved. He was already extremely familiar with the mountains and rivers in front of him. He once carried boulders that were tens of thousands of jin in weight for training within this region. We've returned. Qingfeng was shouting and screaming. He was so happy that tears were flowing from his eyes. At this moment, the little guy was already feeling nervous and excited, and there was even a bit of fear. He was homesick and didn't know how Stone Village was doing recently. He left with Qingfeng when he was 8.5 years old. His training and travels exhausted roughly 8 to 9 months of time, and after joining the Heaven Mending Pavilion, time quickly passed by. As a result, he had already left for 2 years. It all seemed like yesterday when he looted the bird nest and were chased after by Ant Green-Scaled Eagle with Ermeng and Pihu's group. There were also the times they hunted together, picked old medicines, catched young vicious beasts, and many more. There were too many joyous events to reminisce about. Little Qingfeng also began to shed tears, laughing while crying at the same time. Even though he only lived here for 1 or 2 years, those years were filled with happiness. It's just some mountain village. Why are you guys getting so emotional? When I return to the old nest, it always feels dull. The big red bird muttered. Dong at this moment, the little guy and Qingfeng both smacked its head. Second Baldy took advantage of the moment and also joined in. The big red bird was resentful and took to the skies. It moved quickly, and the scenery on the ground retreated rapidly. They finally arrived at the beautiful and peaceful treasure ground. While they were still far away, The little guy already told it to descent. He wanted to walk step by step there. It was hazy and vague, but a village slowly became discernible. An extreme battle happened here. You guys can see that this giant boulder was even split apart. The big red bird said. Precious artifact has been used here. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying precious artifact. This was originally a mountain, yet half of it was directly swept through. Second Baldy was also shocked. At this moment, the little guy's heart immediately froze. His mind was trembling and his fists were clenched. He was incomparably terrified. After leaving for about 2 years, what happened to Stone Village? Qing Feng was about to cry as well. They finally returned to the village, so they were praying that nothing bad happened to the village. Their emotions were all over the place as they returned to the village, and they truly were extremely scared of seeing something wrong. It was very quiet ahead. There was no sound. The little guy was in fear. Even though they were still separated by many li and weren't in the surroundings of Stone Village yet, there were traces of a showdown taking place here. Someone used a terrifying precious artifact here that far exceeded the power of his dragon shears. There were a few stone mountains here originally, yet they were all rubble and dust now. They no longer existed. Nothing happened. It's definitely peaceful. The little guy spoke quietly as he quickly rushed forward. His heart was jumping with thumping sounds, and he was nervous and scared to the extreme. Qing Feng followed behind him, and his tears were about to spill out. When Harry Ball reached this point, it was also familiar with the surroundings. After turning into a streak of light, it streaked across the grass and went straight for that place. After running several li, they finally drew near. The little guy abruptly stopped. He couldn't bear it anymore, and tears slid down his face. A moment later, Qing Feng and the rest of them caught up. They stood by his side and were able to see the village in the distance. Stone Village is safe. The little guy covertly wiped his tears away. Even through all the intense battles of life and death he had outside, as well as all the times he escaped for his life, he was never scared. Just now, however, he was frightened and fearful beyond comparison. Only when he was able to see it in front of him did he completely relax. He was so moved that his eyes brimmed with tears of excitement, and all of the worry within his heart disappeared. It was visible that there were people moving in the village. Each and every figure were very familiar, as those were the people closest to him. The houses were the same as before, and there were no significant changes to the village. An ancient tree was rooted within the village, and its thick branches were scorched black. It had previously been struck by lightning, but currently, there were areas where the old bark fell off that carried vitality. On that lightning-struck wood, there were now dozens of lush green branches that were emitting a gentle light. It seemed akin to the divine chains from the world's creation that survived from the ancient years. They were mysterious yet peaceful, and as they naturally hung down, they were full of exuberant life force. With the willow deity here, as long as it was peacefully at rest, nothing would happen to Stone Village. Just now he was concerned, but the group's inner torments had all been self-inflicted. They were too tired, and their minds were exhausted. They finally returned home. The little guy and Qing Feng were both smiling from happiness, but their eyes clearly had tears. After experiencing such a great calamity, they were able to return to the sides of their close ones. Their worries all disappeared, and they were filled with happiness. At this moment, Second Baldy's eyes stared blankly. It stared at the willow tree and began to develop a sense of intimidation in its gut. It was extremely terrified. Second Baldy, what are you shaking for? You're truly making me embarrassed. The big red gave it a slap. Ooh, comma? 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 Oh? Don't speak nonsense. There is a great figure up ahead. It possesses a world-trembling might and towers from the 9 heavens. It has inexhaustible power, almost scaring this grandpa to death. Second Baldy was ranting and raving. It was scared out of its wits. What rubbish are you saying? The big red bird was puzzled. I'm talking about that tree. Do you see it? That's a divine being. Second Baldy's voice was trembling, and it simply couldn't believe what it was seeing. After coming here, this kind of ancient tree actually appeared. It was shaking uncontrollably. Grabbing the little guy, it said, "Devilish brat, what is going on? Why didn't you tell me, it? What kind of origins does it have? I'm about to die from fear." Second Baldy wasn't an ordinary creature. In the past, it rebuked the heaven and earth and shook the world with its power. Its spiritual awareness was keen to a horrifying degree, yet it couldn't see through the willow tree's history. However, it felt that the tree could burst into the heavens and tower above the 9 heavens, making its soul even tremble. At this moment, the big red bird also felt that something was not right. Carefully felt about. Even though that ancient tree was auspicious and peaceful, it was full of soft light. It made the big red bird feel reverence, and it no longer dared to act so unbridled here. Exactly what kind of background does it have? That is our village's guardian spirit. Protects our stone village, ensuring peace. We give it our sacrifices and respects here, the little guy said. What? A small village's guardian spirit? Second Baldy's eyes almost popped out. It became even more terrified. What kind of village deserved the protection of such a great deity? To become the guardian spirit of this land, wasn't that a bit too terrifying? Second Baldy looked in front of him, then looked at the little guy. It felt more and more confused before it finally calmed down. This makes sense. Only this type of incomprehensible place would produce a savage child that could chase after a Zhujian and horned dragon. What kind of garbage are you speaking? The little guy was happy as he glanced over at it. He knew that Second Baldy and the big red bird were scared stiff. Right at this moment, a bird sound rang out. Purple light flickered within the village, and a 6 to 7 meter long bird quickly flew over before descending. "Little brother, you came back." The purple-colored bird spoke. The scales over its body were completely purple, and they were incomparably brilliant. It seemed as if mists were rising, making it appear extremely mysterious. Soon after, a large faint golden-colored bird appeared. There was another green bird that also flew over as well, and they were all flickering with a holy light. They were extremely happy and intimate as they gathered around in front of the little guy and Qingfeng. "Ya Ziyun Dapeng, little green, you guys mature so fast and can even transmit speech now. You all are only few years old." The little guy was extremely shocked. Something's not right. You guys are extremely strong and aren't weaker than archaic descendants. Are your bloodlines really this powerful? Truly. Ziyun Dapeng, little green, you guys are more powerful. Qingfeng also widened his eyes. Mom told us to sleep at the willow deity's base and worship it every day. As a result, after 2 years, our bloodlines seem to have become increasingly purer. Ziyun said, "Ant green-scaled eagle truly is smart." The little guy sighed. He then asked about its whereabouts. Mother also became extremely powerful, as she continuously perched by the willow deity as well. However, recently she went to the depths of the great wastelands to undergo bitter cultivation, said Little Green. My God, what kind of existence is this? I want to worship as well. The big red bird jolted his buttocks as he ran towards the village entrance. Second Baldy seemed as if it saw a ghost. It was truly scared bad, and its legs were giving out. Little guy, Qingfeng. At this moment the villagers saw them. Quite a number of people immediately rushed out. Ah, this isn't a dream. The little guy returned, and there's Qingfeng as well. One of them shouted extremely loudly. It rang through the village, and everyone became emotionally stirred. With a hula sound, Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu and the group of youth leapt over their houses to directly exit Stone Village. Behind them were a group of elders, and there were also many women and children as well. They all ran out, all of them incomparably excited. We returned. The little guy and Qingfeng both shouted loudly. They ran towards the village entrance, and the 100 meters separating them was gone in an instant. Little brat, you left us for 2 years. We were worried to death, and only now did you finally return. The childhood companions rushed over, and the two of them were buried. Stinky brat, Do you know how worried we were? We thought that something might have happened to you in the Great Wastes. We didn't receive any news even after so long. Everyone stopped what they were doing and rushed up. In the end, the little guy and Qingfeng were almost buried into the ground. They were all incomparably moved, and their eyes carried joyous tears. They grew up together since childhood, but these people never left the Great Wastes. Their feelings for each other were the most sincere and simplest of emotions. My bones are about to get crushed. Let me get up, the little guy cried out. Who are you trying to fool? When you were just a few years old, you already could run up a mountain while carrying a 10,000 gene boulder. Right now, you are saying that you are going to get crushed by just our group of 20 to 30 people. The group of people were full of laughter. Their eyes were moist, and they used all their strength to pressure him and Qingfeng. Only after a long time did they leave. As soon as they stood up, Pihu, Meng and the others immediately came up to hug their arms and necks. They were extremely intimate. Little brat, you really are daring. You leave for 2 years and didn't send back any news. We were truly scared that you guys would never appear again. Shi Linghu and the other group of men made their way into the crowd. Each and every one of them were moved emotionally, and they immediately gave them poundings on their chests with their huge fists, creating pung-pung sounds. What they said was the truth. The Great Wastes were too terrifying, and after leaving for 2 years without returning, the chances of them ending up in the stomach of a vicious beast was extremely high. You babies grew taller. Even though you are still delicate, your bodies have grown sturdier. Shi Feijiao patted their shoulders, and his eyes carried tears. Uncle Hu, Uncle Jiao, we are all very well. We learned many skills and always wanted to return. We've always missed you guys. The little guy's feelings were sincere as he spoke. Uncle, I missed you guys too. Qingfeng began to cry. They left for 2 years already. They experienced so much outside, especially the great calamity recently. Their minds were exhausted, so after returning home and seeing so many brothers and elders, they immediately found people to rely on. Qingfeng, don't cry, don't cry. Everything's good now that you came home. Everyone was always thinking about you two brats, and we talked about you two every day. The group of elders didn't know how to comfort people. Hands were everywhere as they tried to help wipe away the tears. Qingfeng, don't cry. This time we have reunited. Dezhuang, Huzi, and the snotty kid walked up. You two little babies are too rude. How could you just leave for 2 years? We were worried to death. A group of women ran over. These aunties were extremely strong, directly pushing Meng and the rest of the strong young males to the side. Qingfeng is much thinner now, but has grown taller by quite a bit. The little guy is still so pretty. Now that he is 10 years old, we should call him by his real name. These two children have both grown taller, becoming sturdier and stronger. They can get married now. The group of large aunties' saliva flew everywhere. They pulled the 2 children towards them and bombed them with seemingly never-ending gossip. At this time, Huniu, Uncle Feijiao's daughter, also hurried over. She was incomparably excited and gathered around as well. She grabbed the little guy and Qingfeng's sleeves and began to chatter continuously. She asked about all types of things and was extremely lively. The little guy said that Huniu and the rest of them got fatter, and was then chased and beaten by these girls. Only after he covered his head and ran like a rat did he finally break free from the terrifying ants. Grandpa Chief. After breaking into the village, the little guy almost collided with a group of elders. He quickly stopped himself and gave proper courtesy. His eyes reddened, because it was clear that these elders grew more white hair and were aging more and more. Only village chief Shi Yunfeng seemed relatively better. He grew a bit more white hair, because 2 years truly wasn't a short period of time. Good, good, good. It's good that you returned. The group of elders were all very moved. All of them, especially the clan elder that held the little guy's hand, had moist eyes. Their tears trickled down even though they were trying to hold them back. He was the one that raised the little guy. Ever since the little guy was young, he was the one that took care of his needs. The clan chief was an unmarried man, and he had long thought of the little guy as his own son. Come quickly and pay your respects to the willow deity, the elders said. The little guy wiped away his emotional and joyous tears and turned to face the willow tree that was full of vitality. He was serious and sincere, and he said, "Willow deity, thank you." A light breeze blew over, and roughly 10 sparkling branches swayed. It was as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, and the aura of primal chaos was dense. Divine splendor scattered down, and it replied, "You should have your reunion with the villagers first." "Okay." The little guy nodded. The big red bird was on the side, and was immediately scared until it began to tremble. Right at this moment, the miserable cry of Second Baldy rang out from the distance. It was heart-tearing and lung-splitting, as it was filled with incomparable dread. The group of large ants were truly valiant, especially Huniu's mother, Hushan. A thick arm reached out and grabbed Second Baldy by the neck. These two kids are truly acting like outsiders. If they return, then they return. Why did they feel like they have to bring back prey? They were even so diligent as to pluck it clean. However, this is still a good thing. This bird is quite plump, so we can make soup out of it. She grabbed Second Baldy and started walking towards the village. The group of ants nodded as they assessed this bird. They grouped up together and were extremely lively. Second Baldy almost urinated out of fear. This group of women were too intrepid. Without asking to clear up any misunderstandings, they directly decided to stew it. It finally understood how the devilish brat was raised. After being cared for by this group of large ants, how could you not be savage? Second Baldy always had problems with his body. His fighting strength was sealed, and this group of female strength were just too great. They almost strangled it to death. It opened its throat and shouted for the little guy to save its life. "Save me! This is murder!" This bird can even speak. What species is it? Its flesh is definitely precious medicine. The little guy truly brought back something precious. Don't waste it. Let's stew it together with the old medicine to make it taste better. The group of large women discussed among themselves. Second Baldy was so terrified that goosebumps appeared all over its body. "Ant, before you cook it, make sure to stuff its body with several old stalks of old ginseng and herbs. That way it'll turn out better." The little guy generously gave his suggestion. When Ant Who heard this, she immediately gave out instructions. "Snotty baby, hurry up. Go and dig up a few stalks of old medicine from the back of the village. In a bit, we'll stuff this fat bird's stomach up and cook the whole thing." Second Baldy cried out, making the group of ants extremely shocked. They carried it by its neck, grabbed its neck and pulled at its wings as they carefully looked at it. Second Baldy cried out miserably. He saw that the water inside the black iron cooking was about to boil. It was so scared that it lost strength in its legs. It was afraid of being thrown in and getting cooked. The flesh is sturdy, and you can tell with a glance that it's precious medicine. Aunt Bao was currently sharpening a knife. Caca sounds rang out, and sparks flew off the whetstone. After seeing this, Second Baldy began to feel cold all over, and it began to desperately struggle for its life. There's also a big red bird here. It was also brought back by the two kids. The group of ants then stared at the big red bird with the bright and beautiful wings. The big red bird withdrew its neck and widened its legs. It immediately scampered off. This group of women were too dowdy, daring to eat anything. Unfortunately, there was still that divine tree at the village entrance, making it unable to behave atrociously. Only Qingfeng was kind-hearted. After hearing Second Baldy's miserable cry, he quickly ran over and said, "Aunties, you can't eat them. What kind of people are these?" After the big red bird and Second Baldy entered the village, they both developed lingering fears. They were a bit scared and upset. They left for 2 years. When the little guy and Qingfeng saw the familiar village, they felt extremely warm. Being surrounded by the large group of villagers, they felt as if there were endless things to talk about. "Uncle Lin Hu, Uncle Fajian, have you guys broken through?" The little guy was amazed. During the time he left, these two already broke through and entered the blood transformation stage. Moreover, they now opened heavenly passages. "Ha ha!" The two individuals both laughed. They first ate the swan and eye flesh, and then they ate a strange guardian spirit, golden pangolin. The problem of cultivating late was solved, and they could now climb the cultivation ranks. Brother Dezhuang, Ermeng, and Pihu's group have also entered the blood transformation stage. Within the genius camp, this naturally wouldn't mean much, but in a small village, this was already amazing. It was extremely difficult for these childhood companions to step into the road of cultivation. One has to understand that even a comparatively larger tribe wouldn't produce many cultivators, and this as only a single village. The group of youth all laughed. They laid down a really good foundation with the clan chief's bone tests. Moreover, they've been refined within the cauldrons since they were young, and even swallowed the flesh of swan and eye and blood of a guardian spirit. As a result, they're established an extremely good cultivation base. Other than this, there were dragon tassel fish within the large lake, and there were small ones ashore. They were all body-enriching and energy-promoting rare creatures. Towards the people from Stone Village, this was definitely a type of great gift. You have to understand that even within clans with greater populations, ordinary people would never be able to eat these types of spiritual creatures. Within Stone Village, regardless of whether it were the robust men or the children, their strength all increased by a large amount during these 2 years. Their cultivation also naturally increased smoothly by quite a bit. The village was bustling with noise, and the group of people were all grouped together. They had endless things to talk about, and loud laughter would ring out from time to time. Right at this moment, a small child walked over unstably. The child seemed only about a year old, and only learned how to walk recently. "Uncle, uncle, little uncles." His words were inarticulate and was a bit confused as he shouted towards the little guy and Qingfeng. "Ah, this is..." Qingfeng was astonished. The little guy was also puzzled. He was only a child as well, and a few years ago he was just like this. How did he become an uncle in the blink of an eye? Whose child was this? Sister Bao. "This is your child?" The little guy was shocked. Yes. A young lady roughly around 16 to 17 had a smile on her face. She was not bashful at all, and happily began to tease this small fellow, telling him to say uncle. "Why do I feel like he looks like..." The little guy was suspicious and turned around towards his companions from his former days, looking at them one after another. Hee hee. The group of people immediately laughed. Among them, one of them was extremely embarrassed. He was clearly feeling awkward. Brother Dezhuang. The little guy was extremely shocked. During these past 2 years, his childhood playmate not only got married, but even had a child as well. This was a bit too fast. "Daddy?" The barely 1-year-old little fellow shook his butt and began to waddle towards Dezhuang. He reached out a pair of small hands, indicating that it wanted to be carried. "Brother Dezhuang, you are so fast." The little guy sighed in admiration. And then he reached out his hands to take the little child from Dezhuang's hands, saying, "Let uncle carry you." He himself was only a child, yet in the end, he discovered that Stone Village had another child. This was a completely new feeling for him. He continuously played with the little fellow. Sure, Dezhuang felt extremely embarrassed, acting completely different from his ordinarily outspoken and straightforward attitude. He looked over towards Ermeng, Pihu and the others, saying, "What are you laughing about? Didn't you guys all get married as well?" "Ah!" Qingfeng was shocked. They only left for 2 years, but the changes that happened were truly great. Many of their companions have all married. Ermeng and Pihu both became bashful. However, Sister Bao and the others were completely calm as they stood there, criticizing how they were like big girls. After thinking about it for a bit, the little guy became relieved. Dezhuang, Ermeng, and Pihu were older than him by about 5 or 6 years. Currently, they were around 16 years old. It was normal for the villagers to marry early, and having a child was perfectly normal. "Uncle, what is there outside?" the 1-year-old child asked as he wriggled his small body. The world outside is extremely vast, and there are all types of ferocious beasts. There are grand structures and ancient countries. When you are a bit older, Uncle will bring you to take a look. The little guy smiled as he spoke. Following that, he took out a stalk of spiritual medicine from the heaven and earth pouch. The fragrance immediately assailed the nostrils. This was a stalk of snow jade ginseng. Its aroma was rich, and it was scattering out multicolored light. It was extremely miraculous. "This is mine and Qingfeng's meeting gift for you. We can't be called uncles for nothing." The little guy laughed as he spoke, putting it in his small hands. "Ah!" The group of people all cried out in alarm because they naturally knew what it was. This was a rarely seen spiritual medicine, and it was extremely beneficial towards cultivation. It could allow one to break through and ascend another cultivation level. This was especially true for everyone within Stone Village. There were youth at the blood transformation stage, and the robust men were at the heavenly passage realm. After eating this kind of spiritual medicine, it could definitely allow them to rapidly break through. "It's too precious, we can't accept it." Sister Bao and Dazhuang immediately refused it, not allowing this child to accept it. "Brother Dazhuang, you guys should just accept it. Little brother still has more." Qing Feng persuaded. "I didn't say I was giving this to you guys. I'm giving it to my little nephew. Save it and use it for the foundation of his cultivation. Later on, I'll personally help him absorb it into his body." The little guy directly squeezed the little child's small hands. Soon after, he looked towards Ermeng, Pihu, and the others. "You guys have children too, right? Bring them here, I will give them gifts as well." These fellows all found this problematic. Normally, they were extremely lively, but as soon as this subject was brought up, they immediately became shy. They simultaneously shook their heads, meaning that they didn't have children yet. "Little guy, you gave little nephew such a rare gift. Did you forget about the rest of us?" The snotty kid moved closer. His age was similar to the little guy's. He was extremely daring as he laughed. "I have gifts for everyone. This time I came back with many good things. I promise that you guys will be satisfied." The little guy laughed as he spoke. When the group of youth heard this, they immediately cheered. All of them waited anxiously, because you have to know that they were all extremely envious after seeing that spiritual medicine. If they had it, they would immediately break through, and their strength would rise rapidly. Even Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, and the other robust men were widening their eyes. "Child, you might have obtained some opportunities outside, but you can't squander it like this. You need to cultivate as well." An elder spoke. "Right, you are one of us, so you don't need to act like this." The villagers were extremely down to earth. All of them nodded, and the older generation in particular advised him not to waste anything. "Grandpas and uncles, you all don't need to worry. I received many good things, and how could sharing them with you all be wasteful? You all are my loved ones, moreover, I still have a lot." The little guy happily laughed as he said this to the villagers. Following that, he began to look around the village for a suitable place to grow spiritual medicine and improve the density of the spiritual essence here. When the little guy opened the heaven and earth pouch, a pile of brilliant and flickering spiritual medicines were revealed. It almost made the villagers suffocate. They released shouts of alarm, and the people simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. "Grandpa Chief, Uncle, now you guys can relax, right? I have quite a few spiritual medicines here. If I successfully plant them, it could completely change the richness of spiritual essence here." The little guy smiled as he spoke. Everyone was struck dumb. With such a huge pile of spiritual medicine, just the excellent and undamaged ones amounted to 30 to 40. This was too shocking. They were flowing with light and color as their fragrance wafted through the air. "Is this all real? I'm not dreaming." An elder began to tremble. He gently caressed the spiritual medicine and felt his entire body becoming peaceful. This was due to the fragrance of the medicines entered his body. This place became brilliant, and every single spiritual medicine was shining. A rain of light scattered down, and the strong fragrance was everywhere. It made this place shine with brilliant colors, enveloping everything in divine multicolored light. At this moment, everyone felt as if they could breathe without worry. While they were bathed in the rain of light, even their pores opened. Divine clear essence were everywhere, and their bodies were about to float. Too great. Even if we don't eat the spiritual medicines, under the cultivation of such rich spiritual essence every day, our cultivation levels will quickly improve. Child, you were able to bring back so many spiritual medicines. But can you successfully plant them? I heard that each spiritual mountain can only raise a single spiritual medicine. The clan elders were moved emotionally, and even their voices were trembling. It shouldn't be a problem. I brought back divine earth, and it could nurture spiritual medicine and allow them to mature here. This place will then seize the luck between the heaven and earth and slowly form a cycle. The little guy laughed as he spoke. If it was outside, then he definitely wouldn't leak out all this information and definitely be prudent and careful. Within the village, he naturally wouldn't hold anything back. He returned with many rare spiritual objects for the sake of sharing with the villagers, and he also wanted to change this place into a pure land. The little guy received help from Ermeng, Pihu, and the others. They carefully chose different spots and dug up holes one after another, evenly distributing them within the village. The little guy took out a huge beast pouch from within his heaven and earth pouch, and as soon as it was opened, golden light rushed into the skies. Propitious vapors surged, as if golden waves were pouring out. Yeah, what is this? The villagers were all startled. This is silt from the immortal spring. It possesses the divinity of immortality, and if each stalk of spiritual medicine is planted in a small handful of this, it should be enough to raise them. Child, what kind of places did you visit to be able to acquire even these types of things? Chief Shi Yunfeng was shocked. There was even less of a need to describe the reactions of the others. Grandpa Chief, uncles, Brother Dezhuang, I still have many treasures here that are even more precious. Later on, I'll give them to you, and it'll definitely make you guys extremely happy, the little guy said. Everyone revealed shocked expressions, but began to cheer soon after. They were incomparably happy, because just this alone already shocked them. The little guy laughed happily. The village was very warm, and since he grew up here, he was filled with affection. Every single villager was sincere and honest, and they were all dear to him. He was willing to share everything, and he brought all of the spiritual medicine and pray back, because this was his home where he felt a sense of belonging. Seeing his clansmen happy and joyous filled him with smiles as well. Stone Village's people moved together, placing the golden silt within the holes they dug up. Then, they planted the spiritual medicines within before putting back the topsoil to avoid golden light leaking. Yeah, it seems like we successfully planted everything. These spiritual medicine are starting to emit even more splendor. Many people were amazed, revealing happy expressions. A total of 39 undamaged stalks of spiritual medicines were suitable for growing. They took root within Stone Village and overflowed with color. They were incomparably brilliant and emitted a sweet fragrance. After absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, their leaves became transparent, and propitious vapors curled up about them. After a long time, this place of ours will become a holy ground. The group of elders were shaken and extremely moved. The group of youth were extremely happy as they ran within the village and inhaled the fragrance. Multicolored light flowed about, and everyone was in high spirits, excited to the extreme. This child really grew up. He actually brought back so much good fortune for our village. A group of valiant ants were smiling as they were unable to conceal their happiness. It seems like the number of opportunities you've received aren't few. Right at that moment, the ancient tree at the village entrance gently swayed. Its branches were transparent and sparkling, and as they swayed with the wind, it spoke these words. Willow deity, I also have presents for you. There are several that are extremely rare, and you might find uses out of them. They are all rare and precious treasures, said the little guy. The branches of the willow tree were charred black. It contrasted brightly with the dozens of lush green soft shoots that swayed in the wind. It was bursting with vitality and life, a scene tranquil and sacred. The little guy opened the heaven and earth pouch and immediately lifted out 6 beast skin sacks. They were all gigantic, and radiant light illuminated the area after the sacks were opened. It appeared as if a vast patch of light appeared in this place, rumbling and echoing. The sight seen at the divine spring deep inside the 100 grassland came to life again. Golden waves submerged the area. There was clearly no water, yet the crashing sounds of waves and brilliance emitted by the divine spring still appeared. The villagers cried out in surprise. This was too shocking for them. It was only one sack just now, yet a whole pile appeared simultaneously, becoming golden waves that enveloped even the high sky. Willow God, this is what I brought out from the 100 shattering mountains as a present to you. I think it might be of some use to you, the little guy said. Needless to say more, these were definitely considered to be divine earth to plants. A handful of golden sand was enough to provide for a stalk of spiritual medicine. You could imagine how shocking such a huge pile of this was. Ayo! Between Xia Beautian's hair, a small stone howled out like a beast. It then slipped off and pounced towards that mountain of golden sand, shouting out, "Mine!" Peng the little guy reacted in the blink of an eye and grabbed a hold of it, saying, "You ate half of it at the 100 grassland. This is my gift to Willow Deity. You are prohibited from snatching it." The divine striking stone struggled free, rolling on the ground before bawling loudly, "I just want to eat it. I still want to eat it." You emptied the entire divine spring. Everyone was dumbstruck. A stone that was able to talk? 100 shattering mountain immortal divine spring. There really is divine immortality here. However, this silt is not of great use to me, the Willow Deity said. What? You don't even want this? Then it's all mine. The divine striking moved forward, but it did not dare to rush in indiscriminately. It merely climbed up and faced the ancient tree. It was respectful inwardly, and could not help but tremble. Willow Deity, do you really not need any? The little guy was at a loss. He picked up the divine striking stone and directly threw him into the heaven and earth pouch. A small amount is enough. I will take a look at the divinity of the immortal spring. The Willow Deity spoke and stretched out a branch. It extended into the golden silt, and the golden divine multicolored light entered the willow branches. Soon after, the small pile of the silt quickly lost its luster, and the tender branch retreated. The little guy was amazed. The Willow Deity recovered greatly, and the branches grew in number and size. It no longer needed the divine earth's nourishment. Willow Deity, I still have 5 drops of immortal spring here. Do you need it? He felt that if he did not give the willow tree a real gift, he wouldn't feel good inside. After all, it gave him many things and put great care into giving him guidance. It educated him on the limits of breaking through, and used up a great amount of energy to bring him into the void god realm. He took out a small jade container, and within it were 5 small snakes. They were made of golden fluid, and they were currently making jerking motions, full of spirituality. The villagers were shocked. Just how many heaven-defying things did this child get? It was obvious that divine liquid that took form was a world-shockingly rare thing. 1 drop is enough for me. With this, it'll be easier to break down the divinity of the immortal spring. The Willow Deity was tranquil as it spoke, and did not make any great movements. A drop of golden fluid flew out, and the small snake turned into a golden mist. Multicolored light was resplendent as auspicious light surged. They all entered a tender branch, turning a batch of leaves golden. So miraculous! Everyone was fearful. Very good. This immortal spring's immortal characteristics are formidable. The Willow Deity sighed and said. The little guy knew that the Willow Deity truly became a lot more powerful. It was now far superior to before because if it was still weak, any type of spiritual objects would be useful for it. Currently, it did not need much anymore, and could depend on itself to seize the luck between the heaven and earth. Willow Deity, I still have another divine treasure. This time, the little guy took out the jade artifact that held the true supreme water. He was extremely careful when opening the heaven and earth pouch, fearing that it would escape. The true supreme water emitted light and continuously rushed about. It wanted to fly away, and if not for the heaven and earth pouch emitting strands of light that held it in place, it truly would have escaped. This is true supreme water. When divine medicine is being created, or when supreme treasures are being refined, its use becomes extremely great. It could be used as a primer for creation, and its value is astonishing, the Willow Deity said. After hearing its explanation, one could truly see the value of the true supreme water. What? This is true supreme water. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng was shocked. Grandpa Chief, I brought back several gene of it. There is enough for us to use and I'll give it to you in a bit, the little guy said. This can be measured in gene? Shi Yunfeng became a bit stupid. When making medicine, only a small amount was needed to make it an even higher quality precious medicine. After the villagers asked the village chief and were informed about how rare this water was, they all became stupefied. Willow deity, this can be eaten. I ate many gene already. The little guy spoke as he gave it to the willow deity. This can be eaten? The clan chief was shocked. You ate it. Even the willow deity was astonished. It seemed rather fascinated. And I ate it. The taste isn't great, and it isn't easy to digest. However, its divine characteristics are powerful. The little guy nodded. Weirdo, second Baldy muttered from the back. Even being able to digest the true supreme water, was this youngster still a person? It was too savage. Very good. It seems like your improvements are quite significant. During this short period of time, your condition has stabilized. You can prepare to receive your baptism. The willow deity said. Okay. The little guy raised his spirits. He never forgot that the willow deity told him that he must come back before he turned 12. Regardless of whether it was when he was 5 or now when he is 10, the effects of these baptisms were extremely great and were of great importance. The willow deity did not accept the true supreme water, but instead told him to hold on at it. Following that, it stated that it needed to comprehend the immortal profoundness of the immortal spring before entering a state of silence. Stinky brat, did you raid clean the nest of a deity or something? How could each item you pull out be more heaven-defying than the last? Pihu, Hoozy, Snotty Kid, and the others all threw themselves over. They pushed him down here, making him talk about his 2 years of experience because these things were too shocking. Grandpa Chief, this is from the immortal spring. These 2 drops are for you. After the little guy struggled free, he stood up and divided the remaining 4 drops of golden fluid into half. He gave them to Shi Yunfeng and the other elders, and since they were growing in years, these 2 drops could allow them to increase their lifespan. We've all aged naturally, and so we won't have any regrets from peacefully passing on. We cannot waste this type of thing. The elders all shook their heads, feeling that it would be truly a meaningless waste if they used it. However, the little guy firmly refused to take them back and resolutely gave it out. We'll leave it for the village's children, the clan chief said. Propitious vapors within Stone Village curled about. Every single stalk of spiritual medicine was taking in and sending out the essence of the sun and moon, releasing sparkling and translucent specks. It made the spiritual essence here extremely rich, turning this place into an area of precious earth. The little guy narrated the events that happened during these 2 years to the villages, and the group of people listening all felt enthralled. They felt shaken to the core. This was only a child, yet he experienced so much during these 2 years. What happened to the heaven-mending pavilion was unfortunate. Such an ancient great school was destroyed with just a word. As expected, even the most glorious traditions can come to an end one day. The moon fades away after it becomes full, and the sun is ever shifting in the sky. After a peak, there must be a decline. This rule will never change. The village chief sighed as he spoke. Qingfeng's eyes reddened. That battle did not end too long ago, and he would often see those senior brothers and sisters in his dreams. However, all of them had been murdered, so it was impossible to meet them again. That short period of warmth and happiness became a part of the past just like this. They would remain forever as a part of their memories. What's so different about our stone village? We declined from our former magnificence as well. Originally, we were the Stone Country's #1 clan, but now what do we have left over? Even our road of cultivation has been broken. An elder sighed. The little guy seemed to have thought of something and said, Grandpa Chief, on our way back, we saw some stone mountains that had collapsed, and roughly half of them were swept through. Could it be that some enemies came to invade? When this matter was brought up, every else's expressions changed. Shirling, who said, a year ago, those bandits appeared again. Their leader brought an extremely powerful precious artifact, but in the end they were completely wiped out by the willow deity. The little guy nodded. His heart immediately felt grateful that the willow deity was here. Otherwise, the villagers would have inevitably ended up in a perilous situation. They came for the supreme divine storehouses. After all these years, they still did not give up, and seemed to have made some progress while they constantly planned in secret, the clan chief said. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. With the willow deity here, they won't be able to do anything. Moreover, not a single one of them were able to leave, so no one should know about this location. Sure, Fei Jiao said. The scarlet sun descended behind the mountains, and the sunset glow dyed the horizons in red, scattering down into the village. All of the stone houses were covered in a layer of divine luster, as if they were ancient temples, giving them a type of otherworldly beauty. In the distance, hoofs trampled on the ground and pure white divine radiance flickered. A group of silver unicorns dashed over, and a few of them had village boys sitting on them as they cried out. This was the hunting party, and they had returned. During these 2 years, the unicorns completely accepted the villagers, becoming their companions and no longer rejecting them. Yeah, little guy. The hunting party's members were all rather young. They rushed over and immediately hugged him enthusiastically. Within the unicorns, there was one that was particularly large, and it was like a heavenly dragon as it galloped. It turned into a silver blaze as it surrounded the little guy, and it was clearly extremely happy. Little White, you became a true vicious beast. Your symbols have formed. Moreover, you are extremely powerful now. You have walked on the path of evolution. The little guy was happy. Unicorns have an archaic, heavenly horse blood lineage. If it can continuously evolve and once again display its ancestors' might, then it would be able to tread on the sun and moon. At that time, it would become a supreme mount among mounts, Second Baldy said. The sun dropped below the mountains, and a bonfire rose up. All of the villagers were gathered at the lakeside as they enjoyed the great feast. Aunt, this is the precious flesh medicine I brought. In the future, don't think about that naked bird anymore. It won't taste good. The little guy took out descendants and they were like a small mountain. These meat all radiated multicolored light. Heavens, these are all archaic descendants. Stinky brat, you truly are capable now. After gaining new abilities, you can even hunt down these things. Without mentioning the children, even Shi Linghu and the robust men were dumbstruck. The people were shaken, but they were happy. These were archaic descendants. They were truly great medicine, and as long as they ate a few, their people would definitely have hope of breaking through. The most important thing was that there were 30 to 40 of them. If they told this to others, who would believe them? It was simply like a story out of a fantasy, and was absolutely too shocking. Didn't I say that I was going to give everyone presents? The little guy scratched his head. Haha, this truly is the greatest present. It could allow us to break through, and it can satisfy our hunger. These are all delicacies. The villagers were all extremely happy. Just how many days would this pile of prey last them? They were all archaic descendants. Their medicinal qualities were great, and they definitely wouldn't be as easy to digest as their ordinary meat. There were 30 to 40 prey, and the majority were killed within the 100 Shattering Mountains. It included the various creatures that targeted the little guy, and there were also a portion that were obtained during the Heaven Mending Pavilion incident. This was naturally a feast that the little guy personally selected the dishes for. The giant golden-winged pong was the main dish, and after it was stewed with lion's mane mushrooms, it was simply a combination of delicacy and great medicine. Golden multicolored light was being emitted constantly from the black cauldron, and it was incomparably splendid. Even though there were many villagers, they weren't as voracious as the big red bird and the rest. As a result, only a large chunk of the golden-winged peng's flesh was chopped off, and there was a sufficient amount left over. Even if the villagers tried to eat more, they wouldn't be able to refine the essence energy. This is just like a fairy tale. We are actually able to eat the meat of a golden-winged pong. Other than this, they naturally couldn't miss out on bone soup made from the archaic descendant white tiger. These were all extremely rare dishes. As for the remaining archaic descendants, that was up to the villagers to decide. They were casually roasted on top of a bonfire and cooked until they had an oily golden shine. The meat fragrance assailed their nostrils. Various berries picked by the villagers were also laid out. In front of the bonfire, they emitted a sweet scent. There were bright red ones, golden ones. They were alluring to the extreme. Grandpa Chief, uncles, I brought back even greater divine wine. For today, don't drink those other drinks. The little guy said towards Shi Feijiao and the others. He took out an ancient tree, and its trunk was extremely thick. He opened the tree hole and scooped out some wine from inside. The fragrance was rich, and the others already began to feel intoxicated after smelling it from the distance. Heavens! Could this be the legendary little devil wine? The group of elders' eyes immediately stood straight. Even though they weren't cultivation saints, ordinary people like them still heard about the little devil wine. It was because its fame was too great, as it was brewed out of all types of spiritual medicines. It contained countless precious medicines, and was the most precious fine wine. Uncles, don't drink too much. Each time, just drink a small mouthful, or else you'll immediately get knocked out. Based on the little guy's assumptions, even the villagers that had had the strongest capacity for liquor would collapse after 2 cups. Hurry! Stinky brat! Hurry up and pour the wine. I can't wait any longer. A group of robust males shouted. Even Pihu, the snotty kid, and the others gathered around. In the end, Erming's father didn't believe what the little guy said and directly downed a cup. He collapsed on the spot like a pile of mud and began to snore. His entire body emitted light, and it was clear that he was in a deep slumber. It was obvious that the benefits he received were great. The divine wine was altering his body, and every inch of his flesh was shining. However, he couldn't enjoy the greatness of the wine. When everyone saw this, none of them dared to boast any longer. All of them began to enjoy it one sip at a time. The moon was bright, and the great lake was clear as the gleaming reflection of the waves were revealed under the moonlight. The golden-winged pang being stew by the lakeside surged with multicolored light. There were all types of various descendants that were roasted until they were glossy and golden. This place was filled with cheers and laughter. The fragrance of meat and divine wine mixed together, intoxicating the people there. Very quickly, there were people breaking through. They quickly sat at a side to meditate and adjust their body. In reality, it was almost as if they were all emitting light. The archaic descendants' flesh medicines' medicinal qualities were great. Together with a small amount of little devil wine, they would spew out multicolored light as soon as they opened their mouth to speak. Snot Baby, Huzi, Ermeng, and the others, don't lose yourself in drinking and forget about breaking through. I still have a few precious things here. Be careful or else you might lose your share later on. This very moment, the little guy acted pure and simple, not at all savage. He looked at everyone here happily. In this place he need not be on his guard and wary. His violent and two-faced manner when he was in the outside world vanished completely. Why do I feel that only here he acts like a child? Second Baldy whispered from far. After returning to Stone Village, the little guy once again transformed back into that well-behaved simple child. Laughing thoughtlessly along with a group of companions was something really plain and normal. It seems like this place is very important to him, or he wouldn't bring so many precious medicines and items back. I really wonder what would happen to him if a day comes when this village no longer exists. The big red bird drunkenly spoke.